Chapter 1209. In truth, I have an idea. At this moment, a hesitant voice came from a corner of the hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All the rebel leaders, including Bahram, turned to the speaker. Bahram glanced at the speaker and vaguely recognized him as the leader of a rebel army in the southwest. The Tang people still don't want to stay because we don't speak the same language. We don't understand each other, so we can't naturally communicate with each other. In this battle, we can only understand each other through my lord. As for the lower-ranking soldiers, there's no communication between them, so we naturally can't understand each other. If we can learn the language of the Tang and have them understand us, the two sides will understand each other a little more, and everything will naturally be different. Under everyone's gazes, the rebel army leader with a scar on his left eyebrow said, "This truly is a good idea, but to do this we need many teachers of the Tang people to teach them the language. Moreover, they will need to traverse mountains and rivers to reach Khorasan. I'm afraid that the Tang people won't agree." Right at this moment, another leader of the Revolutionary Army spoke. The others in the room also began to hesitate. Only with communication and understanding could the alliance last for a long time. But from Samarkand to Khorasan, as well as the other rebel regions, many language teachers would be needed. Moreover, familiarity with the language would take a long time, and this would be no small expense. The Tang dynasty might not agree. In addition, they also had a vague understanding of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was rich and powerful, with powerful soldiers and horses. In terms of living conditions, Khorasan could not even compare to the Tang dynasty. Those teachers of the Tang people who taught the language might not be willing to come to such a distant place. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall had a worried look on their faces. "Leave this matter to me." At this moment, Bahram spoke. "The problem of teachers is easy to resolve. We can provide them with funding. As long as there is enough compensation, I'm confident that some Tang people will be willing to come here. As long as we can provide the funding, I'm confident that the Tang dynasty won't stop them. But I'm afraid that this matter will require the agreement of the Tang people." Bahram stood up and walked out of the hall under the expectant and uneasy gazes of the crowd. As for whether it would succeed, Bahram had no confidence. After all, this was a battle between the Khorasani, the rebel army, and the Arabs. Putting aside the worries of Bahram and the rebels, Wang Chong had pushed open the door and entered the conference hall, leaving a trail of snow in his wake. Raising his head, Wang Chong immediately saw Gao Xianji sitting at the conference table in the conference hall. Gao Xianji's head was lowered and his brows were furrowed. It seemed that he had encountered a problem that he could not solve. "Lord Protector General, you were looking for me?" Wang Chong walked into the hall and went straight to the point. Hearing the voice, Gao Xianji's body shook slightly, and he suddenly came back to his senses. "Wang Chong, you're here. Have a seat." "My lord, what happened? Could it be that even with my lord's ability you can't solve it?" Wang Chong sat down beside Gao Xianji and said, "Does it have to do with the Arabs? With this defeat, the Arabs won't be able to attack for at least a few months. What's there to worry about?" Gao Xianji poured a cup of tea for Wang Chong, but the worry on his brow did not dissipate. "You know that I'm not worried about military matters, but matters outside of military matters are not my strong suit. I came to discuss government affairs with you." "Government affairs?" Wang Chong's brow rose, but he quickly thought of something and smiled. "My lord is worried about Talas?" "Correct." Gao Xianji nodded and got straight to the point. "It's easy to attack a city, but difficult to defend it. For this battle to reach this point from Talas has already far surpassed our expectations. But you also know that the situation at Talas is complicated, and we're unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, we're severely lacking in manpower. How to manage this place will be a major problem." A deep melancholy appeared in Gao Xianji's eyes as he spoke. This question had been circling around his mind for a very long time, but with a powerful foe at his side, He hadn't had the time to carefully consider it. But now that the Arabs had been defeated, he had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. "Then what does my lord intend?" Wang Chong asked, his expression turning serious. "I still haven't thought about the specifics, but there are only two choices. Either we leave or we stay. We've already achieved our goal in this battle. The Arabs have suffered heavy losses and lost countless experts. For a very long time, they won't be able to spare any attention to the East. Moreover, in this battle, we managed to obtain more than 1 billion taels of gold from the Arabs. The entire imperial court has been shaken by the results of this battle. With this gold, we can return to the court in triumph and win the cheers of everyone. At the same time, we can also obtain a generous pension for the soldiers who died in battle. In all my years of campaigning, this is undoubtedly the best result." Gao Xianji sternly said, "But my lord does not intend to retreat, right?" Wang Chong said. Gao Xianji faintly smiled and did not deny it. "And if we don't want to retreat, we'll have to bear a very large risk. First, we'll be facing the threat of the Arabs at any time. Just 10,000 soldiers won't be enough. Second, we don't speak the same language as the locals, which will always be a major problem. With the threat of the Arabs, both sides will naturally cooperate with sincerity, but there are too many people and the composition of the coalition army is too complex. If our subordinates get into a conflict due to a misunderstanding or deliberately provoked by others, our current alliance will immediately collapse. In this situation, not only will we lose Khorasan, we will also find it difficult to escape the calamity." When the Tang dynasty advanced into the western regions, it took them nearly 200 years to gain a firm foothold. But even so, the countries of the western regions often wavered and harbored ulterior motives. And the situation in Khorasan is even more complicated than in the western regions. I don't know how long the Tang dynasty will need to gain a firm foothold here. As Anshi Protector General, Gao Xianji understood more than most people. Although last night's battle had utterly crushed the Arab offensive and the entire city was in a state of excitement, Khorasan was privately fraught with worries. So my lord is worried about how to manage Khorasan? To Gao Xianji's surprise, Wang Chong chuckled, none of the worry on Gao Xianji's face. Gao Xianji raised his head to Wang Chong and gave a slight nod. "My lord, be at ease. I have already taken care of everything. Lord Feng will arrive at Khorasan in the next few days. In addition, it won't be long before the great clans of the capital enter Khorasan and set up inns and restaurants, buying and selling silk, tea, porcelain, and mining ores. The trade between the East and the West contains enormous profits. In the past, the Arabs forbade trade, making it very difficult for our people to enter. But as long as we open up our authority here, the great clans will only be the first wave. As long as we have the protection of our army, more and more people will enter Khorasan." Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression naturally suffused with confidence. As the commander-in-chief of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong not only had to consider the war, but also the aftermath. Wang Chong had long ago made plans and preparations for what Gao Xianji had said. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. This sudden sound attracted the attention of the two of them. "General Wang, General Gao, are you in?" A familiar voice came from the other side of the door. "Baram?" Wang Chong and Gao Xianji glanced at each other in surprise. "Come in." In the end, it was Gao Xianji who spoke first. The door opened, and Baram shook off the snow on his body as he walked into the room. Several rebel leaders followed behind him. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji raised their brows in surprise. Baram had brought rebel leaders to pay a visit. This was not a common occurrence. "General, sit." Gao Xianji quickly gestured to the seat next to him. "Generals, to tell the truth, Baram actually has a request," Wang Chong said. Baram walked up to the table, but he did not sit down. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the two commanders of the Tang dynasty. Gao Xinji was even more flabbergasted. Only Wang Chong glanced at Bahram and then at the rebel leaders behind him, vaguely guessing at something. "General, if you have a request, please speak. We are allies, and we will definitely help if we can." Gao Xinji said to Bahram, and Wang Chong nodded. Bahram said nothing, only nodded to the rebel leaders behind him. "Lord Generals, the Tang dynasty is our firmest and most respected ally. We hope that the Tang dynasty can remain here for a long time, and at the same time we hope to have an even deeper relationship with the Tang dynasty." The speaker was a rebel leader from near Samarkand. Samarkand was not very far from the western regions, so he had an advantage in terms of language compared to the other rebel leaders. This was also why Bahram had brought him with him. "But aren't we already allies?" Gao Xianji was flabbergasted, completely confused. We hope to further deepen our friendship." Another leader of the rebel army said, "We hope to understand the Tang dynasty a little more. Even so, we do not speak the same language, so we hope that Lord Generals can dispatch some teachers from the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains to teach the Tang language." The third rebel leader stammered and finally spoke of the objective in his heart. Chapter 12:10. "General, we know that our request is a little rude. Language communication requires a great deal of time, energy, and money, and we also need to use the resources of generals, but in terms of money, we can afford it." At this moment, Bahram also spoke. The Tang dynasty had already lost many people to help the Khorasani and rebels resist the Arabs. To make such a request at a time like this was somewhat unreasonable and excessive, but Bahram had to say it. "Ha, great General Bahram, you've misunderstood." Wang Chong finally stood up from his seat and turned to Gao Xinji. "Lord Protector General, are you still worried about the language?" Gao Xinji said nothing, only looked at the confused Bahram and the others with a complicated expression. Wang Chong silently smiled. In this alliance, the Khorasani and rebels were far more dependent on the Tang dynasty than the Tang dynasty on the Khorasani and rebels. While Gao Xinji was still worried about the language barrier and the alliance's inability to communicate, the Khorasani and rebels were far more worried than the Tang dynasty. "Great General Bahram, commanders, be at ease. I can give you an answer right now. There's no problem. We will use all kinds of resources to quickly establish Tang language schools in Khorasan and other places." Wang Chong faintly smiled. All of them had believed that the matter was over, but they were overjoyed at this news. "Wonderful. Many thanks, General. Many thanks, General." All of them were in high spirits. The assimilation of the Chinese language, or rather the Tang language, had gone much faster and smoother than Wang Chong had expected. After witnessing the power of the Tang dynasty, the rebels felt like they were hungry and thirsty. Wang Chong called over Wen Shuyang and had Wen Shuyang and Gao Xianji decide the specifics together. When he walked out of the room, the blizzard in the sky had completely stopped. Looking at the sky that was gradually clearing up, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. For some reason, Wang Chong suddenly thought of Su Yiqin in distant Qixi. "I wonder how Qixin is doing?" Wang Chong thought to himself. Wang Chong had actually sent letters to Feng Chongqing, the great clans, and Su Yiqin to discuss the political affairs of Khorasan. But for some reason, only Su Yiqin had not replied, even though the supplies had never been cut off. This kind of situation had never happened before, so Wang Chong couldn't help but worry. "I hope Qixin is fine." Wang Chong thought for a moment and quickly entered the study. A moment later, a messenger pigeon soared into the sky and quickly disappeared in the northeast direction. In the distant Qixi, in a house in the northwest, the winter plum blossoms were blooming, their fragrance wafting through the air. Behind the plum blossoms, a white-clothed woman with a sickly and pale complexion was leaning against an open window, lightly sniffing the plum blossoms. "Young lady, you should close the window. The air is cold and your body is still weak. You should rest." A maid's voice came from behind her, tinged with concern and concern. It's fine. Su Chi-chin waved a finger that had become much thinner. I can still endure it. It's rare for me to get some fresh air, so let me take a look. Girl, don't try to persuade her. Your young lady has been locked up in her room for so long. It's rare for her to feel a little better and be willing to open the window for some fresh air. Just let her be. In at most 5 minutes, we'll close the window. The voice of a middle-aged woman came from behind her, tinged with warmth. Come, Lady Sue. I've cooked a bowl of ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot. You won't feel so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes and a cotton dress with thorns on it walked to the window with a bowl of ginger soup in her hands and handed it to Su Chi-chin beside her. Madame Fong, thank you. Su Chi-chin turned her head and took the bowl of ginger soup, a look of gratitude on her face. Madame Fong was naturally the wife of Fong Chongqing's Dr. Fong, the wall of the Empire of Anxi. While Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were fighting on the front lines, Su Chi-chin and Fong Chongqing were responsible for all the matters in the rear, including the logistics. Su Chi-chin's illness could be concealed from others, but it could not be concealed from the meticulous Fong Chongqing. Upon learning that Su Chi-chin was ill, Fong Chongqing had quickly dispatched his wife and several renowned doctors from the western regions to the Qixi Protectorate headquarters to take care of Su Chi-chin. It was only thanks to the methods of those renowned doctors and Madame Feng's consideration and care that Su Chi-chin managed to survive. Although she still hadn't fully recovered, her entire body was much better. As she watched Su Chi-chin finish her bowl of ginger soup, Madame Feng's face finally relaxed. But then she thought of something and said, Lady Sue, in truth, there's no need for this. Even now, the young Marquis still hasn't learned of your illness. In truth, as long as you tell him, I'm confident that he'll quickly come to Qixi. That's exactly what I don't want. Su Chi-chin shook her head, dazedly gazing out the window at the dark, red plum blossoms. No matter how many things a girl has to deal with, they can't compare to the important affairs of the country. Wang Chong is fighting on the front lines with Lord Gao. I don't want to distract him because of my matters, but shouldn't you at least write a letter to him? Madame Fong asked, her gaze fixed on the letter in Su Chi-chin's hand. This was a letter that Wang Chong had sent from Karasin not too long ago. She could sense that Su Chi-chin liked Wang Chong, but for some reason she had been suppressing herself, not even willing to write a letter. Su Chi-chin shook her head. Wang Chong recognizes my handwriting. If I write a letter, he'll be able to quickly tell from my handwriting that I've fallen ill. At that time, all my efforts will have been for naught. Madame Fong was dumbfounded. She could no longer speak. She had only known that Su Chi was unwilling to write a letter, but she hadn't expected this. HAA. As she gazed at Su Chi-chin's pale and determined expression, Madame Fong could only give a long sigh. The three of them were silent in the room. Flap, flap. As Su Chi-chin was staring out the window in a daze, she heard the flapping of wings in the distance. Su Chi-chin raised her head and saw a white carrier pigeon flying through the sky, quickly descending from the northwest and landing in front of the window. Madame Fong and Xiao Zhu also looked over and immediately saw the golden insignia on the carrier pigeon's right leg. It was a letter from the young Marquis. The two of them recognized it at a glance. After serving at Su Chi-chin's side for so long, the two of them were extremely familiar with the carrier pigeon that Wang Chong had used to deliver his message. In front of the window, Su Chi-chin clearly recognized it as well. She lightly held up the carrier pigeon, a faint blush on her face. In the distant Uzan Plateau, the land was covered in white snow. From Karasin to Samarkand, through Anxi, Qixi, and Longxi, the Central Plains was in a frenzy, basking in the joy of victory. But the Uzan Plateau was currently immersed in sorrow and heaviness. The wind and snow had still not completely died down. Strand by strand, they drifted through the air like snapped strings of beads. In the middle of the blizzard, the most revered imperial minister of the Uzan Empire, Dalen Trinling, was wrapped in a snowy fur coat, his face grief-stricken. At his side, countless guards of the royal capital gripped their spears and halberds as they closely followed. Even the supreme ruler of the plateau, the Tsenpo, who rarely left the royal palace, was standing at his side. To the entire Uzun Empire, this was fated to be an extremely important day. It was not because of the extreme cold and the blizzard that had frozen countless cattle and sheep to death, but because of the people lying on brown mats on the icy ground. Daluin Ruozin, Hwashu Wazong, and Dusong Mangpoj. The empire had just suffered the heaviest loss in its history, losing its most important minister and 2 generals. Their corpses had finally arrived at the royal capital of the Uzun Empire. Ruozin, why is it like this? Dalen Trinling slowly walked over and kneeled down next to Daluin Ruozin, his face brimming with grief. You privately mobilized the Mutri Great Cavalry, borrowed the soldiers of the Yarlung royal lineage, and contacted Dusong Mangpoj. Did you really think that I didn't know? Without my permission, did you really think that you could have taken these soldiers away? Why were you such a fool? How could the Tsenpo and I blame you? Dalen Trinling's heart trembled as he gazed at that pale face, his eyes tightly shut, his face devoid of blood. He had ruled over this empire for more than a decade, commanded an army at the age of 12, fought against the Tang dynasty, and made a name for himself throughout the world. Dalen Trinling's heart had never been disturbed, but at this moment, great waves were raging in his heart, and he could no longer maintain his usual calm. Imperial Minister, you have to take revenge for the Prime Minister and the General. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Hwaba Senji's eyes were scarlet as he clenched his teeth and crawled to Dalen Trinling's side, his face brimming with grief and indignation. The Prime Minister and the General died so miserably. No matter what, we have to make the Tang people pay the price. Slap. Before Hwaba Senji could finish speaking, a slap landed on his face, the enormous force causing half his face to swell up. Imperial Minister, Hwaba Senji held his swollen cheek, dumbfounded by Dalen Trinling's slap. Bastard, if not for your stubbornness, would the Mutri Great Cavalry have suffered such heavy losses? As the commander of the royal capital, you didn't even ask for my or the Tsenpo's orders before taking your soldiers and leaving. Do you still have any respect for the Tsenpo? Hwashu Wazong and Dusong Mangpoj are fine, but Daluin Ruozin is only a civil minister. Your defeat is fine, but you can't even bring back a civil minister like Daluin Ruozin. Chapter 1211. Imperial Minister! Hwaba Senji knelt on the ground. When he heard this, he lowered his head. Hwaba Senji knows that his sins are grave. If the Imperial Minister and the Tsenpo want my life, Hwaba Senji will not say a word. But I cannot die. The deaths of Prime Minister and the 2 generals have not been avenged. Hwaba Senji is not willing to die, nor can he die. Hwaba Senji placed his hands on his knees, his shoulders trembling. Finally, he could no longer hold back his tears. No, these were not tears, but blood. Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings fell silent, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Hwaba Senji truly deserved to be killed, but leaving him alive would be an even greater punishment than death. All was quiet as Dalen Trinling stared at Hwaba Senji, the killing intent in his eyes finally receding. Hwaba Senji, I will leave your lowly life behind for now. Dalen Trinling raised his head and slowly closed his eyes, concealing the killing intent in them. However, an even more powerful, baleful aura began to slowly erupt from his body. Wang Chong, the Wang clan, and the Tang dynasty, just wait. I will definitely make all of you pay the price and have all of you feel the pain of our Uzun. The world was still, and Dalen Trinling's voice drifted through the air into the endless distance. Putting aside the activity on the Uzun plateau, Karasin was currently rejoicing. Changqing, you've come. At the eastern gate of Karasin, Gao Xinji was elated to see the robed figure of Feng Changqing. For the first time, the twin jades of the Tang dynasty had met on foreign soil. With Feng Changqing, Gao Xianji could finally put down the government affairs that had been weighing on his mind and leave them to Feng Changqing to handle. My lord, Feng Changqing was also elated to see Gao Xianji. Whether it was the Battle of Talas or the Battle of Kurasan, Feng Changqing had spent his days and nights in Sui, worrying and worrying. Now he could finally relax. The two twin paragons of the empire had reunited, and they had begun to talk about Anqi, Sui, and the Anqi Protectorate Army. After the two of them ended their conversation, Feng Changqing straightened his clothes and walked towards Wang Chong. Lord Feng, we meet again. Before Feng Changqing could speak, Wang Chong broke the silence with a smile. Lord Protector General, words cannot express my gratitude. Please accept my bow. Feng Changqing said with a straight face and bowed respectfully. Lord Feng, there's no need to thank me when it comes to national affairs. Wang Chong faintly smiled, but he did not extend a hand to help. But Feng Changqing was actually unable to continue bowing. An enormous stellar energy was supporting him, making it impossible for him to even bend his waist. Feng Changqing tried several more times, but his face was red, and in the end he could only give up. Changqing, enough. Given Wang Chang's personality, if he's not willing, you won't be able to give this bow. Let's go. Kurasan is busy, so let's talk inside. Gao Xianji heartily laughed. Fine. With a bitter expression, Feng Changqing could only give up. In a certain inner hall of Kurasan, guards were standing guard outside. Other than Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, and Cheng Qianli, not even Li Sai was allowed to enter. Lord Feng, this is the strategy for managing Kurasan that I have prepared. Please take a look. I'm afraid that you will have to deal with the specifics of Kurasan in the future. This is also the primary reason I invited you to come to Kurasan. The mood in the room was solemn, and Wang Chong got straight to the point. He took a small letter from his sleeve and handed it over. The management of Kurasan was not just related to the success or failure of a single city, but also to the Tang dynasty's suppression of Arabia. Besides that, it was also related to Wang Chong's larger plan. Feng Changqing did not dare to be negligent when it came to the political affairs of Kurasan. With just a glance, Feng Changqing couldn't help but raise his brow. He sat up straight, his expression unprecedentedly serious, and as he continued to read, he became more and more alarmed. As an important minister of the empire and logistics, Feng Changqing never did anything that he did not prepare for. It was part of Feng Changqing's duty to plan for a rainy day and think 3 steps before taking 1 step. Thus, before coming here, Feng Changqing had carefully considered many things. Through his many years of experience and ability in government affairs, Feng Changqing believed that he had already thought through the strategy for managing Kurasan in great detail. But when he compared himself to Wang Chong, Feng Changqing finally felt the gap. This was not because he was too weak, but because Wang Chong had a completely different way of thinking. The hall was quiet. After a long time, Feng Changqing finally put down the letter in his hand and let out a long sigh, recovering from the initial shock. Feng Changqing's heart was in turmoil as he looked at the young man before him, who was only 17 or 18 years old. A face that was both mature and experienced through the fires of war. Hearing was not as good as seeing, and seeing was far better than hearing one's reputation. Everyone acknowledged Wang Chong's military ability, but Feng Changqing had never imagined that he would also be so formidable in political affairs and operations. So, Lord Protector General, you have already prepared everything. You will soon form a decree with all the people of Khorasani and the rebel army. Feng Changqing raised his head to look at Wang Chong. Wang Chong faintly smiled and nodded. Decree? Changqing, what decree are you talking about? Cheng Qianli couldn't help but ask. Feng Changqing didn't say anything. He just handed over the letter in his hand. Establish the headquarters of the coalition army in Kurasan. The Sassanids and the various rebel armies will serve the Tang dynasty as their master, and the Tang dynasty will support the Sassanid dynasty and the rebel armies in establishing their own power. Moreover, when the coalition army is attacked by the Arabs, the Tang dynasty has the duty to gather all its soldiers to help resist the Arabs, and the coalition army must respond to the call. In return, the coalition army will agree to follow the orders of the Tang dynasty and provide funds for the garrisons of the armies in the coalition army. If any coalition army goes against the Tang dynasty and the coalition army, the Tang dynasty will gather all the coalition army to suppress it. Qianli frowned as he read the first clause on the letter. Changqing, isn't this a normal matter for the coalition army? Is there something special about it? The Tang dynasty hoped to borrow the strength of the rebel armies to deal with the Arabs, and the rebel armies hoped to deepen their relationship with the Tang dynasty. This had become a common understanding in Khorasan, and even the ordinary soldiers had probably sensed it. Qianli didn't understand why Feng Changqing cared so much about this. Feng Changqing said nothing, only glanced at Wang Chong. Wang Chong smiled, only took a sip of tea from his teacup. Qianli, do you still not understand? This is no ordinary mobilization of the coalition army. With this decree, the Tang dynasty will forever be able to take root in the region west of the Tsong Mountains, from Samarkand to Khorasan. Feng Changqing sighed as he looked at Wang Chong and sincerely praised. On this journey from Suya, I thought of many strategies, piecemeal and intricate, but in the end, none of them could compare to Lord Protector General's simple decree. Feng Changqing was sincerely convinced. Upon seeing Wang Chong's letter, Feng Changqing suddenly had a feeling that perhaps there really were geniuses in this world. Their perception and perception were extremely sharp, and with just a few words they were able to accomplish 1,000 things with little effort, turning a difficult mission into a simple one. Haha, Lord Feng's praise is too much. I just knew that I couldn't hide it from you. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he put down his teacup. It was much easier to speak with smart people. Wang Chong had actually already submitted this decree to Baram, the rebel armies in Gaoxinji. Many people were like Feng Changqing, treating this decree as a simple strategy for the allied army. Very few people understood the true intent behind Wang Chong's decree. Changqing, just what are you talking about? Even Gao Xinji couldn't help but ask as he listened to the silent conversation between Wang Chong and Feng Changqing. Both of them had confused looks on their faces. They had invited Feng Changqing over to deal with government affairs, but for some reason, they were talking about military affairs. My lord, do you still not understand? As long as this decree is passed, the Tang dynasty will be the true ruler from Khorasan to Samarkand. Feng Changqing gave a long sigh as he explained. According to the contents of the agreement, the Tang dynasty will not only receive an endless stream of taxes, it will also be able to mobilize the soldiers of the allied army. Any action that offends or resists the Tang dynasty will be attacked by the soldiers of the allied army. As long as this is established, no one will be able to shake the Tang dynasty's position to the west of the Tsong Mountains. As long as we reach this point, all other government affairs are just trifles. If this is carried out in less than 10 years, the Tang dynasty will be even more stable in Khorasan than it was in the western regions. The room was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by Feng Changqing's words. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. From Feng Changqing's reaction, they could tell that this decree was not simple, but no one had expected Feng Changqing to view it so highly. It had taken the Tang dynasty 200 years to gain a firm foothold in the western regions. But Feng Changqing was saying that the Tang dynasty would be able to do the same in 10 years, and that it would be even more stable than in the western regions. This was simply inconceivable. If anyone else had said this, no one would have taken them seriously. But the one saying this was Feng Changqing, one of the important officials of the Tang dynasty, renowned for his wisdom and foresight. 10 years? Changqing, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? The Tang dynasty had so many capable officials and generals in the western regions, but not one of them managed to do it. Can a single decree do it? Chang Qianli couldn't help but say. It wasn't that he doubted Feng Changqing, nor was it that he didn't believe in Wang Chong. It was just that 10 years was far too astonishing and difficult to believe. A single decree naturally can't do it, but with the second decree, it's completely different. Lord Protector General, I am truly convinced. You have opened schools in Khorasan and taught the Tang language, not just to increase the understanding between the two armies, right? Chapter 1212. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here. Lord Feng is truly formidable. Correct. One decree is naturally not enough. Only the final decree can completely alter the situation in Khorasan. In truth, I am more concerned about the promotion of the Tang dynasty's language in Khorasan. This is the true foundation upon which the Tang dynasty can establish a foothold here. This is also what I hope that Lord Feng will vigorously promote once he takes over Khorasan. Not just in Khorasan, but in all the regions surrounding Arabia. I hope to vigorously promote the Tang language, and if possible, I hope to penetrate deep into Arabia. Wang Chong lightly tapped his finger on the table as he spoke in a firm voice. Only Wang Chong himself knew that he placed far greater importance on the dissemination and teaching of the Tang language in Khorasan than anything else. In this world, there was hard power, the military. There was also soft power, culture. And in order to understand a country, language played an extremely important role. Only by spreading the language of the Tang dynasty to Samarkand, Khorasan, and even the Arabian capital, Baghdad, could the culture of the Tang dynasty seep into these places. Only by learning the language could one gain a deeper understanding of the Tang dynasty, and only by gaining a deeper understanding could one develop admiration for the Tang dynasty and ultimately accept the Tang dynasty. This was the true foundation upon which the Tang dynasty could establish a foothold here. But Wang Chong was not prepared to explain too much. My lord, be at ease. Once I take over, I will make this matter a priority. Feng Changqing solemnly said. The two of them were in complete agreement on this point. Feng Changqing had studied the history of the Western regions, and he knew that the Tang dynasty had its flaws in the Western regions. Although the Tang dynasty had taken root in the Western regions for more than 200 years, its policies had been too conciliatory, causing the kingdoms of the Western regions to lack unity. All sorts of undercurrents were surging in the shadows, and opportunistic behavior continued to persist despite repeated prohibitions. This was because the seeds had been planted, so no matter how smart the people who came after were, no matter how courageous, ambitious, or crafty they would find it very difficult to change this fact. Feng Changqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew this point like the back of his hand, but he could not say it because it involved the imperial court. But now, for the first time, Feng Changqing met a soulmate who knew the shortcomings of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. In Khorasan, to the west of the Tsong Mountains, the Tang dynasty finally had a chance to make a comeback. Using its powerful military as its backing, it established a firm position as the hegemon and a stable alliance. In the end, it avoided the mistake it had made in the western regions and firmly controlled this region. This also made Feng Changqing feel a sense of kinship with Wang Chong. 1,000 gold pieces are easy to come by, but a bosom friend is hard to find. The matters of government affairs were always fragmented. Feng Changqing used his knowledge to explain these matters clearly to everyone. Finally, everyone in the hall came to a sudden realization. When all the discussions were over, Feng Changqing purposely left Wang Chong at the end. Master Feng, is there anything else? Wang Chong asked, a look of surprise on his face. Haha, an old friend has asked me to deliver something. Feng Changqing faintly smiled and took out a small wooden box. Under Wang Chong's flabbergasted gaze, Feng Changqing quickly left the hall. Clap! Wang Chong was perplexed as he opened the wooden box. There was nothing inside, only a familiar jade hairpin. Chi-chin! Wang Chong froze for a moment, a strange emotion stirring in his heart. Wang Chong quickly handed over all the affairs of Khorasan to Feng Changqing. With this capable official of the Tang dynasty, everything in Khorasan was in order, and even the affairs of the coalition army were in order. But what surprised Wang Chong the most was that Feng Changqing was fluent in Arabic. Wang Chong had never expected this. Feng Changqing's explanation for this was to prepare for a rainy day. Although even Gao Xianji had underestimated the Arabs, Feng Changqing had always felt the threat of Arabia. Moreover, he had begun to learn Arabic very early on, and it had only taken him a short time to master it. But Feng Changqing's knowledge of Arabic reduced many of his problems, and he was able to communicate with the Khorasani and rebel soldiers without the slightest hindrance. Time slowly passed, and with Feng Changqing's handling and Wang Chong's plans, all the measures were quickly promulgated. Once the Tang dynasty took over Khorasan, the first thing it did was abolish the numerous taxes of the Arabian Empire. In addition, it announced that all taxes would be waived for the first 3 years, and after 3 years, even if taxes were needed to maintain daily operations, they would be paid less than 30% of what they had been under the Arabian Empire. The announcement of this policy caused an uproar in Khorasan. At the same time, the Tang dynasty's status and influence in the coalition army caused the people of Khorasan to have a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty. Not only that, Feng Changqing used a portion of the gold he had obtained from the caliph to repair the city and help repair the homes that had been damaged in the fires of war. At the same time, the Tang dynasty had dispatched a large number of soldiers to coordinate with the Khorasani and rebel soldiers to form small groups that patrolled the city to reassure the people. Besides that, Feng Changqing had made ample preparations before entering Khorasan. Through the scouts he had dispatched, Feng Changqing had discovered that Khorasan was sorely lacking in handicrafts. Even if they were available on the market, they were products of the Tang dynasty and were extremely expensive. Thus, Feng Changqing had brought 30 caravans, all of them carrying various kinds of handicrafts. As wave after wave of handicrafts entered Khorasan, the people of Khorasan immediately developed a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty, a country of the East that they had never even heard of. But after all these policies, there was one policy that attracted very little attention: the schools. Under the leadership of Wan Shuyang and the many disciples he had taught in the western regions, and with the military and financial might of the Tang dynasty as their backing, Tang language schools were quickly established throughout Khorasan. The schools primarily accepted children, but of course adults were also included. According to the rules of the schools, as long as one studied diligently, the schools would not only provide for all 3 meals a day, but they would also receive a large subsidy from the Tang dynasty. These schools had never existed in Khorasan before, and at the start the people were still skeptical. But with the assistance of Bahram and the rebel leaders, the schools quickly recruited a first batch of more than 800 students. Although it was not a lot for a new policy, as long as they could set the first footprint on the strange soil, they could start a wildfire in the future and thoroughly spread the Tang language here. And according to Wang Chong's plan, even more schools were being constructed, and everything proceeded in an orderly and vigorous manner. But just when all this was going on, a sudden matter attracted the attention of Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and all the other higher-ups. "Is this the place?" Wang Chong said as he looked forward. "This is the place." A Khorasani soldier got down on one knee and respectfully said. In the minds of the Khorasani, Wang Chong's status and influence were probably on par with Bahram's, and in some aspects he even surpassed him. Wang Chong said nothing, quickly turning his head to look at that circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters and an unknown depth. Wang Chong probed it, but even with his psychic energy, he was unable to see just how deep this pitch-black pit was. "Tell me again, just how did this happen?" One of the rebel army leaders spoke up once more. "This blizzard was larger than any in the past, and the snow on the ground was also very thick. When we were shoveling the snow, a man was standing there, but before he could shovel the snow, the ground began to cave in and he fell down. Our people heard the news and wanted to go down to rescue him, but when they entered, the ground caved in again, and we realized that the pit was much deeper than we had imagined. Several soldiers fell down, but none of them came out. Later on, we put down ropes, but for some reason, not long after we went down, they all fell down. We didn't dare to make a decision on our own, so we reported it. The guard knelt on the ground and said, respectfully, "Then why did the nearby people say that they heard the howls of devils?" Bahram suddenly interjected, "I don't know. We came quite late. I only heard from the surrounding people that when the hole first appeared, there was black gas coming out, accompanied by golden flames and demon-like howls. But when we got here, we didn't see anything." The guard bowed. Bahram's brow furrowed even deeper at these words. Unlike in the Central Plains, demon gods were not just legends, but existences that the people deeply believed in and revered. In the hearts of the people, devils truly existed. Any place with black energy and the howls of devils was fated to be extraordinary. "Great General, let me go down first. I can also save the others." A voice rang out by his ear. A commander of the Revolutionary Army took 2 steps forward and was about to jump into the pit to investigate. "Wait a moment. This matter isn't urgent." At this moment, Wang Chong waved his hand behind him. "Senior Zhang, I'll leave this matter to you. Take care of this pit, and then we'll go in." "Understood." Zhang Shoji nodded. He quickly called over a few disciples and had them set up several blowers for smelting steel to the side. Then, pipes made of dense cloth and steel rings were lowered into the pit. 6 blowers then blew air inwards, dredging the air into the depths of the pit. This kind of pit, which had been sealed for a long time, would be filled with all kinds of unbreathable waste gas and turbid air. Therefore, the guards and generals who rushed over fell into the pit as soon as they entered, without any signs of life. The moment Wang Chong arrived, he knew that he could not recklessly enter this sort of place. Chapter 12:13. It's about time. Around an hour later, while the 6 blowers were still working, Wang Chong leaped into the pit. Behind him, Bahram, Gao Xinji, and the others followed. As expected, not far from the ground, Wang Chong's 10 fingers were thrust into the wall like pincers as he stared at it. Although the pit was pitch black, imperial great generals of Wang Chong's level all possessed the ability to see in the dark. On the walls of the cavern, Wang Chong could clearly see a mural. Unlike the other murals, this mural had been poured out of molten metal, and it was deeply embedded into the wall. Strangely, this molten metal was the same dark red as blood. Wang Chong only needed a few glances to immediately recognize it. This was the result of a large amount of human blood being poured into the molten metal. As a veteran commander of the Azura army, Wang Chong would never make a mistake. The murals were heavily influenced by the Sassanid dynasty, and Wang Chong could only make out the images of demons with horns on their heads and the human corpses behind them. Demon god. In an instant, a strong smell mixed with a strong aura of death assaulted his senses. Unlike what the guard outside had said, the mural in this pit was the true reason Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, and Bahram had appeared here. The Central Plains did not have many legends of demon gods, but here, everyone firmly believed that demon gods truly existed. This is an ancient ruin. From the words on the wall, they should be from the era of the Elam dynasty. A familiar voice came from Bahram's side. His hands were thrust into the wall, and just like Wang Chong, he was also examining this bizarre mural. "What are the words on the wall?" Gao Xinji curiously asked from the other side of the pit, above Wang Chong and Bahram. "I don't know." Bahram shook his head, his expression grave. "But I can recognize what the murals are trying to convey. This is a forbidden area, and entry is strictly forbidden." Bahram's words caused the pit to fall silent, an indescribable feeling in everyone's hearts. Every empire and every region had their own ancient legends and civilizations. These powerful civilizations had long disappeared in history, but they had left their traces and wreckage in the dust of history. Evidently, the Elam dynasty was one of them. "Let's go." Bahram circulated his stellar energy and began to investigate. Behind him, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji glanced at each other before swiftly climbing down the walls. The deeper one went into the pit, the darker it became. Waves of turbid air assaulted one's face, almost suffocating. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Wang Chong used a blower to blow air into the building. No one spoke as they climbed down. After some time, Wang Chong's body loosened, and he swiftly descended into the pit. So high! Wang Chong looked up. From this angle, the hole was only the size of a sesame seed. Wang Chong estimated that the bottom of the pit was at least several hundred meters from the ground. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly looked forward. The bottom of the pit was different from what they had imagined. Not only was it not narrow or cramped, it was actually a massive natural cavern. The cavern was 20 meters high and extremely spacious. The surface of the cavern was uneven and mottled, and a dark green light was seeping out of the cracks. At first glance, Wang Chong noticed an enormous black silhouette within the cavern. It was actually a huge palace. How is this possible? Gao Xianji's voice came from behind Wang Chong. When he saw this well-preserved ancient palace, he was also stunned speechless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that there were palaces of an ancient dynasty here that had been lost for so long. Unlike the Khorasan that Wang Chong and the others had seen above, these palaces were simple and majestic. The first thing they saw were 12 massive pillars, and unlike those of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and Arabia, these palaces were all forged from pure bronze. The dark green light they had seen underground was mostly exuded by these bronze palaces. Impossible. Wang Chong was also examining these palaces. Everything here exuded a completely different style, and the heavy aura of history in the air seemed to pull him back through time and space to the Elam era of the Sassanid dynasty, several thousand years ago. It really is a ruin from the Elam dynasty. The surroundings were filled with praises. The other leaders of the Revolutionary Army also descended into the pit. Looking at the well-preserved ancient ruins, they were all shocked. Crack! Just as everyone was sizing up the underground palace complex, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing in this underground world. In an instant, everyone looked over and saw a general of the Revolutionary Army standing in front of a corpse, not too far away. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have been shocked by the corpse he had stepped on. It's the fallen rebel soldiers. Wang Chong's brow rose as he quickly recognized this corpse. Besides this corpse, there were 7 or 8 other corpses nearby. From the armor on their bodies, he could tell that these were the people who had fallen earlier. Moreover, some of these corpses were very far from where they had fallen. It seemed like they had discovered these ancient ruins before their deaths and wanted to continue onward to investigate, but their heavy injuries prevented them from doing so. Let's go and take a look. A rebel leader was the first to react, stepping over the corpses and walking forward. The dead were gone, but the living still existed. The lives of these lost soldiers could no longer be salvaged. For everyone, the most important thing was to understand these underground ancient ruins. After this rebel leader took the lead and walked forward, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji followed suit. What a strange place! As Wang Chong walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. Everything here gave him a very novel feeling. Personally witnessing an ancient ruin was something that even Wang Chong had never experienced before. As he carefully walked forward, with the help of the weak green light, Wang Chong saw more and more bronze murals on the walls of the underground cave. Every single one of them was different, but what was similar was that almost every single one of them had the image of a demon god. At the same time, it was accompanied by human bones and corpses. The thick stench of blood and death in the murals was so strong that it was suffocating. Wang Chong, don't you think these murals are very strange? A voice rang out. Wang Chong turned his head and saw Gao Xianji stopping in front of a large bronze mural with a frown. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong was surprised as he walked over. At first glance, these murals seemed to be scenes of demon gods slaughtering humans. But if you look closely, do you realize that almost all the demon gods have their backs to the humans? Gao Xianji said with a slight frown. "Oh." Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He followed Gao Xianji's gaze and saw that the demon god on this mural was much taller than the other demon gods. Behind him were also endless bones and corpses. But unlike the other murals, behind the demon god on this mural were a few surviving humans. They were all looking at the demon god's back without any expression on their faces. After hearing Gao Xianji's words, Wang Chong quickly noticed the difference. If the demon god was slaughtering humans, it should be facing the humans. "Lord Gao, what do you mean?" "The humans on these murals may not be killed by the demon god as we imagined. These demon gods are facing a stronger threat." Wang Chong frowned and said thoughtfully. For a moment, both of them were silent. In everyone's imagination, the demon god slaughtering humans was a matter of course. But if the humans on the murals were not killed by the demon god, then they seemed to have thought of something, and their brows furrowed even deeper. "Look over here." At that moment, a loud cry rang out. Not far away, a rebel leader stared at a mark on the wall with a shocked look on his face. "This is the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars." Buzz. The crowd was stunned by these words and began to gather around the symbol. Bahram was the first to reach the mural, and Wang Chong and Gao Xianji glanced at each other before rushing over. In the crack between one of the murals, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji could clearly see the symbol of a golden goat. But unlike ordinary goats, this golden goat had 3 horns on its head, each of them extremely sharp and pointed straight at the sky. And if one looked carefully, one would also realize that this goat had a pair of golden vertical pupils that gave it an extremely callous appearance. Wang Chong pensively stared at the golden symbol on the wall. To the west of the Tsong Mountains, the 72 demon god pillars were extremely famous. Abu Muslim's martial arts had come from the 72 demon god pillars, and the martial arts that Governor Osman had used to escape his pursuit had also come from the 72 demon god pillars. In this world, the 72 demon god pillars had an extremely long history. Unbelievable. The Elam dynasty and the legend of the 72 demon god pillars don't even exist in the same era. Why would they have a legend of the 72 demon god pillars? A revolutionary army leader stared at the demon god mark on the wall, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 12:14. There are many 72 demon god pillars, but the majority of the legends say that the 72 demon god pillars were sealed in the sea long before the Elam dynasty. Moreover, the legends say that the Elam dynasty was the most pious civilization to the gods and extremely powerful. Later on, for some reason, it vanished in a single night, its entire kingdom destroyed. The Elam dynasty left behind very few ruins, but as long as they are related to power, the majority of them are incredibly powerful. But it is precisely because of this that everyone is confused about the cause of the Elam dynasty's destruction. Bahram walked up to the pair and explained, a familiar voice resounding in their ears. The ancient civilization of the Sassanid dynasty was only understood by the Sassanids and the people of the surrounding regions. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji clearly knew nothing about it. More and more seals of the 72 demon god pillars appeared in the cave, and as Bahram explained, the pair began to understand more and more about the 72 demon god pillars and the Elam dynasty. The group quickly finished exploring the outer edge of the cave. Many of the rebel soldiers turned their attention to the most conspicuous palace complex in the cave. Wang Chong was also preparing to enter the palace complex, but as he turned, his eyes flitted over an unremarkable seal on the wall. "BZZZ." Wang Chong's body trembled, his pupils constricting, and he stopped. "This is..." Wang Chong stared at the faint black seal of an eye on the wall. and deep within the eye's pupil was the symbol of a human with its arms and legs spread out. Unlike the golden seals of the 72 demon god pillars, this symbol was far less conspicuous, and it was also located in the darkness where light could not reach. If one did not look carefully, they would find it very difficult to notice. At first glance, this black ice seal was unremarkable, but when Wang Chong looked a second time, the eye on the wall seemed to come to life. When Wang Chong looked at it, it stared back at Wang Chong. It gave off an extremely cold and bizarre feeling. But this was not the only thing that left Wang Chong stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Chong's eyes were wide open as he stared at the mark in the underground cavern. His mind was instantly filled with great waves. Wang Chong was no stranger to this mark. Wang Chong had seen this mark when the catastrophe broke out. Moreover, Wang Chong had investigated back then and found that this mark was inextricably linked to the catastrophe of that year. The mark on the wall was not exactly the same as the one in Wang Chong's memory, but it was at least 70 to 80% similar. Even if it was not the one in Wang Chong's memory, there was definitely a strong connection. But one was the seal of the Central Plains, while the other was the seal of the ancient Elam dynasty in the distant Khorasan, separated by thousands of years. So why did the seal he had seen in the apocalyptic era of the Central Plains appear here? At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Watch out! User has discovered the seal of destiny and has touched the riddle of destiny. The stone of destiny's urgent voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind, and at the same time, the riddle of destiny, reward extended from Wang Chong's mind, began to rapidly flash. Wang Chong instantly activated the ability of the riddle of destiny. Obtain more information from the riddle of destiny. Request denied. User needs more information in order to unravel the secret of the seal. To his surprise, Wang Chong's request was immediately denied. In a daze, Wang Chong tried again, once, twice, thrice, but the option of the riddle of destiny remained unmoved. After some time, Wang Chong finally gave up, but his mind was still in turmoil. After winning the Battle of Talas, he had managed to find clues in this foreign land that might be connected to the calamity that was to come. Although he didn't know what had happened from the vanished Elam dynasty, there was a high chance that he would be able to find the truth behind the otherworldly invaders. Buzz! In the darkness, an astonishing light flashed through Wang Chong's mind. His mind trembled, and his entire body instantly became extremely focused. He no longer had the mentality of being purely curious and adventurous. The books of the Elam dynasty. There are books of the Elam dynasty here. At this moment, an excited shout came from the palace complex in the distance. Upon hearing this news, Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he immediately leaped out. In a few seconds, he had traversed space and reached the bronze palace complex of the Elam dynasty, where the voice had come from. There were many utensils in this palace complex, all of them bearing the deep imprint of the Elam dynasty era. But none of these objects could compare to an ancient book placed on a bronze sacrificial altar in the center of this palace complex. As Wang Chong hurried over, he could clearly see that this book had a thick bronze cover. The book was already open, but after so many years, the pages within were showing signs of decay and destruction. In many places, only half a page remained. This book has the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars, the seal of Paimon. It's rumored that Paimon would only leave this seal on personal objects that he personally created or possessed. Could this be a notebook personally written by Paimon? At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear as one of the rebel leaders spoke. Impossible. Paimon was one of the 10 demon gods, one of the most powerful of the 72 demon god pillars. He was sealed in the first wave of invasion and is now floating in the depths of the ocean. How could he have survived until the era of the Elam dynasty? Another leader of the rebel army said, "No matter what, these ruins must be inextricably linked to Paimon. It's truly inconceivable. Although the legends say that the 72 demon god pillars are all as cunning as foxes and know all kinds of languages, I've never heard of their handwriting. Could the demon gods also be able to write the human language? The rebel leaders sighed in amazement. These underground ruins of the ancient civilization of the Elam dynasty were like a massive riddle that attracted the attention of all the Khorasani and rebel leaders. Even Bahram was in a daze as he stared at the damaged book on the altar, a pensive look on his face. Do any of you here understand the language of ancient times? Bahram suddenly asked. No. Although there are scholars who have studied ancient civilizations, it's already quite impressive that they can recognize a language from 800 years ago. The Elam civilization is at least 3,000 to 5,000 years old, perhaps even longer. It's simply impossible for anyone to recognize the language on this book, a rebel leader with a curly beard said. A rebel leader with a curly beard said. All of them looked regretfully at the book on the altar. The language in this book was left behind from the closest era of the demon god era. This book was likely to contain the marks and secrets of that glorious demon god era that everyone admired and yearned for. But none of the rebel leaders had been able to uncover this secret. This was truly a pity. Moreover, books were fragile. Although this precious book was placed before them, none of them dared to carelessly touch it, much less open it and carefully examine it. Great General, can I have a try? At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Wang Chong had ascended the platform and was walking over. Wang Chong! Gao Xianji was flabbergasted by these words. He had noticed Wang Chong the moment he entered. But not even Gao Xianji had expected Wang Chong to suddenly make this request. Although the outer cover of the book on the altar was made of bronze, the pages on the inside would shatter at the slightest touch. It had been one of the rebel leaders who had flipped through it that had caused the pages to become damaged. Moreover, whether it was the 72 demon god pillars or the Elam dynasty, they were both internal affairs of the Sassanid dynasty and the rebel armies. It was truly inappropriate for Wang Chong to get involved at a time like this. Wang Chong said nothing, only turned his head and glanced at Gao Xianji, giving him a reassuring look. Great General, is this possible? Wang Chong asked. This, Bahram hesitated for a moment, then turned his head to glance at the surrounding rebel leaders and quickly nodded. Yes. If anyone else dared to make such a request in front of them, Bahram or any of the other rebel leaders would assuredly be enraged. This sort of request was far too abrupt, even offensive. But Wang Chong was different. In the coalition army, Wang Chong's prestige was like the noon sun, and as the commander of the coalition army, his prestige even surpassed that of Bahram. At a time like this, probably only Wang Chong's request would not be considered excessive. Many thanks. Wang Chong quickly walked over and stood on the altar, which was half the height of a man. Without much hesitation, Wang Chong extended a palm and pressed it against the damaged book on the altar. Stone of Destiny, help me obtain the secret in this book. In a domain that no one else could reach, Wang Chong communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. From the moment he set foot in this place and saw this book, the riddle of destiny in Wang Chong's mind had begun to madly pulse and flash. More importantly, while everyone else was focused on the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars on the bronze cover of the Elam book, only Wang Chong noticed the unremarkable symbol of a black eye. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the wall outside. Translating the Book of Paimon requires 10,000 points of destiny energy. Is user certain? The emotionless voice of the Stone of Destiny resounded in his mind. Chapter 1215. I'm sure. Wang Chong immediately said. A moment later, a hazy light erupted from Wang Chong's hand and engulfed the entire book. Beginning translation of ancient characters. Prepare to receive information. Does user wish to spend 100 points of destiny energy to receive the information? The Stone of Destiny asked. Wang Chong nodded. A moment later, the book began to flip through the pages in a gentle light, showing no signs of breaking. The Book of Paimon. For the first time, this ancient book of the Elam dynasty opened its doors to Wang Chong, leading Wang Chong into this vanished ancient civilization. Page after page, more information appeared in Wang Chong's mind as he flipped through the book. After some time, when the last page was turned, the entire book of Paimon had been translated. Wang Chong opened his eyes and immediately saw Bahram and the other rebel leaders, all of them staring at him in shock. Wang Chong, you! Bahram looked in shock at Wang Chong, hesitating to speak. It was simply impossible for anyone to decipher the book on the altar. So when Wang Chong had gone over, Bahram had not even considered whether Wang Chong could decipher the secrets of the book, because Wang Chong was simply not a Khorasani. But from the situation, just now, it appeared that Wang Chong had managed to decipher the words. Wang Chong nodded, and as he looked at the expectant Bahram and the other rebel leaders, he did not hide anything. This book was written by an Elam state teacher called Muawiyah. It records the entire history of the Elam dynasty from its rise to its fall. But because the book is incomplete, I can only guess at a portion of the truth from the contents of the book. Wang Chong's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding rebel leaders, including Bahram, all began to pant, their usual composure gone. The Elam dynasty. This was an ancient civilization even more powerful than the Sassanid Empire. They had created many astonishing miracles and enormous projects that excelled the workmanship of nature. What was most praised about the Elamites was that they had broken through the limitations of the earth. Every single one of them could fly in the air like a bird. In addition, they had also created many martial arts and magic tools. However, all of these resplendent reputations had disappeared overnight. As the descendants of Sassanid and ancient Elam, there was no one in the hall who didn't care. As the state preceptor of the Elam dynasty, Muawiyah was deeply trusted by the Elam dynasty's king, and he single-handedly brought about the prosperity of the entire Elam dynasty. He supported 6 kings of Elam, and personally witnessed 4 of them die of old age. Before Wang Chong could finish his sentence, cries of alarm rang out from the underground palace. Although Wang Chong only repeated the meaning, everyone understood the hidden meaning behind Wang Chong's words. How is that possible? If what he said is true, doesn't that mean that he has lived in the Elam dynasty for over 200 years? How could anyone live that long? And according to what he said, the Elam dynasty was only able to reach such a powerful state because of him. But how is that possible? Why has such a powerful figure never left a mark on history? We've never even heard of Muawiyah's name. A leader of the Revolutionary Army exclaimed in shock. If what Wang Chong said was true, this was bound to shake all the countries west of the Tsong Mountains. Wang Chong swept his gaze across the crowd and did not refute them. Instead, he continued, according to Muawiyah's notes, there has always been a faction controlling the Elam dynasty, and they have tried time and time again to destroy this country. They consider themselves gods, enjoying the worship of everyone and enslaving all humans. Muawiyah spent his entire life thinking of ways to resist these gods, but in the end he still failed. And the entire Elam dynasty became the funerary object of this defeat. In the underground cavern, everyone was stunned by this news. The powerful Elam civilization had actually been destroyed by gods? How was that possible? Impossible. Impossible. The Elam dynasty was destroyed by the fiendish demons. Everyone knows this. The murals also show it clearly. This Muawiyah's notebook can't be real. A general of the Revolutionary Army said. The contents of this book completely overturned everything they knew. There must be something missing. These ruins can't lie, nor can the ruins of the Elam dynasty. There must be something we don't know about. Lord Protector General, look again. This Muawiyah definitely has another name. Such an important person can't be unknown. Muawiyah must be just an alias, a rebel leader said. One of the leaders of the rebel army said. The general is right. Muawiyah is only his alias. He has another name, Paimon. This book is also called the Book of Paimon. Wang Chong stared at the rebel leader and enunciated each word clearly. Hua! Wang Chong's final words sent the hall into an uproar. Everyone stared at Wang Chong, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Bahram had a look of extreme shock on his face. Paimon! It can't be Paimon. Isn't he one of the 72 demon god pillars? How could he be a human and the state teacher of the Elam dynasty? Everyone was stunned. I don't know what's going on, but there's no doubt that this Muawiyah is Paimon. He even mentioned that he was punished by God, causing his body to deform. In order to prevent this secret from being forgotten, he specially built this underground palace to pass on this secret. Wang Chong sternly said. In the main hall, everyone was immersed in the impact, unable to speak for a long time. Paimon, one of the 72 demon god pillars, was actually the creator of the Elam dynasty's golden age. Demon gods protected humans. Sky gods slaughtered humans. Thus, all of this caused everyone's minds to be in chaos, enough for them to ponder for a very, very long time. General Wang, did the Book of Paimon mention anything else? Why did the gods do this? What goal did they want to achieve? Bahram suddenly walked over and asked, There's nothing else. The Book of Paimon is incomplete, and much of its information has been lost. Moreover, based on the information I've obtained, this is the first half of the Book of Paimon, and I don't know where the second half is. Wang Chong said, What? Bahram's eyes widened in surprise at this news. This underground ruin had been preserved in an extremely complete manner. If this Muawiyah really was Paimon, he had every chance of writing everything down. If he had divided the handwriting into 2 parts, it could only mean that this matter was far too important to him. If he had gathered all of it together, the chances of it being lost were far too high, so he had intentionally divided it into 2 parts. Ah, I found it. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Paimon's ritual tool. It really is Paimon's ritual tool. Ah, the words ritual tool caused all the rebel leaders to rush over. The authenticity of the Book of Paimon was secondary. Their goal in entering this underground cave had been to find the relics of the 72 demon god pillars. In the history of Khorasan and Arabia, anything related to the 72 demon god pillars had been extremely powerful. At this moment, only Wang Chong did not rush over. Looking away from the Book of Paimon, Wang Chong quickly walked down. Wang Chong had no interest in Paimon's ritual tool. At his level of cultivation, one's strength was no longer determined by a simple ritual tool or weapon, but by one's comprehension of the laws of the world and their level of cultivation. What truly interested Wang Chong was the description of the gods in the Book of Paimon. That symbol is actually the god of the Book of Paimon. Just what kind of relationship do they have with the otherworldly invaders? A pensive look appeared in Wang Chong's eyes as he slowly walked out, his mind in turmoil. Everyone knew that the entire world had been destroyed by the otherworldly invaders, but the appearance of these otherworldly invaders was still shrouded in many mysteries. In his investigations, he was almost certain of one thing. The mark of the eye in the Book of Paimon had also appeared in the places where the otherworldly invaders had appeared. It had only appeared twice, and after that, there had been no other marks. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air and then vanished, but this only made them even more suspicious. If he could find the secret of these black eyes, he might be able to find the true source of the otherworldly invaders, including where they had come from and why they had done what they had done. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. Using his arm to push off the wall, he quickly jumped out of the pit. The discovery of the Elam ruins and Paimon's ritual tool had sent shock waves through Khorasan and the rebel army. At night, as Wang Chong was resting in his room, an unexpected figure knocked on Wang Chong's door. Bahram. Wang Chong was flabbergasted to see this figure walk in. General, are you very interested in our Khorasan and those ancient ruins? Bahram sat down across from Wang Chong and got straight to the point. Wang Chong was flabbergasted, but then he remembered something and smiled. Great General is talking about what happened in the pit during the day. Because I noticed the General was not interested in Paymon's ritual tool. On the contrary, you were very interested in the Elam dynasty's civilization and the various ancient secrets, Bahram said. As Wang Chong was examining the weapons around him, Bahram was also examining him. No matter what, Wang Chong had displayed an interest that was completely different from others. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Instead, he took up a brush and drew a symbol that was extremely similar to the black eye on the Book of Paimon. What is this? Bahram stared in surprise at the strange symbol that Wang Chong had drawn. It's also something from an ancient ruin, but it's not in Khorasan. Wang Chong grinned and then explained how he had discovered the symbol of the eye. But Wang Chong did not mention the apocalypse, instead saying that he had discovered this symbol in an ancient ruin in the Central Plains. In addition, Wang Chong explained what he had discovered in the Book of Paimon. So what you're saying is that those gods who destroyed the Elam dynasty, no matter what they are, they did something similar in the Central Plains. Bahram said, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Chong gave a serious nod. But this isn't impossible. The Tang dynasty and Arabia were separated by tens of thousands of li. But didn't they still get in touch and fight at Talas? The Tang dynasty and the Sassanid dynasty both had powerful civilizations long ago, and it isn't impossible for a faction to appear in both the Elam dynasty and the Central Plains at the same time. To Bahram's surprise, after a few moments of thought, he nodded. General, I do not know what you wish to find in these ruins, but when you mentioned that Paimon disguised himself as Muawiyah as the state teacher of the Elam dynasty, you reminded me of something. I remember that there was a high priest in Hyderabad in Sindhu. When the Sassanid dynasty was at its peak, I heard of him as a child. Chapter 12:16. He has existed for an extremely long time, almost a living myth. I once heard that he knows many ancient secrets and truths, including the Elam dynasty. If you are interested in the Book of Paimon and the symbols on it, perhaps you can ask him about them. Bahram fell silent for a few moments, and then his words caused Wang Chong's eyes to brighten. Bahram paused for a moment and then continued. But just like all the other people who hold secrets and have lived for an extremely long time, that's in the high priest is elusive. Many people have heard of him, but very few have actually seen him. Not even the Sindhis of Hyderabad know his exact location. They only hear his voice, but never see him. Moreover, even the emperor of our Sassanid dynasty was unable to meet him. In Khorasan and the surrounding regions, that person is like a god. Out of respect for him, no one has ever tried to encroach on Sindhu. If you want to find something, perhaps you can go there and take a look. Bahram's words were like a pebble that set off massive waves in Wang Chong's mind. The war was over, and Arabia had lost so many people. No matter how muddle-headed and impulsive Mutasim III was, he would never start another war. In this period of peace, he really might be able to go to Sindhu. Moreover, Sindhu had a large amount of Hyderabad, or, now that Arabia had been defeated, perhaps he should go to Sindhu and discuss the matter of Arabia's quota. The rules drafted by Wang Chong were quickly passed through the coalition army. According to the rules, anyone who disrespected the Tang dynasty was disrespecting the coalition army. Bahram and the other rebel leaders were even more enthusiastic about this rule than the Tang dynasty. The fact that the Tang dynasty was willing to establish this rule meant that they were willing to take root here. And this was precisely what Bahram and the other rebel leaders hoped to see. At the same time, with Feng Chongqing presiding over the army, his superb ability in logistics and government affairs immediately began to show itself. Through this series of measures, Feng Chongqing had rapidly made the people of Khorasan have a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty. And as long as they could subdue the people of Khorasan, the Tang dynasty would be able to win the loyalty of other people to the Tang dynasty. 10 some days later, with the arrival of the first batch of scions in Khorasan, The Tang dynasty had placed its first nail in Khorasan, and everything was on the right track. At this time, after leaving everything to Gao Xianji, his father, and Su Hanshan, Wang Chong led Li Sai, Cui Piaoqi, the King Gonka, Zhang Shouji, and the 1,000 Wushang cavalry out of Khorasan, traveling northwest toward Sinu. After 7 or 8 days of travel, they finally entered a new area. This is Sindhu? How barren! Atop a large horse, Xue Qianjun stared in amazement at the scene before him. He knew that Sindhu was very poor and that Sindhu was completely different from other empires. But only when he truly set foot on this land did he realize just how different Sindhu was. What appeared before him was a black world. The distant mountains were tall and straight, covered in jagged rocks that were as sharp as swords. Moreover, they were completely bare, with no vegetation to be seen. As he approached, he could see that the ground was muddy, black, rotting mud that exuded a pungent stench. Upon entering this area, all the Wushang cavalry, including Li Sai and the King Gonka, couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. This was a forgotten world, a fallen world. At a glance, it was like they had gone from the world of humans to the world of the god of death. Blackened skeletons could be seen in the muddy mud. Flies flew through the air and maggots burrowed through the mud. It was an unbearable sight. I really don't dare to believe that the true Sindhu would be like this. Li Sai couldn't help but say, "There's a saying that goes, 'You will know what hell is when you see Sindhu.' Only when you see its most wretched state will you treasure everything you have and rejoice that you were born in the Central Plains, in the Tang dynasty." At this moment, Zhang Shouji also looked ahead and urged his horse forward. He paused for a moment and glanced at the horrifying corpses in the mud, reminding them, "Don't worry, I won't be able to kill you." In addition, Sinu is plagued by all kinds of diseases and malaria, and there's a lot of miasma here. This has something to do with how few people invade this place. Everyone, don't get careless. Take the pills you prepared earlier. Gulp. Hearing Zhang Shouji's words, everyone reacted one after another. They took out a few brown pills from the medicine pouches they carried with them and swallowed them with water. After making ample preparations, they set off once more, heading deeper into Sinu. More and more skeletons appeared on the road, and corpse poison and miasma began to spread in small areas. On the side of the road, quite a few blackened, starving, and emaciated Sindhi were kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy when they saw them. What's going on here? I remember that we gave the Sindhi a large amount of food, and the Sindhi obtained several million taels of gold from the Hyderabad ore. This amount should be enough for them to buy a large amount of food. So why are so many people starving to death? Wang Chong said with a frown. He had given Sindhu 2 massive orders, and the prices had far exceeded the norm, but it seemed like the Sindhu's situation had no effect at all. "My lord," our guide in Sindhu, says that the current situation is actually the best Sindhu has seen in several decades. The number of people starving to death is probably less than 5% of what it was in the past. All of Sindhu is now endlessly grateful to that young marquis of the Tang dynasty. He was willing to be our guide this time entirely because we are Tang people. He wants to ask if we have met that young marquis, and if there is a chance, can we introduce him to him? He wants to personally thank him. Yuan Shusong rode forward and conversed with the short Arab guide before returning to Wang Chong's side and relaying his story without leaving out a single word. Bang! Everyone began to laugh at Wan Shuyang's words, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. This Sindhi guide had been found by Bahram on the outskirts of Khorasan. When he had found him, he had only said that he needed his help with the Tang people, and the information that had been passed down from Khorasan about Wang Chong was that he was the young commander of the Tang dynasty. Very few people knew that Wang Chong had another title, the young marquis, and this Sindhi guide clearly did not know. "Tell him that he has already thanked us." Wang Chong smiled. On the other side, the dark-skinned Sindhi was bewildered by Yuan Shusong's words and the laughter of the crowd. He simply couldn't understand what he had said wrong. In the end, it was Wan Shuyang who whispered a few words into his ear. upon which the Sindhi became so excited that he couldn't help but shout in excitement. Now that he knew Wang Chong's identity, the Sindhi guide immediately became much more diligent. Wherever he went, he would excitedly run over and shout at other Sindhi, quickly attracting many Sindhi to kneel on the side of the road and kowtow. Wang Chong also found this somewhat unbearable and ordered his subordinates to distribute some food. After 3 days of traveling across more than half of Sindhu, Wang Chong's group finally arrived at the most famous mountain range in all of Sindhu, the Hyderabad mountain range. This is where the Wuzi steel weapons are made. Good. How steep? The sight of the undulating Hyderabad mountain range made them feel that it was not just tall and majestic, but abnormally steep. This pitch-black and sturdy mountain range was covered in jagged rocks as sharp as swords. It felt as if the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss, their bones crushed and their heart pierced by 10,000 swords. I really can't believe that the Sindhi are mining in such a mountain range. It's difficult to even walk here, much less ride a horse. Li Sai couldn't help but mutter to himself as he gazed at the massive mountain range before him. His eyes were also filled with shock. The first time he saw Hyderabad, it truly lived up to its reputation. Even the Wushan cavalry couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when they saw this mountain range. It gave off a feeling that it would be difficult to cross. Wang Chong said nothing. Seeing all of this from the rear, he had the same thought. But for some reason, the Hyderabad mountain range gave him a unique feeling. But before he could think about it, he heard a loud shout. "They're here! It's Ablanadin and Arloja!" Taken aback, Wang Chong raised his head and saw two familiar figures leading a group of black-robed Sindhi monks on the jagged rocks. They were swiftly making their way down the Hyderabad mountain. Taking a closer look, the two leading the group were Ablanadin and Arloja, who had a close relationship with Wang Chong. The terrain of the mountain was extremely complicated, and sharp rocks were everywhere. But Ablanadin and Arloja led the group of monks on the sharp rocks and swiftly made their way down the mountain. Marquis, seeing Wang Chong and Li Sai's group from afar, Ablanadin and Arloja shouted in excitement and hastened their pace. "Ha, masters, long time no see." Wang Chong urged his horse forward to meet the pair. Wang Chong and Arloja had been old friends for a very long time. After more than a year, Ablanadin and Arloja had grown thinner, but they seemed more spirited. On their chests, Wang Chong could see two small mountain emblems. It was apparent that they had been promoted. "Marquis, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. When we heard that you were fighting with the Arabs at Talas, we were extremely worried. But Ablanadin and I both believed that Marquis was blessed by the heavens and would definitely win." Arloja said, Chapter 12:17. Speaking of which, I must thank the two masters for delivering the Hyderabad ores in time. Wang Chong chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio swiftly ascended the Hyderabad mountain range. The terrain of the mountain was rugged, so Wang Chong left the majority of the Wushan cavalry at the foot of the mountain. Then he led Li Sai and the other experts to the summit of the Hyderabad mountain range. At the top of the mountain, thick smoke could be seen. Crude houses could be seen everywhere, and tens of thousands of Sindhis were working hard on the mountain. They held all kinds of crude tools and were hammering away at the rocks on the surface of the mountain, bit by bit. Even further away, Wang Chong saw several massive machines. Like behemoths, they were drilling and excavating at the center of the Hyderabad mountain range. This was the first time Wang Chong had come to the Hyderabad mountain range, and he had personally witnessed the excavation process of the world's most precious ores. Everything was shocking. However, when he saw the crude tools used by the miners, Wang Chong indiscernibly frowned, but he didn't say anything. "Marquis, it is rare for you to grace us with your presence. Is there anything that Ablanadin and I can help you with? As long as it is within our means, Marquis, feel free to instruct us." Arloja was dressed in a black monk's robe, and he said respectfully, Is the high priest here? I wish to discuss the matter regarding the Hyderabad ores with the high priest. There are also some other matters that I wish to consult the high priest on. Wang Chong said. He. Ablanadin and Arloja glanced at each other and smiled, as though expecting Wang Chong to ask such a question. Marquis, please follow me. The high priest is already waiting for you. Following behind Ablanadin and Arloja, Wang Chong, Li Sai, and the rest quickly headed into the depths of the Hyderabad mine. In the depths of the Hyderabad mountains, Wang Chong finally met the legendary Sin High Priest. It was an old, simple temple made of iron and steel. The temple was located at the bottom of a collapsed mine in the middle of the mountain range. It looked very simple. There were no decorations on the iron pillars of the temple. Only the rust told the story of the wind and rain the temple had experienced. High Priest, I've brought him here. Within the temple, Ablanadin and Arloja stood side by side, bowing respectfully towards a figure above the temple. Wang Chong looked up and saw a black-robed monk sitting on a square chair above the temple like a statue. His eyes were closed, and he sat there motionlessly. Even at such a close distance, Wang Chong couldn't sense any signs of life from him. It was as if he was a lifeless husk sitting there. Given Wang Chong's current level of cultivation, this was simply unbelievable. The high priest has already cultivated the secret ascetic art to the highest level. If the high priest is willing, he can even go 3 or 4 years without eating or drinking. As if knowing what Wang Chong was thinking, Ablanadin and Arloja spoke up. What? Before Wang Chong could say anything, Li Sai, the king of Gonka, and the others around him all revealed looks of extreme shock. A person who doesn't eat or drink for 3 to 5 days will be in mortal danger. A martial artist who can last 10 days is already an incredible feat. How could someone go 3 or 4 years without eating or moving? Not even an imperial great general can do this. This is unbelievable. How could a human go so long without eating or drinking? Life had its limits. Just like how humans found it very difficult to escape the pull of the earth, living beings could not go without eating or drinking. 3 or 4 years had far surpassed their imaginations. There's no need to make such a fuss. There are countless secret arts in the world, and Sindhu's ascetic art is completely different from the stellar energy we cultivate. It is a tempering of the will and the body, and during ascetic practice it can weaken the body's functions to the minimum. Some of the most formidable ascetic masters can be buried alive for 3 or 4 years, and then dig them out. All of this is real. Wang Chong suddenly spoke. He had a far greater understanding of Sindhu's secret arts than anyone else. Although the high priest's abilities were astonishing, it was not impossible. I didn't think that the young Marquis would have such an understanding of us, Cindy. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Wang Chong had never heard such a voice before. It was so complex that it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, old or young. For a moment, one would even wonder if they had really heard this voice, or if they had just spoken. High Priest. Unexpectedly, Ablanadin and Arloja, who were at the side, suddenly moved. They bowed down together and remained motionless. In the main hall, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked up at the high priest at the top. The high priestess, who had been sitting there motionlessly like a clay statue, suddenly began to tremble. Kacha, kacha! Under the gazes of countless people, large chunks of dirt fell from the high priestess's face and fell to the ground. At almost the same time, Wang Chong sensed that the statue-like high priest had sprouted like bamboo after the rain, suddenly come to life. An enormous life energy erupted from his body like a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, the high priest's eyelids trembled and flew open. Lord Priest, we finally meet. Wang Chong faintly smiled and gave a curtsy. This was not the first time Wang Chong had interacted with the Sindhi high priest. All transactions related to the Hyderabad or required the high priest's approval. But this was the first time they had truly met. Ha ha, young Marquis. You've come for the Hyderabad, all right? The high priest chuckled as he slowly stood up from his seat. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Only Wang Chong remained indifferent, as if he had expected all this. The Arabs have already been defeated. More than 1 million soldiers have been killed, and they won't be able to mount a counterattack for a very long time. All the important routes to the east and west are under my control. If you could have said that you were threatened by the Arabs in the past, then now, Lord Priest, there is no need to worry, yes? Wang Chong faintly smiled. The Hyderabad was of utmost importance. With each additional woozy steel sword, the strength of the Tang dynasty would increase. In this aspect, Wang Chong would haggle over the smallest details and not yield. Wang Chong had come this time to discuss the Arab quota. The high priest smiled faintly, but a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. Young Marquis should know that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. If all the Hyderabad is sold to the Tang dynasty, it might not necessarily be a good thing for Sinu. Li Sai, the king of Gonka, and the others paled at these words. The members of the Tang dynasty at Wang Chong's side were especially taken aback. The Tang dynasty and Sina had an excellent partnership. Even when Talas was besieged by the Arabs, the Sindhi had sent the weapons that the Tang dynasty needed as quickly as possible to Chishi, making an enormous contribution to the Tang dynasty's subsequent victories. But no one had expected that the Sindhi would be so unwilling to cooperate now that the war was over. Lord Priest. At this moment, even Ablanadin and Arloja couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. It was clear that not even they had expected this answer. Wang Chong's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand, indicating that Ablanadin and Arloja should calm down. The high priest's words are reasonable. We truly can't put all our eggs in one basket. But if I buy all the eggs, will the high priest still have anything to worry about? Wang Chong said. The young Marquis's words are reasonable, but the high priest's brow creased as he fell into deep thought. 1,500 taels. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he suddenly announced a number. Marquis. Ablanadin and Arloja were at first dazed by Wang Chong's words, but they quickly reacted, expressions of extreme shock on their faces. The number Wang Chong had announced was clearly the price of Hyderabad ore. Before the war, Wang Chong had already offered an astronomical price of 1,000 taels of gold. After the victory, no one had expected Wang Chong to be so direct. The price of a June of Hyderabad had risen by half, rising to 1,500 taels. When it came to Sindhu, Wang Chong's generosity were enough to make any wealthy merchant pale in comparison, leaving them in the dust. On the other hand, the king of Gonka, Li Sai, and the others remained unmoved, their expressions unchanged. Although they also felt that 1,500 taels was a little too much and could be bought at an even lower price, none of them doubted Wang Chong's decision. No matter how absurd Wang Chong's decision seemed, in the end, Wang Chong would prove that he was correct. The results of the past had proven this point countless times. Wang Chong's expression was calm and composed as he stared at the high priest. To Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty, money was the least important thing. The reparations from the Arabs amounted to 1 billion taels of gold, enough for Wang Chong to do anything he wanted. Moreover, when danger approached, gold and silver would become worthless. What was truly important were strategic resources. For example, the Hyderabad that could alter the course of this calamity. No amount of wealth could compare to this. The high priest's brow creased. He seemed very surprised by Wang Chong's generosity, but that was all. The high priest remained unmoved. 1,600 taels. Wang Chong continued. The high priest remained unmoved. 1,700 taels. Wang Chong continued to raise the price. However, the high priestess did not seem to hear anything and remained unmoved. In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Faintly smiling, he extended 2 fingers. 200 dan of grain. Chapter 1218. 500 Dan. In addition, I also need your hybrid rice from Jiaoji. The 500 Dan of grain was secondary, but the high priest's final words caused Wang Chong to reveal a look of shock. Hybrid rice was Wang Chong's secret project in Jiaoji, and it was also the most important part of Wang Chong's overall plan. Wang Chong had kept this information under tight wraps, and not even some of the important officials of the court knew of it. Wang Chong had never imagined that the Sindhi high priest would know of the existence of hybrid rice. Impossible. Without much thought, Wang Chong immediately rejected the Sindhi high priest's request. Other than the Tang dynasty, hybrid rice will never be allowed to enter any other country. Whether one was selfish or heartless, to Wang Chong, hybrid rice was an untouchable benefit. Before the Tang dynasty could enjoy this benefit, no other country could enjoy it first. Not only that, Sindhu was adjacent to Arabia. Once the hybrid rice entered Sindhu, it would be entering Arabia. The Arabian Empire could even enslave all the Sindhi and have them grow hybrid rice. The moment they discovered this potential profit, the Arabs would do so without hesitation. Wang Chong could not tolerate this sort of act of aiding the enemy. Buzz. Wang Chong's words immediately plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Ablonadin and Arloja also had awkward expressions. Wang Chong was truly extremely kind to Sindhu. At the very least, Sindhu had never received such treatment from the Arabs. The price of a June of Hyderabad had risen from 300 taels to 1,700 taels. This was all because of Wang Chong. Anyone else would have never done such a thing. In their hearts, Wang Chong was a true friend, but the high priest's actions made it seem like he was using this opportunity to blackmail him, which was rather shameful. Haha, it's fine if you don't agree. To their surprise, the high priest faintly smiled, not bothering about this matter. However, I hope that the young Marquis can provide us with an additional 5 million Dan of grain. In the last sentence, the high priestess revealed her true motive. From the beginning to the end, the high priest had never thought of getting the hybrid rice from Wang Chong. Such an important thing involved the entire Tang dynasty. It was impossible to give it to an outsider so easily. From the beginning to the end, the high priest only had one goal, and that was food. Sure, Wang Chong said straightforwardly without the slightest hesitation. From the very start, Wang Chong knew that the high priest's ambition did not lie in this. Instead, it lay in the food that could nourish all of Sindhu. From the moment he had crossed from Khorasan to the moment he entered the mines of Hyderabad in Sindhu, Wang Chong had seen far too many starving corpses. The poverty, backwardness, and famine of Sindhu were far worse than what Wang Chong knew. Compared to the rations that Sindhu needed, gold and silver seemed insignificant. However, I can't give you the hybrid rice. However, if the high priest only wishes to help the Sindhi survive, perhaps I can help by bringing a certain number of Sindhis into the territory of the Tang dynasty. Although it's not enough to make us rich and powerful, we definitely won't starve to death. Wang Chong said after a moment of silence. At that moment, the high priest was finally moved. Young Marquis, thank you. The Tang dynasty was famous for its affluence. No one knew better than the high priest that if he could get the help of Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty, it would be something that no amount of gold or silver could replace. Just this alone would save countless lives in Sindhu every year. I thank you on behalf of all the Sindhis. Ablonadin, Arloja, I'll leave the matter of the ore to you. Starting from now, we will sever our business with Carrick's Spazinu, Abbasid Caliphate, and all the other countries. All the ore will be supplied to the Tang dynasty. In addition, each June of Hyderabad won't cost 1,700 taels of gold. Let's do as Marquis said, 1,500 taels of gold per June. Buzz! Hearing the high priest's words, the crowd behind Wang Chong grew excited. Their goal in this trip had been the Hyderabad ore. Now that the Sindh high priest had cut off all supplies and focused on mining for the Tang dynasty, this was much better than they had expected. Many thanks, High Priest. A smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. After a pause, Wang Chong suddenly took out a folded piece of paper. In addition, Wang Chong has another matter that he would like to consult the High Priest on. The matter of the Hyderabad had been resolved, and with the High Priest's words, the matter was set in stone. But to Wang Chong, there was another matter that was even more important than the Hyderabad ore. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong unfurled the folded paper and revealed its contents. Buzz! Upon seeing that mysterious black eye on the paper, the composed Sinna High Priest suddenly trembled and took several steps back, his face paling. How do you know of this thing? The High Priest's eyes were brimming with shock. So the High Priest also recognizes this. Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward, his expression turning grave. Bahram was correct. The Sinna High Priest truly did know many secrets. You still haven't told me where you learned of this mark. The High Priest raised his head and gravely looked at Wang Chong, his face devoid of its previous composure and ease. Without hesitation, Wang Chong immediately explained the matter of the Elam dynasty and the Book of Paimon. So the High Priest truly does know some of the Elam dynasty's secrets. Wang Chong asked, You overestimate me. The Sinna High Priest bitterly smiled, but he quickly understood. Bahram is correct, but there is one thing. I am not the person who can answer your question. Ah! Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Young Marquis, have you not realized? I'm not a person who has lived for 200 years. The High Priest bitterly smiled. Wang Chong's brows began to rise as he felt an indescribable sensation. At this moment, countless thoughts flew through his mind. He seemed to understand something, but he also seemed to understand nothing. The High Priest that Bahram spoke of isn't me. There is only one true High Priest. In Sinu, although I am also called the High Priest, everyone understands that I am only a substitute High Priest. I can't answer your question. I can't even tell him about your request. The High Priest said. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other, and Wang Chong's heart chilled. He finally understood why Bahram had felt that something was off when he mentioned the Sinna High Priest. As it turned out, the Sinna High Priest he knew and the one Bahram spoke of were completely different people. There was actually another High Priest in Sinu, and Wang Chong had never heard of him, whether in his last life or now. The clear situation suddenly became shrouded in fog. If not even the Sinu High Priest could contact that person, he was likely to return empty-handed. He had believed that he would be able to find some information about the calamity, but it now appeared that his hopes had all come to naught. Do none of you know his true location? Wang Chong unwillingly said. It's useless. We can't even contact Venerable him. Only he can contact us. Each time, the substitute High Priest is chosen by Venerable him, and after that, there has been no news from him. The High Priest's ascetic cultivation has probably surpassed all records and our imaginations. Unless Venerable him wants to see you, there's nothing anyone can do, the High Priest sternly said. The High Priest grimaced at these words, and even Wang Chong raised his eyebrows. If even someone of the High Priest status was unable to find him, didn't that mean that there was no hope for him to find him? But although none of us know where Venerable him is, there is one thing that we can be sure of. He practices ascetic cultivation in the Hyderabad mountains. However, although none of us know where the High Priest is, there is one thing that we can be sure of. The place where he practices asceticism must be in the Hyderabad mountain range. If Marquis stays here long enough, he might be summoned by him. It's not impossible. Just as Wang Chong found it hard to conceal the shock in his eyes, the High Priest suddenly spoke. Thank you, Priestess. Wang Chong bowed slightly. The true Sindhu High Priest's movements were mysterious and unfathomable. Although Wang Chong was disappointed, he could only accept this. Just as the High Priest had said, he could only try his luck. Our Loja, Ablonidin, it's rare for the young Marquis to come to our Sindhu. You are old friends with the young Marquis, so help me take good care of them." After chatting for a while in the hall, the high priest suddenly said to Arloja and Ablanov beside him, "Yes." Arloja and Ablonidin bowed, knowing that the high priest was about to rest. No matter who the guest was, the high priest rarely received them for long. For him to receive Wang Chong for so long was already unprecedented. "Then Wang Chong will take his leave." Wang Chong bowed, turned, and left with Arloja and Ablonidin. But as he turned, his gaze inadvertently passed over the high priest's right eye, and Wang Chong's heart thumped. His lips moved, but he said nothing and quickly walked out. Venerables, the high priest's right eye, once they were out of the hall, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but ask, "Marquis has already noticed." Both of them were slightly shaken. Arloja, who was by their side, even sighed softly and sighed with emotion. The high priest's right eye truly is blind. That eye is fake. The two sighed as they spoke of the past. Oh, how could it be like this? Wang Chong frowned. It's a long story, but it happened 10-some years ago. At the time, a group of people invaded the mine. They were masked and dressed in black, and their attacks were extremely vicious. The high priest did his best to resist, but in the end he was still blinded in one eye. For the Hyderabad, or? Wang Chong said in surprise. "I don't know." Chapter 12:19. That matter was very strange. These men in black had never appeared before, and when we investigated the matter, we discovered that the Hyderabad wasn't damaged at all. Moreover, although quite a few of those people died, when they retreated, they took away all the corpses, leaving not a single one behind. Even now, we still haven't been able to determine their origins. Oh, Wang Chong's brow creased, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. He vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't quite grasp it. After leaving the center of the mine, Ablonidin and Arloja brought Wang Chong to a simple house. It was made of black metal, had a muddy floor, and had a blackened bed. The air was suffused with a foul stench. "Marquis, the mine is simple and crude, and there isn't much to look at. I'll have to trouble you to stay here for a few nights," Ablonidin and Arloja apologetically said. The environment and conditions of Sindhu were harsh, and the majority of the monks in the mountains practiced ascetic practices. To them, a small house like this was probably an extravagant luxury. "It's fine. I'll clean it up myself." Once Ablonidin and Arloja had left, Wang Chong gestured behind him. Clang! There was a clattering of metal as several well-trained and well-coordinated guards knocked open the chests, took out steel plates, and inserted them into the mountain, where they quickly began to piece together. One piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. In just a short while, a simple and crude house prototype rapidly appeared on the peak of the Hyderabad mountain range. All kinds of parts and screws were quickly connected. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a clean and tidy steel room immediately appeared on the peak of the mountain. After laying a layer of steel on the ground, a quiet and tidy room appeared. Zhang Shouji had made ample preparations before setting off, and he had prepared these special house models for Wang Chong. Although he wouldn't be able to see the true Sindhi high priest reaching an agreement with the Sindhu and obtaining all the rights to the Hyderabad was an enormous victory, Wang Chong handed Xue Qianjun and Zhang Shouji over to discuss this matter with Ablonidin and Arloja. In the evening, Zhang Shouji and Xue Qianjun finally returned from the depths of the mine. "How is it?" An oil lamp was lit in the room. Wang Chong sat in the room and asked, "I've already investigated during the day. The Sindhi's efficiency is truly too low. Based on their current situation, their output probably wouldn't change much in 5 to 10 years. If we continue with their current mining method, we might not be able to find what we want even after a very long time." Zhang Shouji sighed. The negotiation was only a part of it. For Zhang Shouji, what he was most concerned about was the equipment. The tools of the Sindhi are simply too primitive. They rely entirely on manpower to excavate. This must be changed. I've already modified the mining tools based on the terrain and the conditions of the Sindhi. I've already drawn up the blueprints and will send them back to Khorasan tomorrow. As long as these tools can be manufactured, the Sindhi's mining efficiency will increase by at least 3 times. Wang Chong nodded. Nothing in the world was impossible to those who set their minds to it. As long as the method was appropriate, the output of Hyderabad would definitely increase. This was also the primary reason he had called Zhang Shoji over. How did the negotiations for the Hyderabad go? Based on Marquis's intentions, we offered 100 million taels of gold to buy out the mining rights to Hyderabad for the next 10 years. This enormous sum should be enough to resolve the Sindhi famine problem. Wang Chong nodded. With the mining rights to the Hyderabad mountains for 10 years, he could devote all his energy to excavating Hyderabad and make preparations for that calamity. As for the Sindhi, they would ultimately realize that they had made the correct decision. The profits they would obtain from this transaction would far surpass their expectations. Wang Chong asked many more questions. Once everything was over, Xue Qianjun and Zhang Shoji quickly left, and the Hyderabad mountains fell silent. In the end, the Sindhi miners also went to sleep. Time slowly passed, and for 3 or 4 days, Wang Chong searched the Hyderabad mountains. Wang Chong gradually came to understand the treasures of Sinu, but the true Sindhi high priest remained elusive. Wang Chong had searched the entire mountain, but he had not found the slightest trace of the high priest. Am I really not fated to see him? Wang Chong stood on a large boulder, gazing at the winding beasts of the Hyderabad mountains. He was rather unwilling to give up. Although he knew that finding the Sindhi high priest would be extremely difficult, how could he be willing to just return home like this? At some point, night had fallen, and a black fog had begun to rise from the mountains. This was a phenomenon unique to the Hyderabad mountains, and it seemed to be related to the ore at the base of the mountains. Wang Chong found it hard to dispel his vexation, so he decided to leap down the massive Hyderabad mountains and head for the base of the mountains. The base of the mountains was quiet, and after some time, Wang Chong felt a strange sensation in his mind. Wang Chong's brow rose as he turned his head to look at the nearby ground. Gigi! That creature seemed to have no intention of concealing itself, excitedly shrieking as it dug its way out of the ground. A centipede monster suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chong, its 2 savage eyes bright as snow. Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile at the sight of this centipede monster. This was Mazel's pet, to be more precise, Wang Chong's pet. After Mazel's death, this centipede monster had been following Wang Chong. From Wang Chong's journey from Khorasan to the Hyderabad mountains, this centipede monster had followed him underground. Little thing. Wang Chong smiled, his expression much gentler. Whoosh! Wang Chong suddenly leaped onto the head of the centipede monster. Let's go. Let's go for a stroll. An idea suddenly emerged in Wang Chong's mind, and a moment later, the centipede monster plunged into the ground and began to lead Wang Chong deeper underground. Perhaps because Wang Chong rarely sat on it, the centipede monster was clearly very excited. It squeaked and squeaked as it burrowed through the ground, moving quickly and fiercely. Although the surface of the Hyderabad mountains was extremely tough, the ground beneath them was extremely soft. Perhaps I can use this chance to go underground and take a look. With a thought, Wang Chong suddenly changed directions and had the centipede monster dive into the depths of the Hyderabad mountains. The underground region of this mountain range is very large. The centipede monster that Wang Chong had controlled had only dived for a few dozen meters before it immediately encountered a layer of hard underground rock. The surface of the Hyderabad mountains was already very large, but the part beneath the surface was even larger. Wang Chong kept moving along the edge of the mountains, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, until he was more than 800 meters underground. He still could not see the end of the underground region of the mountains. This made Wang Chong feel like he was diving deep into the sea and exploring the continental shelf. In addition, this depth was already very dangerous. The air here was very thin, and it was almost impossible to breathe. Only Wang Chong was affected, but it was not that serious. This was because Wang Chong had discovered that there was an ancient magic array on the body of the centipede monster, which could seal a part of the air inside. Although there wasn't much air in this area, Wang Chong's cultivation level was enough for him to last a very long time. 800 meters, 900 meters, he was getting farther and farther away from the surface. At this distance, even with the magic array on the centipede monster's body, he would not be able to last very long. Buzz! There was no light here, and his eyes could not see anything. Wang Chong spread out his psychic energy to cover the entire underground region. In a flash, Wang Chong had a complete understanding of the entire underground region. It seems like I really won't be able to find him. In the pitch-black darkness, Wang Chong could only sense the craggy rocks and thick earth. But the true Sin the High Priest was nowhere to be seen. Wang Chong was not randomly strolling around. He was searching for the Sin the High Priest. In the next few days, Wang Chong had pretty much explored the entire Hyderabad mountains of Sindhu, but he had found nothing. All that's left is the underground of the Hyderabad mountains. But Wang Chong was still disappointed. After searching for so long, he had still come up empty-handed. It seemed like he would have to let the high priest slip by. Buzz! Just when Wang Chong was prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed something strange. What's that? With a jolt, Wang Chong turned his head to look in another direction. More than 1,000 meters below the surface, Wang Chong suddenly sensed the ripples of a tide of energy. This energy was extremely far from Wang Chong, but from the ripples it produced, he could tell that it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Just the tiniest bit of it was already terrifying. What's going on here? With a thought, Wang Chong began to head in the direction of the ripples of energy. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters. In just a few moments, Wang Chong sensed that the ripples of energy were increasing exponentially. And when Wang Chong was more than 1,500 meters below the surface, this energy so vast that it could cause the entire world to pale in shock suddenly appeared in his perception. Even an imperial great general seemed insignificant in the face of this enormous energy. All of this energy came from the depths of the earth, thousands of meters away. Chapter 1220. What a powerful energy! To think that the Hyderabad mountains would be hiding such a terrifying energy. This is simply inconceivable. Wang Chong was stunned by the ripples of energy coming from the ground. These spatial ripples made him think back to when Kateba had cut open space with his sword. He sensed that this energy was connected to another mysterious space-time, and the energy he felt before him was probably only a tiny portion of the energy that leaked out from that world. At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, many thoughts flitting through it. Wang Chong suddenly recalled some distant memories. When that calamity erupted, if he remembered correctly, the otherworldly invaders had crossed over from 3 different places. One of them, Wang Chong clearly remembered, was near Sindhu and not far from the Hyderabad mountains. But it had been too long, and Wang Chong had never been to Sindhu before, so there were many things that he could not confirm, making it impossible for him to deduce. If that legend was true, could it be that the spatial door was not somewhere else, but in the Hyderabad mountains? But why would this energy appear beneath the Hyderabad mountains, and what connection did it have with the otherworldly invaders? Wang Chong stood motionless in a daze. After some time, Wang Chong suddenly had the centipede monster fly toward a place where the energy was concentrated. Wang Chong could sense that this energy was the closest to him. Stop! Without any warning, an elderly and deep voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind, imbued with extreme solemnity and warning. Wang Chong was greatly surprised by this voice. Who is it? This place was more than 1,500 meters below the surface, and the surroundings were pitch black and devoid of air. It was simply impossible for anyone to reach this place. Hurry and stop. Young man, that's not a place you should touch. The voice continued, sounding extremely solemn. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong sent out a vast wave of psychic energy that spread to every corner of his surroundings. But even with his supreme psychic energy abilities, Wang Chong had not discovered anything. This was simply unbelievable. High Priest! Wang Chong blurted out. No one could surpass Wang Chong in the field of psychic energy, and now this person had projected himself into his mind without Wang Chong noticing. In all of Sinlu, Wang Chong could only think of one high priest. Other than him, there was no one else who could do this. When the words high priest left his mouth, there was a moment of silence in the underground world. But very quickly the voice sounded again. Young man, hurry and leave that place. That place is not for anyone to touch. After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong glanced in the direction of that tide of energy and immediately began to ascend. Although this person had never stated his identity, Wang Chong's previous silence was enough to tell the truth. High Priest, this junior is the young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, Wang Chong. I request an audience. Several dozen zhang from the bottom of the Hyderabad mountain range. Wang Chong suddenly stopped. Using his mind energy, a thought swept out in all directions like a wave, attempting to send the news out in this way. Although he had failed to find the high priest's true body, Wang Chong had not come up empty-handed. After analyzing the situation, Wang Chong had a rough idea of where the high priest was, but he still had not been able to pinpoint his exact location. Wang Chong stood motionless as he waited for the high priest's answer. His surroundings were quiet and all was darkness. Everything was unknown in this underground region. Wang Chong quietly stood there, awaiting the high priest's answer. There were no ripples in the surroundings. The entire world seemed to have stopped. It seemed like only a moment, but also like countless moments. Finally, Wang Chong heard a long sigh. The voice from before spoke once more. This long sigh was suffused with boundless meaning. Wang Chong had never sensed such complex emotions from a person's sigh. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like he was looking at a person's entire life. Come, I know you've been looking for me. The voice disappeared immediately after it finished speaking. However, in just a moment, a faint candlelight suddenly appeared in Wang Chong's senses. The faint aura was not very strong, but it gave off a feeling that no matter how far away it was, this aura would not be weakened at all. Finally found it. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He immediately controlled the centipede monster and headed towards the faint aura. There's a crack in the rock to your right. Come in from there. Just a few zhang away from the bottom of the Hyderabad mountain range, the high priest's voice sounded again. Wang Chong looked carefully and indeed found a crack that was as wide as a person. Wang Chong took a deep breath and left the centipede monster's body. He quickly entered the crack in the rock. The crack looked narrow from the outside, but once he entered, it became much wider. It's a natural underground passageway. Wang Chong thought to himself. Like a leopard, he swiftly moved about in the cave. The walls of the cave were winding, but it was very wide. Wang Chong followed it and quickly climbed up. About 10 minutes later, Wang Chong had climbed 700 to 800 meters. Even Wang Chong was secretly surprised by the length and depth of the crack. Just as Wang Chong was wondering how deep the crack was, the high priest's voice suddenly sounded again. We're here. Come in. Wang Chong raised his head and finally saw a huge metal door in front of him. There was a luminous pearl embedded in the top of the metal door, emitting a faint light. Wang Chong was about to push the door open and enter when he suddenly saw a strange scratch on the metal door. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. These are words. Using the dim light of the luminous pearl above the metal door, Wang Chong carefully examined it and discovered that the words were different from any of the modern languages. These words looked extremely ancient. Congratulations, host. You have discovered ancient Harappa words from over 3,000 years ago. Host is rewarded with 100 points of destiny energy. At this moment, the stone of destiny's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Ancient Harappa! Hearing the voice in his mind, Wang Chong's body trembled, his heart filled with shock. He had never thought that this seemingly unremarkable iron door would be engraved with such ancient characters. Stone of Destiny. Attempt to use the riddle of destiny to translate the words on the metal door. Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he immediately spoke without hesitation. Request denied. Host's level is not high enough, and there is not enough information. Unable to translate. At almost the same time, the stone of destiny's voice rang out in his mind. Still not enough? Wang Chong sighed inwardly and could only give up. Bang! A moment later, Wang Chong pushed open the metal door and stepped inside. Wang Chong had imagined all sorts of scenarios in which he would meet with the Sindhi high priest, and he had also imagined what sort of scene lay behind this metal door. But he had never imagined that this would be a dead end. Behind the metal door was the same pitch-black and filthy cave wall, its surface uneven and craggy. Other than Wang Chong, there was nothing else in the room. There weren't even any furniture or chairs. It seemed like a trap. High priest! Wang Chong probed, but all was quiet, and the high priest's voice came to a sudden halt. Wang Chong called out several times and immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he had left the body of the centipede monster, he had taken in a full breath of air, but climbing up and opening his mouth several times had consumed most of the air in his lungs. Without enough air, not even an imperial great general like Wang Chong could survive 700 or 800 meters underground for long. Wang Chong's breathing slowly became ragged, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. Just when Wang Chong felt that something was wrong and was about to give up and turn to leave, a voice rang out in his ear. Endure a little longer. Wang Chong was still in a daze, not understanding what the Sindhi high priest was saying. In the next moment, the mountain rocks and powder above their heads rustled, and countless pieces of gravel and dust fell down. At this moment, the mountain began to tremble. A gust of air blew in from right above Wang Chong's head. Sensing this fresh air, Wang Chong immediately took in a deep breath, his mind reeling in shock. He was currently extremely deep into the ground. If not for the centipede monster, not even an imperial great general would have been able to get here. Yet the Sindhi high priest had been able to instantly guide the air through the cracks in the mountain. This was a terrifying ability. Many thanks. No matter how slow Wang Chong was, he could tell that this was the high priest's doing. If the high priest wanted him dead, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You shouldn't have come here. The cave was empty, but the high priest's voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Is the high priest referring to the energy underground or the matter I asked the substitute high priest about? Wang Chong calmly said, this place was covered in the tough rocks of Hyderabad. If the high priest was unwilling, he would find it very difficult to force him out. You shouldn't have come to either. The Sindhi high priest sighed, his voice ancient. You've read the Book of Paimon, so you should know that the more you know, the more dangerous it is for you. Wang Chong's face was calm, but his eyebrows rose. Just as he had guessed, nothing could escape the high priest's eyes, even though he was deep underground. There are some things that cannot be escaped. The sun will rise and the moon will set. This is inescapable. Rather than blindly running away, it was better to take the initiative to find out the truth. At the very least, he wouldn't panic when disaster approached. Chapter 1222. If the price was your life, would you still say this? The Sindhi high priest said, I've already cast aside life and death. Wang Chong indifferently said, his head slightly raised as he spoke, exuding a chilling aura. These words were a true reflection of Wang Chong's heart. If he cherished life, Wang Chong would not have used up all his wealth to lead several thousand warriors to battle with Nanzhao. If he cherished death, he would not have managed Chishi and struggled through the cracks. In the end, he had still led his army to participate in the Battle of Talas despite knowing how difficult it would be. To Wang Chong, the Black God Seal and the otherworldly invaders were more important than anything else. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of all this. So, High Priest, can you tell me what the seal is? Why was the Elam civilization destroyed? What's the deal with the destructive energy deep underground? Wang Chong solemnly said. As he spoke, he took out the paper with the black eye, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The High Priest's words revealed many secrets. Not only that, everything in this place was shrouded in mystery. Just the ancient Harappa characters on the metal door alone were not something an ordinary person could come into contact with. Wang Chong's intuition told him that if there was one person who could explain the truth behind all these secrets, it was this and the High Priest who had lived for centuries in the depths of the Hyderabad Mountains. Everything has a beginning, and everything has an end. There are some things that you can only seek out on your own. The answer you will obtain from me may not be what you want. The Sindhu High Priest's voice drifted through the cave. All was quiet, and the feeling in Wang Chong's heart intensified. No matter who the High Priest was, he definitely knew many, many things. Tell me, just who are they? Did they destroy the Elam dynasty? Why did they do this? Most importantly, are these people still alive? The last sentence was earth-shattering. The Elam dynasty's black-eyed god imprint was too similar to the one Wang Chong had seen in the post-apocalyptic era. Wang Chong had always guessed that if the Book of Paimon recorded them, then this was probably the only clue he had found regarding them. If he could find these people, he might be able to uncover the truth of the post-apocalyptic era. This was extremely important to Wang Chong. Buzz. As soon as Wang Chong's voice fell, the cave suddenly fell silent. The High Priest's aura also disappeared in an instant, and the atmosphere became extremely mysterious. I didn't expect you to even know this. The High Priest's first sentence shocked Wang Chong to the core. In an instant, his heart was in turmoil. Wang Chong's words had only been a guess, as the two marks separated by thousands of years were far too similar. But the Sindhu High Priest's words had made this guess a reality. You already know all the answers, so why bother asking? Why? Wang Chong calmly said, but his mind was truly shaken. I can't answer you. I can only tell you that everything has a reason. When you're looking for them, they are also looking for you. You also have something that they want. You can't get away from it. Soon, those people will also find you. The answers you want are all in your hands. You can only rely on yourself to find them. But you have to be careful. The Sindhu High Priest said. What? Wang Chong's expression flickered. He had never imagined that the High Priest would say such a thing. I have something they want on me. High Priest, just what are you talking about? Wang Chong sat up and stared at the Sindhu High Priest. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly felt that the situation had developed beyond his expectations. Wang Chong had come to the Hyderabad Mountains in search of the otherworldly invaders and the secret of the Eye of God mentioned in the Book of Paimon. But the High Priest had revealed a completely different answer to Wang Chong. Wang Chong had always believed that he was pursuing the Eye of God, but it now appeared that the Eye of God was also pursuing him. Had his pursuit of the secret of the Eye of God been exposed? So the Eye of God wanted to silence him. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Young man, if you want to retreat, there is still time. The High Priest's voice seemed to have a deeper meaning. No matter what, I will not retreat. Wang Chong shook his head. Everything had its risks. Wang Chong understood that the High Priest was warning him. If a faction that could destroy the Elam dynasty wanted to deal with him, he would be in equally great danger. But Wang Chong could not retreat, nor would he retreat. He had to investigate the matter of the apocalypse. There was a faint laugh in the air, and then there was no more sound. Wang Chong was well aware that since the High Priest had decided to keep the secret, he would not tell him. Then what's with that underground tide of energy? Wang Chong asked once more. There are some things that exist far beyond the history of humanity. That ball of energy has existed for tens of thousands of years. The Hyderabad mountains you see now, including the special or within, exist precisely because of it. Tens of thousands of years have subtly influenced it to produce such a unique thing, and you have already seen it for yourself. You can dig up the ore in the mountains as you please, but with your abilities you cannot approach the energy underground. Moreover, that ball of energy is very unstable and could explode at any moment. This is also why I have been standing guard here and stopping you. The high priest said, What? Hearing these words, Wang Chong almost stood up in shock. Hyderabad, or rather, Wuxi steel, was the most unique weapon in the world. Even meteoric iron could not compare to it. This was something that Wang Chong had always known. But he had never imagined that, according to the high priest, the reason for the existence of the Hyderabad mountains and even the unique veined Wuxi steel was entirely because of the destructive energy he had sensed underground. How is this possible? Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. If what the high priest said was true, then it was too shocking. Leave. After a long silence, the high priest's voice resounded in the cave once more. I've already made an exception and told you too many things. I've told you all that I can. As for the rest, even if you ask me, I won't answer. You can only rely on yourself to figure everything out. With these last words, the cave fell silent and not a single sound could be heard. High priest, Wang Chong called out twice, but there was no response from the cave. Wang Chong knew that this time the high priest would really not answer any more questions. After staying in the cave for a while, Wang Chong finally sighed, stood up and walked towards the door. Wait! Just as Wang Chong walked to the door, unexpectedly the space loosened, and a square iron box suddenly flew out from the darkness. Under the influence of an invisible force, it flew in front of Wang Chong. At first glance, this iron box looked simple and ordinary, but when Wang Chong stretched out his hand to catch it, a heavy force came from his hand, as if he was not holding a small box, but a heavy cauldron. Chi! The moment Wang Chong caught it, several sharp spikes suddenly extended from the bottom of the box and pierced through Wang Chong's fingers. The drops of blood were quickly absorbed into the box, and the top of the box suddenly began to shine with a hazy light. Then it rapidly grew lighter, as if it were nothing in his hand. This is... Wang Chong immediately stopped, a look of shock on his face. This item can help you, so you have to protect it well. This is also a gift for helping Sin. The high priestess' voice disappeared very quickly. This time it was really silent and there was no sound at all. After a few moments of silence, Wang Chong took the square box and walked out. But in a flash of light, a boundless starry sky suddenly appeared before his eyes. Alarmed, Wang Chong turned his head and realized that he was standing on the summit of the Hyderabad mine. The surroundings were quiet, other than Wang Chong. There were only the craggy rocks, shrouded in the darkness. Everything was like a dream, as if it was just an illusion. But a breeze ruffled his hair, and when he felt the texture of the metal box in his hand, Wang Chong immediately realized that this was no illusion. Wang Chong stood on the summit in a daze, not moving for a long time. After a few moments, Wang Chong finally waved his sleeve and flew back to his residence. Everything had returned to normal, and Wang Chong was well aware that it would be a very long time before he could see that mysterious high priest again. When Wang Chong returned to the metal palace he had built on the mountain, deep underground, across from the cave Wang Chong had stayed in, several plumes of dust suddenly fell to the ground. Something seemed to blink behind the dust, and then it slowly opened. It was a pair of human eyes. No one had ever seen such a pair of eyes. They were old and profound, imbued with the mark of time, as if all the secrets were hidden within them. Is all of this fate? I didn't think that after so many twists and turns, the child of destiny would actually come to Sinu. This is all I can help you with. The rest will depend on your own luck." The high priest murmured to himself. Very soon, he closed his eyes and all the sounds disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. A few moments later, Wang Chong returned to his room. The 2 candles were still quietly burning. The length of the candle clearly indicated that Wang Chong had only been gone for a few moments. After closing the door, Wang Chong muttered to himself for a few moments, and then he took out the square metal box. Chapter 1223. I only asked the high priest about the secret of the God's eye. Why did he give me a metal box? What is the meaning of this? In the candlelight, Wang Chong carefully examined the metal box in his hand. It was gray and lacked any luster. It looked like it was made of the simplest iron embryo. It did not arouse any interest at all. But soon, Wang Chong's attention was focused on a crystal the size of a pinky finger on top of the metal box. This was the only part of the metal box that could attract Wang Chong's attention. That misty brilliance was emitted from this crystal. What does the high priest mean by this? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He tried all kinds of methods, channeling Gang Qi from all directions, and kept probing, but there was no reaction. Wang Chong tried to probe it with his psychic energy, but the psychic energy entered from one side and immediately came out the other side like air, as if there was nothing in his hand. After dozens of attempts, there was still nothing. Wang Chong could only give up for now. Buzz! A moment later, just as Wang Chong was about to put the metal box aside, suddenly there was a sudden change. Without the slightest warning, the crystal on top of the metal box suddenly shone brightly, flashing and emitting a strong emerald green light. This is... Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he instantly became much more clear-headed. Wang Chong was bewildered. Just as he was surprised by the change in the metal box, suddenly, whoosh, a gust of air blew in. At first glance, Wang Chong did not feel anything, but the next moment, Wang Chong immediately smelled a faint smell in the air. No, something's wrong. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately covered his mouth and nose. From this gust of air, Wang Chong felt a strange smell. This was definitely not a normal change in airflow. In the blink of an eye, another gust of air blew in. This time, Wang Chong clearly saw some tiny green particles. Poison! No matter how slow Wang Chong's reaction was, he still understood. Wang! A gust of stellar energy burst out of his body and quickly enveloped Wang Chong. Candlelight flickered in the room, and at the same time, the crystal on the metal box in Wang Chong's hand flickered with an intense light. In just a short period of time, more and more green mist poured into the room, and it was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short period of time, the green mist had seeped in through all the cracks in the steel palace. In an instant, the room had turned into a sea of green mist. "Do it!" A hoarse voice came from outside the room. The next moment, the iron door opened with a bang, and a figure with a black iron mask on his face pounced in like lightning. He turned in midair and immediately pounced towards Wang Chong. Humph! Wang Chong coldly snorted and instantly extinguished the candle on the table. At the same time, he flipped his palm and pounced toward the man in black. Pum! The two palms collided, and a powerful suction immediately erupted from Wang Chong's body. The energy of the masked man in black instantly surged, like a river, into Wang Chong's body. Not good. He wasn't poisoned at all. The eyes of the masked man in black were filled with shock. Quick, do it! There was a flash of light, and the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard. Just as Wang Chong was controlling the hands of the masked man in black, there was a flash of cold light. Two other masked men with swords in their hands flew towards Wang Chong's left and right like phantoms. Wang Chong smiled casually. Gotcha! With a single palm, he threw the masked man in black away. He crashed into the steel wall behind him like a cannonball, and the powerful force directly smashed him into the wall. At the same time, Wang Chong's stellar energy was as tough as steel. The two sword-wielding masked men in black were unable to advance a single inch. Boom! Wang Chang's stellar energy exploded, and a moment later, the two men in black were sent flying like rag dolls with their strings cut, their eyes filled with shock. These people were definitely top-class assassins, but given Wang Chang's current level of cultivation, only an expert of the great general level would be able to threaten him. But things were far from over. As the two men were sent flying, Wang Chang's heart thumped, and he suddenly raised his head. Rumble! Without any warning, the entire ceiling and roof of Wang Chang's steel palace were flung into the air by some invisible energy. Soon after, a shadow flew in, and a powerful aura that was as vast as the sea swooped down. Boom! Wang Chang's eyes chilled, and with a flip of his palm, he fiercely collided with the two palms of the descending figure. A fierce gale swept through the surroundings, and at the same time, a thick stream of violet-black flames shot toward Wang Chang. The flames sizzled as they burned the stellar energy. Like the roots of a tree, these tiny flames followed Wang Chang's stellar energy and began to coil around Wang Chang's body. Black smoke immediately began to rise from Wang Chang's body. But before these flames could coil around his body, another stellar energy, as fierce as the sun, exploded from Wang Chang's body and sent the black figure flying. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the man rolled backwards and immediately landed on the southwest corner of the wall. His whole body was like a spear stuck there, stable and motionless. "It's you." Wang Chang's pupils constricted, his eyes turning sharp. The familiar black robes, the familiar energy. These people were identical to the ones who had driven Lu Wu to the Wang clan. One was in the Central Plains, and one was in the distant Sinu. Wang Chang had never imagined that these people would chase him all the way to Sinu. Buzz! Wang Chang's eyes chilled, and just when he was about to pursue, there was a flash of light. From the other, 3 corners of the room, 3 figures appeared. The exact same figures, the exact same energy, making it impossible to tell which one was which. Moreover, all 4 of them exuded the same powerful energy. "Wang Chang, you really shouldn't have come here." At this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out in the night sky. The voice was erratic, making it impossible to tell which of the 4 people had spoken. "You managed to escape last time, but you might not be able to this time." Another voice spoke up again. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 of them attacked together. Boom! In a flash of light, the 4 of them used the exact same technique, unleashing a torrent of surging stellar energy. The energy exuded by these 4 black-clothed assassins was suffocating. The attacks of the 4 were fast, but Wang Chang's counterattack was even faster. Boom! In a flash of light, the sun and moon appeared at the same time, the blazing sun rapidly expanding and engulfing Wang Chang in its radiance. The stellar energy of the 4 collided with Wang Chang's sun, but not only were they unable to advance, they began to twist, spin, and then vanish into nothingness. In the Battle of Talas, when he and his master, the evil emperor, had used the highest level of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to kill Kateba, Wang Chang's understanding of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art had greatly increased. Wang Chang could now use both Yin and Yang at will, reaching a level where he could move them as freely as his own arm. But before the first wave had even subsided, the moment Wang Chang had vanquished it, there was a flash of fire, and the strange black and violet flames began to pour out like a river, engulfing Wang Chang from all sides. In a flash, Wang Chang's stellar energy began to burn and sizzle as it corroded Wang Chang's body. The black and violet flames once more began to spread uncontrollably through Wang Chang's body. Wang Chang's stellar energy was of no use against them. With the 4 of them working together, it took only a few moments for Wang Chang's stellar energy to be reduced by 1/20th. Great shattering art. Just when the 4 streams of violet energy were about to enter Wang Chang's meridians, Wang Chang immediately exploded with destructive energy. A terrifying energy darker than the darkness, so dark that not even light could penetrate it, exploded from Wang Chang's body. Boom! This destructive energy immediately sent the four of them flying, and the black and violet flames that had invaded Wang Chang's body came to a screeching halt. It's this flame again! Wang Chang's eyes turned cold. This energy gave him a very similar feeling to the strength of Lu Wu, but it was even more tyrannical. Humph! This isn't the strength of Lu Wu that you encountered back then. This is a flame specifically designed to suppress you. No matter how strong you are, even if you've broken into the great general level, you still won't be able to stop it. The leader of the black-clothed assassins spoke once more, but his voice was so erratic that it was impossible to guess who had spoken. As soon as they finished speaking, the four top-notch black-clothed assassins spread their fingers, and in an instant, for towering purplish-black flames shot out. This violet and black light painted the summit in a bewitching violet, giving off an extremely bizarre feeling. The strength of Lu Wu. This was a power even stronger than the strength of Lu Wu. This corrosive energy completely ignored the opponent's cultivation, and not even a great general could stop it. This was the special gift they had prepared for Wang Chong. Go! Without the slightest hesitation, the four of them moved, leaving after-images in their wake. The violet-black flames in their hands swelled to several dozen times their original size, drawing out the outline of countless craggy rocks in the darkness. Bang! The violet-black flames blotted out the heavens and earth, attacking Wang Chong from every angle. The four of them coordinated their attacks so well that they left no room for Wang Chong to retreat. The strength of Lu Wu was their strongest move. With this terrifying flame, they had already killed many powerful foes, including an imperial great general. Wang Chong would not be able to stop them. Chapter 1224. The Stellar Energy Piercer. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong instantly activated this powerful ability. The Stellar Energy Piercer is not a technique that only you people know. Wang Chong sneered, instantly shattering the assassin's heart. The purplish-black flames ignored stellar energy defenses, and this ability was similar to Wang Chong's Stellar Energy Piercer to a certain extent. These black-clothed assassins used the purplish-black flames to corrode Wang Chong's meridians, but for Wang Chong it was far less troublesome, and he killed one of the assassins with a single strike. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the three assassins behind him were completely dumbfounded. Wang Chong's attack was too fast, and the assassin fell even faster. This was completely different from what they had expected. Kill him! The three's eyes turned bloodshot, and they quickly lunged at Wang Chong. At the same time, there was a fierce shout, and the other two assassins wielding sharp swords became one with their swords. Like two bolts of lightning, they attacked Wang Chong together. Whoosh! And just above them, there was a flash of light, and someone seemed to be waving a bag. Immediately, a thick green mist, along with the wind, swept toward Wang Chong. You're courting death! A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes. Clang! Before the others could react, a golden light exploded out of thin air, instantly piercing through the layers of space and piercing through the assassin in black who was in the middle of applying poison. Puff, puff! The assassin's throat slid, and he instantly fell to the ground motionless. And almost at the same time there was a flash of light, and Wang Chong split into three. Three identical figures appeared at the top of the Hyderabad mountain range. Seeing this scene, the three assassins in black shuddered. Even with their cultivation, they were completely unable to distinguish whether the three Wang Chong were real or fake. Don't worry about it. Attack together! The three of them were startled for a moment before they attacked without hesitation. There was a flash of light, and a sizzling sound could be heard in the air. Three huge, purplish-black flames burst out in an instant. Each flame was expanding rapidly, expanding the area it covered to the limit. This way, no matter which Wang Chong was real, they would all be attacked. In the minds of the three of them, regardless of whether Wang Chong was real or an illusion. They would be able to quickly distinguish it. However, the development of the matter was completely different from what they had imagined. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was a shrill scream. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the three illusions of Wang Chong were destroyed at the same time. Behind one of the assassins, a slender figure suddenly appeared. 5 fingers were like iron pincers, clamping down on the assassin's neck and lifting him up from the ground. White Tiger. It's that kid. Everyone immediately recognized that the figure behind the assassin was none other than Wang Chong. Stellar energy surged around his body as he pushed the great yin-yang heaven creation art to its limits. Violet energy surged out of the assassin's body and into Wang Chong's. With the help of this violet energy, Wang Chong's energy swelled and a majestic vitality erupted from his body. Violet light also erupted from Wang Chong's body. Not good. This bastard is absorbing the Jew by energy. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed men turned pale with fright. The violet flames of the Jew by energy were so intense that not even great generals could resist them. But if Wang Chong was able to control this power, they would lose the ability to fight against Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong was powerful, he was not scary, and his illusion power was nothing to be afraid of. But if Wang Chong absorbed the Jew by energy and possessed the same violet-black flames as them, they would no longer have the power to fight against Wang Chong. This was the power of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Boom! The air rumbled as the men in black anxiously charged at Wang Chong. But it was too late. The black-clothed assassin that Wang Chong had restrained began to pour his violet-black energy into Wang Chong's body, fusing with the power of Lu Wu in Wang Chong's body. Aya! Aya! The assassin screamed as his flesh and energy surged into Wang Chong's body like a punctured balloon. The surrounding men in black had only taken a few steps before Wang Chong had sucked away all the Jew by energy in the assassin's body. What a powerful strength! Wang Chong stood where he was, and with a thump he tossed the corpse of the assassin to the ground. Wang Chong half closed his eyes as he silently sensed the new energy in his body. Although the great yin-yang heaven creation art had absorbed many kinds of energy, none of them had given Wang Chong such a domineering and fierce feeling. It seemed unstoppable and could incinerate all, but it was also brimming with life energy. Wang Chong had only been absorbing it for a few moments, but he could already sense that the cells in his body had been greatly strengthened. This tyrannical energy filled Wang Chong's mind, making Wang Chong feel like he had to spit it out. Rumble! In a flash of light, 2 violet-black flames brimming with destructive energy, 3 sharp swords and surging torrents of stellar energy rained down on Wang Chong's body, completely annihilating him. Is he dead? The surrounding black-clothed men were bewildered. They had thought that they would have to struggle for some time and had not expected to succeed so easily. But in the next moment, there was a boom as the violet-black flames scattered, revealing Wang Chong's figure. His body was brimming with stellar energy, and he had not been weakened in the slightest. In front of him, 2 divine swords floated in the air, several inches away from Wang Chong, completely unable to advance. At this moment, Wang Chong's expression was icy, his long hair flying in the wind. He was like a demon god in the darkness. Not good. Run. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. An intense sense of danger surged over them like a tide, causing their scalps to go numb. This feeling was suffocating. Buzz. The crowd madly fled. If they could not even deal with Wang Chong with the power of Jubai, then they had already lost all means to deal with Wang Chong. Do you think you can run? An icy voice suddenly resounded in their ears. The black-clothed men had reacted very quickly, and they had all fled in different directions, but they were still too slow. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash of cold light, several black-clothed men fell to the ground at almost the same time. 2 had been pierced by swords, 2 had been burned to ash by violet-black flames, and 2 had been turned into dried corpses by Wang Chong's great Yinyang heaven creation art. Wang Chong threw the dried corpses to the ground and turned his head to look at the last black-clothed man. The latter trembled, a trace of fear on his face, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered, "Don't bother. Don't bother. I won't tell you anything." As the man spoke, he clenched his teeth. In the blink of an eye, a thick black flame burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the man in black was burned to ashes. At this sight, Wang Chong relaxed his fingers, the chill in his eyes dispersing. Even though he had seen this many times before, Wang Chong was still helpless against the suicidal methods of these black-clothed men. Whenever these black-clothed men were captured, they would burn themselves to ash without hesitation, not giving Wang Chong the slightest chance. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Chong came back to his senses. At the same time, he could hear the sounds of fighting. Kail! Standing on the summit, one could see that the Hyderabad mountains were ablaze with flames and thick plumes of smoke. In the darkness, countless people had infiltrated the Hyderabad mountains and were carrying out assassinations. Just what are these people up to? As the wind howled in his ears, countless thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind. He simply couldn't understand why these men in black had appeared here. After harming so many people and chasing them all the way to Sindhu, they had slaughtered their way through. Was it all just to kill him? Rumble. Amidst his bewilderment, the world suddenly swayed. An enormous energy erupted like a volcano, erupting from the earth and shaking the entire Hyderabad mountains. Under the influence of this terrifying power, the entire Hyderabad mountain range and the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. "This is—" Wang Chong grimaced as he vaguely realized something. This direction was clearly coming from the underground high priest. In a flash, Wang Chong found it hard to maintain his composure. These black-clothed men had come too suddenly. Wang Chong had never imagined that even the Sindh high priest would be under their attack. And what was even more unbelievable was that the high priest's residence was extremely well hidden. The terrain of the mountain range was so complex that even Wang Chong had only been able to find the high priest by chance, and he had even been summoned by the high priest. Just how had these people found the high priest? And this energy, how could there be such a powerful existence? As Wang Chong was worrying, a scream came from the ground, and then the quaking of the mountain range ceased. The earth quickly regained its calm, and all was quiet once more. Wang Chong gave a long sigh of relief. That scream clearly didn't come from the high priest. It's clear that the high priest won in this intense contest. But as he relaxed, Wang Chong felt an indescribable feeling. I didn't think that the high priest would have such a powerful cultivation. From that attack just now, he could tell that the high priest's cultivation was far above that of a peak great general. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly calmed down and began to descend the mountain. There were still many men in black wreaking havoc. Even the Wushan cavalry Wang Chong had left at the base of the mountain were being attacked. Chapter 1225. Poof! 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 His sword shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the bodies of 2 black-clothed men, then 3, 4, 10, 20. When Wang Chong joined the battle, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, black-clothed assassins fell one after another. In just an hour, at least 100 black-clothed men had died at Wang Chong's hands. 2 hours later, all of the fighting was over. The entire Hyderabad mountain range was littered with the corpses of black-clothed men, and the majority of those who had died were the miners who had been slaughtered in the mines. Marquis, what should we do with these people? At the foot of the mountain, Li Sai's right foot was stepping on the back of a black-clothed man, his expression extremely furious. The ambush had happened too suddenly, and the martial arts of these black-clothed men were completely different from the martial arts of the army. They were vicious and ruthless, and many people had died in the ambush. However, the black-clothed men had also paid a price. Not only had a considerable number of people been killed, but Li Sai had also led a group of people to capture a portion of them. Marquis, I'll have some people splash some water on them to wake them up and interrogate them. Let's find out where these people came from. Xue Qianjun said angrily, "Wait a moment." Wang Chong waved his hand and hurriedly stopped Xue Qianjun. The group, led by Li Sai, had only managed to knock them unconscious by coincidence. Once they were awakened, they would basically all commit suicide. Let me handle this matter. With a thought from Wang Chong, a powerful wave of mental energy immediately burst forth, rushing into the mind of one of the black-clothed men like a tide. As expected, Wang Chong very quickly encountered a seal in the mind of this black-clothed man. As expected, Wang Chong nodded in his mind. These black-clothed men were extremely strict in their control, and they would not leave any openings. This was indeed the case. Although he encountered a layer of obstruction, the strength of this layer of obstruction was not strong. In just a moment, Wang Chong broke through this layer of restriction. How is it, Marquis? Have you found out where these people came from? Footsteps came from behind him. The king of Gonka walked over and asked softly. Wang Chong shook his head and cast a glance at the men in black who had fainted on the ground in a row. Take off their masks. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. They didn't understand what Wang Chong meant. Xue Qianjun quickly walked over, bent down, and removed the mask of one of the black-clothed men. These are Khorasani. Looking at the face under the mask with wavy hair, hawk-like eyes, and a tall nose, everyone looked at each other in shock. He then removed a second and third mask, revealing a wide variety of faces. Khorasani, Uzin, Western Turks, Chichikian, and even Sindhi. Everyone was stunned by these faces. These people are all assassins of the lowest level. They don't know many secrets. Wang Chong indifferently said, psychic energy had obtained very few clues, and based on what he had gathered, they knew almost nothing. Li Sai and the king of Gonka had not been of much help in capturing these people. Li Sai, take them away. After saying this, Wang Chong shot off in another direction. In the middle of the Hyderabad mountains, in a collapsed mine, Wang Chong met with Ablonuddin Arloja and the substitute high priest in front of that crude temple. His aura was somewhat chaotic, as if he had just experienced a major battle. Venerable Master, how is it? Wang Chong walked over, a look of concern on his face. I'm fine. They were all beaten off and only suffered some light injuries. But what a pity. The substitute high priest turned his head and gave a long sigh as he gazed at the piles of corpses and the bloody mist in the air. Wang Chong fell silent. There was nothing he could do about this. The miners of the Hyderabad mountains were almost all ordinary people with weak constitutions. There were not many experts among them. Although Wang Chong had done his utmost to stop them, he had been unable to change anything. In addition, how is the high priest doing? Wang Chong asked. The tremors deep underground had left him rather uneasy. The high priest is fine. He had long ago predicted that Marquis would ask this question, so he had us wait here. The substitute high priest bowed to Wang Chong. In addition, the high priest asked me to pass on a message to you. Fate comes and goes, and fate comes and goes. Everything has its own destiny. He has already told you what he should tell you. Almsgiver, don't be so stubborn. Before Wang Chong could ask for more details, the substitute high priest cut off all of Wang Chong's questions. Marquis, no one can change the high priest's mind once he has decided on something. If he says he won't see you, he definitely won't. There's nothing we can do about it. Arloja and Ablanov said. Wang Chong stood there in a daze for a long time without saying anything. Although he was very unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. Understood. Thank you. After Wang Chong said this, he looked around him deeply. He knew that the high priest would definitely be able to hear his words. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Wang Chong quickly leaped outside and disappeared. The night attack ended very quickly. No one knew where the black-clothed men came from, and no one knew why they launched the attack. Everything was a blank. Several days later, after bidding farewell to the substitute high priest, Wang Chong left behind half of the Wushan cavalry to guard the Hyderabad mountains while he set off for Khorasan with the other half. Around 7 or 8 days later, Wang Chong finally arrived at Khorasan. How is it? Have they all been eliminated? Reporting to Marquis. Following Marquis's orders, we eliminated all the men in black. Alas, we didn't get any useful information out of them. Li Sai bowed as he heard a voice by his ear. On his way back from the Hyderabad mountains, Wang Chong had noticed many men in black who had been following him. They had assumed all sorts of identities and were constantly around Wang Chong. But not even these men in black could have imagined that no matter how they disguised themselves, they could not escape Wang Chong's eyes and ears. Along the way, Wang Chong gradually realized that the unremarkable metal box the high priest had given him could accurately sense the auras of these men in black. No matter who they were or how they disguised themselves, as long as they got close to Wang Chong, they would be discovered. And the closer they got and the stronger they were, the more intensely the crystal on the top of the box would flash and glow. Combined with the stone of destiny in Wang Chong's mind, which could display the surrounding terrain, Wang Chong could even accurately sense where these men in black were lying in ambush. Wang Chong nodded. Although he didn't know why the high priest had such a thing, there was no doubt that this metal box would allow him to guard against those men in black. Putting aside the matter of the men in black, Wang Chong rode his horse and led his army back to the lord of the city residence. In a little more than half a month, Khorasan had undergone a major transformation. As far as Wang Chong could see, the warlike atmosphere of the city had been swept away, and the entire city was thriving. As he walked along the streets, he could see that the faces of the people were also brimming with joy, and the greatest transformation was on the streets. In this foreign city, tens of thousands of li away from the Tang dynasty, many of the faces of the Tang people of the Central Plains had begun to appear. Their clothes were embroidered with the insignia of various great clans, and they were selling silk, tea, porcelain, and all sorts of exquisite handicrafts from the Central Plains. Marquis, Lord Feng truly is formidable. Those Khorasani were very respectful and full of smiles when trading with us Tang people. It seems like the Khorasani have already completely accepted us. Xue Qianjun excitedly walked over from the rear. Khorasan was a foreign land, and they had never encountered anything here before. For Feng Chongqing to be able to manage this place to this extent in such a short time was truly an incredible feat. Wang Chong said nothing, only gave a slight nod. Compared to that, he was more concerned about something else. Seated on the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong turned his head in another direction, where a Chinese-style school had been erected. The faint sounds of reading came from the school, not in the Khorasani language that the people here are most familiar with, but in the language of the Tang dynasty. These voices were extremely unrefined, but they were brimming with passion. A seed had been planted, and it had already sprouted. In the future, these seeds might spread throughout all of Khorasan and completely alter the fate of the Tang dynasty and this land. Boom! As he was thinking, the earth suddenly quaked, and the clopping of hooves could be heard. Wang Chong raised his head and saw that Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, and Banahan were riding over on their horses. "Ha, Wang Chong, how was it? Did your trip to Sin go smoothly?" Gao Xianji led the way toward Wang Chong. He seemed to be in a very good mood. "Lord Protector General." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he rode forward. "Wang Chong, your strategy was truly effective. Everything in Khorasan is on the right track. In addition, the first group of soldiers sent by the imperial court has already arrived at Khorasan, and the rest have already arrived at Samarkand. I trust that they will arrive soon." Gao Xianji stroked his beard and chuckled. The more he looked at Wang Chong, the more he liked him. Whether it was in politics, military affairs, logistics, government affairs, or any other aspect, Wang Chong was someone he had never seen before. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it very difficult to believe that a 17-year-old youth could be so talented. Wang Chong had not only saved his life, but also the entire Anqi Protectorate army. To Gao Xianji, Wang Chong was definitely a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him. If anyone dared to act against Wang Chong, Gao Xianji would be the first to step forward and say no. I've already written a memorial recording all your achievements and sent it to the imperial court. I trust that it won't be long before the imperial court announces your reward. If not for you, we would never have been able to reach Khorasan. I'm confident that the imperial court will reward you handsomely. And I've heard that the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Personnel are already discussing how to reward you after this battle, and even the matter of your title. Chapter 1226. Lord Protector General's praise is too much. As a general, leading an army to conquer the border and achieve great feats is part of my duty. What is there to reward? Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression extremely calm. Whether it was the Battle of Nanzhao or the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong did not care about these things. Winning the Battle of Talas and resolving an invisible crisis was what Wang Chong cared about. Let's go, Wang Chong said. With these words, he led the way out of the room. One reason for his return from Sindhu was that the matter of the Hyderabad had been resolved. The other reason was that Wang Chong had received a letter from Feng Changqing from Khorasan. Just how is the matter in Khorasan going? Upon reaching the Lord's Hall in Khorasan, Wang Chong got straight to the point. There were no outsiders in the room, and the people in this room were essentially the upper echelon of the Tang dynasty. The smile on Feng Changqing's face faded, and his brow sank. Everything is as Lord Protector General predicted. Without the great enemy of Arabia, Khorasan is on the right track, but a few hidden problems are gradually beginning to reveal themselves. Although the various rebel armies are still very respectful of our Tang dynasty, they're no longer as harmonious with each other. In this period of time, I've already received reports of conflicts between the rebel armies. Our warriors do not speak the same language and have very special identities. If we recklessly interfere, we will inevitably be accused of favoring one side and being unfair to the other side. Not only that, the leaders of the rebel armies have also begun to disagree with each other. Although they appear to be at peace on the surface, undercurrents are surging beneath the surface, and they are no longer as united as before. Feng Changqing made no attempt to conceal his concern. He could deal with political affairs, but the affairs of the rebel armies were far from as simple as right and wrong. Wang Chong, this is not a good omen. If we don't properly deal with this matter, the coalition army will quickly fall apart. Gao Xianji said worriedly. In truth, the Tang dynasty did not have many soldiers in Khorasan. 80% of the more than 200,000 soldiers in the army were rebels. If this matter was not handled properly, the Tang dynasty would lose its hard-won gains. Without the help of these rebel armies, the Tang dynasty would never have been able to resist the Arabian Empire so close to Baghdad. I have already done my best to assist Lord Feng in dealing with this matter, but it is truly difficult. Su Han also spoke up. So all the things I said back then have happened. Wang Chong said calmly. Before leaving Khorasan, Wang Chong had left a letter for Feng Changqing, mentioning that if any of those things happened in Khorasan, Feng Changqing had to be informed to return as soon as possible. And now, Wang Chong's predictions had all come true. A man without foresight would have immediate worries. The threat of the Arabs had been temporarily removed, but the internal conflicts were far more difficult to deal with. That's right. Although the situation isn't obvious right now, there are already signs. If we can't think of a solution in time, it'll only get worse, and then it'll be too late. Feng Changqing sighed. All of them had the experience of dealing with these matters while the political, military, and bureaucratic systems were stable and mature. But Khorasan was a foreign territory, and none of them, including the entire Tang dynasty, had much experience in dealing with the Khorasani and rebels who did not speak the same language. "I've already thought of a way to resolve this matter," Wang Chong calmly said. "Lord Protector General, Lord Feng, inform Bahram that the Tang dynasty will help them rebuild the Sassanid dynasty." Rumble. Wang Chong's words were like a stone thrown into a ripple. Everyone in the hall was stunned by these words. The Sassanid dynasty was an ancient empire that had been destroyed by the Arabs 10-some years ago. Wang Chong actually wanted to rebuild this ancient empire after such a long time? "Wang Chong, have you thought about whether His Majesty will agree?" Gao Xinji asked in shock. "All of you have already seen the problem with the coalition army. If we don't do this, the entire alliance will quickly crumble. Rebuilding the Sassanid dynasty will not only allow the Tang dynasty to gain a firm foothold here, it will also win over the hearts of the people and raise its prestige. In addition, we can also use this method to support the small countries on the border of Arabia in establishing their own countries. In this way, we can move 1,000 pounds with little effort. While we don't have to expend much of our own soldiers, we can reduce Arabia's national strength to the minimum. This is the true way to deal with Arabia once and for all. In addition, this method can also eliminate the problems within the coalition army. In addition, even if we support the Sassanid dynasty, we can continue to station our soldiers here and even carve out a camp for ourselves in Khorasan." Wang Chong indifferently said, "In that other world, vassal states and garrisons were an extremely mature method. There were not many casualties, and one could maintain an enormous influence. Using this method, the Tang dynasty could mobilize the strength of all the rebel armies in Khorasan at any time, even stronger than the current method. This was because the Tang dynasty had provided Khorasan and the other rebel armies with the ability to resist the Arabs. This was the best method at the moment." At Wang Chong's words, Gao Xinji and the others in the hall appeared much better. "Wang Chong, although I don't know if this is right or wrong, there's no better method right now. Let's do as you say. No matter what, this is better than losing Khorasan," Gao Xinji said. In the hall, they discussed many details, and the news quickly reached Bahram's ears. "What?" Bahram excitedly stood up from his seat at this news. As the highest commander of the Aswaran cataphracts and the highest-ranking great general of the Sassanid dynasty, Bahram had a composed and steady personality, but in the face of this shocking news he could no longer maintain his composure. Rebuild the Sassanid dynasty. This was something that Bahram had never even dared to think about. As long as the Arabian Empire existed, the Sassanid dynasty would never be able to establish a state. But deep in his heart, this truly was what Bahram and countless Khorasani desired the most. Ever since the destruction of their kingdom, countless Khorasani had been startled awake from their dreams and wept in their sleep. "My lords," Bahram does not know what to say. Bahram and all the people of Khorasani will forever remember the kindness of my lords and the Tang dynasty. Bahram's eyes were red, and the other Khorasani were also agitated. "Zamoy, quickly inform Her Royal Highness and tell her this news." The word princess caused Wang Chong and Gao Xinji to glance at each other in shock. The two of them had always known of the existence of the Sassanid imperial household, but none of them had expected it to be a princess. "Many thanks, my lords." A few moments later, an extremely beautiful and delicate girl with the distinctive features of Khorasani and long, wavy hair appeared before them. She respectfully bowed to Wang Chong and Gao Xinji. Wang Chong and Gao Xinji looked at this Sassanid princess, a hint of amazement in their eyes. This princess of the Sassanid imperial family was noble and elegant, possessing a breathtaking beauty. Her gentle and delicate aura made others feel an intense desire to protect her. Upon seeing this girl, the two finally understood why Bahram and all the Khorasani had guarded her so closely. There is no need for princess to be so polite. Khorasan and the Tang dynasty are firm allies, and this is what we should be doing. Gao Xinji said, The stunningly beautiful Sassanid princess nodded and then turned to Wang Chong. There is also General Wang. Adia has heard of General's great name before, but I didn't think that General Wang would be so young. As Adia spoke, she glanced at Wang Chong, her large and round eyes flashing with a strange emotion. At this moment, Adia exuded such an astonishing beauty that even Gao Xianji and Bahram were dumbfounded. Wang Chong's heart thumped as he hurriedly returned the bow. Princess is too kind. After leaving the room, Gao Xianji glanced at Wang Chong and couldn't help but smile. Lord Protector General, congratulations. It seems that it won't be long before you become the Sassanid dynasty's son-in-law. Perhaps even a prince or emperor of the Sassanid dynasty. Lord Gao. Wang Chong could hear the ridicule in Gao Xianji's words, and he was infuriated. On the other side, Gao Xianji knew when to stop, heartily laughing as he left. Meanwhile, in the room, Bahram watched Sassanid Princess Adia's departing figure with a pensive look in his eyes. The princess has already grown up and has someone she likes. This young marquis of the Tang dynasty is handsome, valiant, and extremely decisive. Most importantly, he is still unmarried. If the Sassanid dynasty can be rebuilt, marrying the princess to him is not a bad idea. The news that the Sassanid dynasty was being rebuilt in Khorasan shook the entire Western world. The entire region to the west of the Tsong Mountains, including the Arabian Empire, was rocked by landslides and tsunamis. As the strongest empire that had once existed on the border of Arabia, the Sassanid dynasty was undoubtedly an extremely powerful foe of the Arabian Empire. Bastard! Upon receiving the news, Mutasim III clenched his hands so tightly that he felt like his fingers were about to break. The Tang dynasty was extremely sinister and wanted to use the Sassanid dynasty to resist Arabia for a long time. He naturally understood this. Damn it. Men, I don't care what price you have to pay, but no matter what, you must tear the Tang dynasty's Wang Chong to pieces. With Mutasim III's voice, the Arabian Empire began to turn like a machine. But with Wang Chong's current level of cultivation and strength, even in the Arabian Empire, it would be very difficult to find an existence that could deal with him. Chapter 1227. In addition, the Tang dynasty, as an ally, donated 10 million taels of gold to the Sassanid imperial household. The Sassanid dynasty returned the favor, choosing 2 large regions in the northeast and southwest of Khorasan as permanent garrisons for the Tang army. The Tang dynasty had absolute authority over these regions, and not even the Sassanid imperial household had the right to intrude. Not only that, out of respect and gratitude for the Tang dynasty, Bahram and the newly established Sassanid dynasty bestowed upon the Tang dynasty a supreme authority. At any time, as long as the Tang dynasty wished, it could mobilize all the soldiers of Khorasan, including the Aswaran cataphracts. Handing control of the Aswaran cataphracts over to the Tang dynasty was something that had never happened before. The firmness of the alliance between the Tang dynasty and Khorasan left everyone stunned. And, as a backing, the Tang dynasty displayed its formidable ability as a backer. The day after the Sassanid dynasty was re-established and began recruiting soldiers, the Tang dynasty began to forge a large number of armor and weapons for the Sassanid dynasty. At the same time, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji selected 70 of their most experienced generals to assist the Sassanid dynasty in training their soldiers. Khorasan had originally only had around 200,000 soldiers, but the Sassanid dynasty's enormous influence allowed it to recruit another 200,000 soldiers. Moreover, they were scattered across the 4 training grounds, where they trained day and night. Although the Sassanid dynasty had once been destroyed as one of the strongest empires of the Western world, the Khorasani were no less valiant than the Arabs, and in some aspects they even surpassed them. After a period of training, a new army that had just begun to have combat effectiveness was rapidly taking shape. Khorasan originally had more than 200,000 soldiers, and with this new army, it now had nearly 500,000 soldiers. Even against a powerful foe like Arabia, it now had the ability to protect itself. Everything was on the right track, and with the establishment of the Sassanid dynasty, the coalition army became even more solid. More importantly, with the establishment of the Sassanid dynasty, the internal conflicts within the rebel army had weakened considerably. By relying on the prestige of Bahram and the Sassanid dynasty, the rebellious army was quickly suppressed, and the seeds of unrest were nipped in the bud. Moreover, with the Sassanid dynasty stepping in, the Tang dynasty also avoided the danger of too much interference in the internal affairs of the rebel armies, which would lead to the Tang dynasty becoming enemies with the rebel armies. Not only that, the establishment of the Sassanid dynasty had also given hope to the rebel armies of the other tribes. As long as they could obtain the approval and assistance of the Tang dynasty, they would be able to establish their own empires and dynasties around the Arabian Empire. This was exactly what all the rebels were looking forward to. The establishment of the Sassanid dynasty gave even more rebel leaders hope, and they also saw the modesty and tolerance of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's prestige in the region around Arabia and in the rebel army deepened. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. All of Arabia was still immersed in that miserable defeat in the blizzard, and its vitality had yet to recover. For the time being, neither the newly established Sassanid dynasty nor the rebel armies of the other tribes had anything to worry about. And with Wang Chong's help in establishing the Sassanid dynasty, Bahram and the other rebel armies returned the favor. With the support of all sides, the Tang language schools established by Wen Shuyang and his disciples quickly began to blossom on the border of Arabia. And it wasn't just Khorasan. Samarkand, Bokhara, and the surrounding regions of Arabia all had Tang language schools established by Wen Shuyang. Every person who entered the Tang language schools would not only be provided with 3 meals a day, but also a bonus. A month of study in the schools would be equivalent to the income of the lowest-paid craftsman. Not only that, the outstanding Khorasani and the rebel armies in the region would also be rewarded handsomely. The temptation of money had caused a large number of students to flood into the schools. In a short time, the number of people studying the Tang language had doubled, going from 3,000 or 4,000 to 7,000 or 8,000. And with the construction of new schools, the number was still rapidly increasing. Everything was going according to Wang Chong's plan, and everything was progressing in a good direction. In the marketplace, even the ordinary Khorasani would use some simple Tang language to greet the scions of the great clans, all of them brimming with smiles and brimming with enthusiasm. It had only been a few months, and this was truly inconceivable. Even the who like Banahan and Gully were dumbfounded by Wang Chong's ability to manage the city, and they couldn't help but admire him. As time slowly passed, Wang Chong handled official documents while directing the development of the coalition army. Just when Wang Chong believed that all of this would continue forever, an unexpected matter disrupted Wang Chong's plans. Marquis, Lord Gao requests an invitation. He says that an important guest has come to the city and requests that my lord come to receive him. Several days later, while Wang Chong was engrossed in documents, a soldier of the Anqi Protectorate Army walked in, a respectful expression on his face. "Oh, what kind of important guest requires me to personally receive him? And isn't there Lord Feng?" Wang Chong smiled, not even raising his head. He had left almost all the administrative matters of the city to Feng Changqing, and with the establishment of the Sassanid dynasty and the establishment of a mature bureaucratic system, Wang Chong had an even easier time. "Marquis, this person is an emissary from the imperial court. Lord Feng and the other generals have already gone to the reception hall," the Anqi Protectorate Army soldier said. This time, Wang Chong was surprised. Given the status of Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing, Wang Chong didn't know who was so important that all the soldiers of the Anqi Protectorate Army had to personally receive them. Could it be Geshu Han? But even Geshu Han was probably only on the same level as Gao Xianji, not at this level. Who has come? Wang Chong put down his brush. His curiosity finally piqued. It's a eunuch of the imperial court. His surname is Bian, and his name is Bian Lingcheng. The Anqi Protectorate Army soldier spoke the truth, adding a final sentence. He added, "He has come bearing an imperial decree." What? At the mention of Bien Lingqing, Wang Chang's pupils constricted, and he put down his brush and raised his head. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would hear this name at a time like this. "Take me there." Without another word, Wang Chong stood up and left. Before he could even get close to the reception hall, Wang Chong heard a sharp voice from within. "Lord Gao, long time no see. Lord Gao has conquered the Sher Kingdom, defeated Kataba, and occupied Khorasan. Your future prospects are limitless. It seems like it won't be long before I have to rely on Lord's whims and follow Lord's lead." This voice was imbued with a lofty and aloof tone. Although it called him Lord Gao, there was no respect in its voice. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The moment the sharp voice finished speaking, two voices that Wang Chong was familiar with spoke into the room. "It's Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing." Wang Chong's face instantly darkened. In all the time he had known Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing, Wang Chong had never seen them so polite to anyone. No, this was no longer polite, but reverence and trepidation. Gao Xinji, who had never lowered his head in front of Wang Chong, was now lowering his head in front of that croaky voice, brimming with fear and unease. "Haha, of course. I wrote Milord 7 letters, but Milord never replied to a single one." The eccentric voice said, "Milord has misunderstood." Gao Xinji was just too busy with military affairs and had no time to reply. Gao Xinji's voice resounded in the reception hall. Wang Chong's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and he finally couldn't help but push open the door and enter. Within the reception hall, he could see a eunuch dressed in a violet official's robe, seated on a black wooden armchair. He appeared lofty and lofty. Across from him stood Gao Xinji, Feng Chongqing, and the other generals of Anqi, all of them seemingly extremely apprehensive of this eunuch. When Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, and the others saw the arrogant look on the other party's face, their faces turned even more ashen. However, none of them dared to say a word. It was as if they had to swallow their anger. Buzz! As Wang Chong walked in, the mood in the reception hall suddenly changed. The eunuch, who had been sitting on the armchair this entire time, suddenly sprang to his feet, and the oppressive Anqi generals imperceptibly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning. With a single glance, he understood what was going on. This luxuriously dressed eunuch was undoubtedly Bien Lingqing. Of the 3 most famous eunuchs of the Tang dynasty, the first was the virtuous eunuch Gao Lisher, who had served at the side of the Holy Emperor for his entire life, ultimately dying to show his loyalty. But the other 2 were nothing good. One was the treacherous eunuch Li Fugua, who had served at the side of the 5th Prince Li Heng, and was still called Li Jingzhong. And the third eunuch was Bien Lingqing. Although he didn't seem to have much of a reputation, he actually possessed immense authority. From a certain perspective, the second eunuch, Li Jingzhong, was still far from being able to compare to him. The reason was very simple. Bien Lingqing had single-handedly promoted Gao Xinji, who had been suppressed by Tian Renwan and Fomin Linta, and had even helped him ascend to the position of Anqi, Protector General. Bien Lingqing was also closely related to Gao Xinji, becoming one of the best great generals of the Tang dynasty, known as the Anqi War God, the Wall of the Empire. In this aspect, Bien Lingqing wasn't that bad of a person, but success was a result of failure. Although Bien Lingqing had helped Gao Xinji ascend to his current position, he had not done it out of kindness. Rather, Gao Xinji had secretly bribed him with a generous gift. This was the only stain on Gao Xinji's youth, and also the greatest stain. Bien Lingqing had taken Gao Xinji's money, and in the end he had gone around Fomin Linta to write 2 letters to the Holy Emperor, causing the Holy Emperor to take notice of Gao Xinji. Only then had Gao Xinji become a legend. But Bien Lingqing's greed had seeped into his bones. Based on what Wang Chong had learned, Bien Lingcheng had been constantly extorting from Gao Xinji, and his appetite was only getting bigger and bigger. Gao Xinji's destruction of the Sher kingdom was admittedly out of strategic necessity, but it was also inextricably linked to Bien Lingcheng's demands. The two sides had allied on the basis of profit and parted on the basis of profit. Chapter 1228. When Wang Chong had learned of this matter, he had been extremely conflicted. In the history of the empire, Gao Xinji had made many mistakes, but he was loyal to the Tang dynasty. No matter what, such a great general should not have died at the hands of such a lowly person. Moreover, Wang Chong only needed a glance to understand what was going on. Not long ago, Wang Chong and Gao Xinji had worked together to obtain 2 billion taels of gold from the Caliph of Arabia. Together with the 700 million taels of gold that they had obtained from the Arabian Empire after their victory at Khorasan, the Tang dynasty army now possessed an astronomical amount of wealth. Someone of Bien Lingcheng's personality would assuredly be like a shark that had smelled blood. He had volunteered to take on a mission and run all the way to Khorasan. Young Marquis. As Wang Chong was thinking, Bien Lingcheng was all smiles as he walked up to greet Wang Chong. There was none of that arrogant attitude from before. If Wang Chong hadn't heard it before, he would have believed them to be two completely different people. Slap. Just as Bien Lingcheng was grinning from ear to ear, a slap suddenly landed on his face without warning. Wang Chong's slap had left Bien Lingcheng dumbfounded, and Gao Xinji, Feng Chongqing, and the others in the hall were even more shocked. Bien Lingcheng was truly a eunuch, but he was one of the favored people of the Holy Emperor, and he also had the authority of a supervising envoy. This was a power that the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon him so that he could oversee the world and understand the situation on the border. Gao Xinji had been restrained by Bien Lingcheng and treated him with such respect. Part of the reason was that Bien Lingcheng had been able to blackmail him, but the main reason was also because of this. Bien Lingcheng was no ordinary eunuch. You hit me!" Bien Lingcheng clutched his swollen face, his entire body stupefied as he stared at Wang Chong. Even Gao Xinji had to be polite to him and had never dared to treat him like this. Hee, I heard a fly buzzing outside just now. I'm just swatting a fly for my lord. Is there a problem? Wang Chong smiled and pinched Bien Lingcheng's cheek. Gao Xinji was a Hu and had no foundation in the capital, so he had always been patient and accommodating. But Wang Chong was different. He came from a clan of ministers and generals, had a solid foundation, and was also Qishi Protector General, protected by the King of Song and Duke Jiao. At the same time, he was the young Marquis personally appointed by the Holy Emperor, a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. To be honest, Wang Chong wasn't really afraid of Bien Lingcheng. The power in Bien Lingcheng's hands was completely useless in front of Wang Chong. Bien Lingcheng's face alternated between green and red. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that Wang Chong was indirectly cursing the locust tree. It was obvious that Wang Chong had heard what he had said to Gao Xinji in the room. Bien Lingcheng might have been arrogant and bossy in front of an important figure like Gao Xinji, but in front of the young marquis like Wang Chong, he couldn't muster up any of his authority. Ha, well beaten, well beaten. To everyone's surprise, just when everyone was worried that Bien Lingcheng would fly into a rage, a burst of laughter resounded through the air. Not only did Bien Lingcheng not get angry, he even bowed to Wang Chong. Now that you mention it, this one must thank the young marquis. Bien Lingcheng waved his sleeve, his expression relaxed and carefree. It was like he had not been the one who had been slapped just now, but someone else. Even though Wang Chong knew that this was a treacherous eunuch who hid a dagger in his smile and had a benevolent face but a venomous heart, he couldn't help but feel some respect for him. With this sort of personality and methods, it was no wonder he had the ability to oppose Fomin Linta and force the Anshi, Protector General Fomin Linta, to Qishi for 10-some years. Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, and Feng Chongqing felt even more uneasy at this sight. They had worked with Bian Lingqing for 10 years and were extremely familiar with him. The more respectful and submissive he was, the more difficult it was to deal with him. Marquis, this is Bian Lingqing, eunuch Bian. He is a favorite of His Majesty and holds the token of the Saint Emperor in his hands. His Majesty has personally appointed him as the general of the palace gates. At the same time, he is also the chief steward of the palace gates. Even eunuch Gao favors him greatly. Qianli couldn't help but interject. A general's blood was always hot, and they were straightforward and reckless. Even if they crashed into a mountain, they wouldn't turn back. But one also had to see who their opponent was. No one knew why Wang Chong was so hostile to Bian Lingqing in their first meeting. Bian Lingqing was no ordinary eunuch, and the fact that he had been conferred the title of gate supervisor by the Holy Emperor was enough to show how favored he was. It was extremely rare for a eunuch to be conferred the title of general, and it was not without reason that the entire Anqi Protectorate army treated Bian Lingqing with such respect. Whether it was Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, or Cheng Qianli, they were all worried that Wang Chong would offend such a great eunuch in his muddle-headedness. But before Cheng Qianli could finish speaking, Wang Chong waved his hand and gave him a reassuring look. It was one thing for Bian Lingqing to be so arrogant in front of the Anqi Protectorate army, but if he still had such thoughts in front of Wang Chong, he would truly be seeking death. Haha, Lord Director has worked hard and performed many meritorious deeds, taking great care of the Anqi Protectorate army. Once I return to the capital and see eunuch Gao, I will definitely give a good account of Lord Director's achievements to Lord Gao. Wang Chong faintly smiled at Bian Lingqing. Whoosh! Bian Lingqing instantly paled at Wang Chong's words. The words eunuch Gao seemed to possess some sort of magical power. Although the generals in the outside world rarely interacted with him, and many had never even heard of him, in the imperial palace, especially among the eunuchs, this name had an extraordinary intimidating effect. This was because this was the true minister of the imperial palace, the head of all the eunuchs. Even someone like Bian Lingqing would feel deep apprehension upon hearing this name. Wang Chong was the young marquis personally appointed by the Holy Emperor, a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. But Bian Lingqing had not expected him to be so capable. From what he said, it seemed like he could meet with First Minister of the Imperial Palace, eunuch Gao, at any time. More importantly, Gao Lisher was his direct superior. My lord, this lowly one did not mean that. My lord and Lord Gao have worked hard and performed great deeds for the empire. How could this lowly one dare to disrespect you? Bian Lingqing's face was ashen, his head drooping even lower. He no longer dared to show any arrogance or disrespect. Lord Bian, didn't you bring an imperial edict? Hurry and announce it. Wang Chong stared at the imperial edict on Bian Lingqing's back. A eunuch like Bian Lingqing was assuredly a treacherous official, but just like Li Jingzhong at 5th Prince Li Heng's side, after intimidating them, Wang Chong did not intend to immediately kill them. Whether it was Li Jingzhong, the future treacherous minister, or Bian Lingqing, the inspector general, as long as they were used well, they could have positive effects. The only thing that needed to be done was to eliminate them before they could wreak havoc. One's appearance came from one's heart, and one's heart was filled with gold. No one was set in stone, and it depended on how one used it. Thus, Feng Dei was a treacherous official of the Sui dynasty who deceived his superiors and subordinates. But after the Sui destroyed the Tang and established the Tang, he had become an illustrious and meritorious minister in the hands of the current Emperor Taizong. The young marquis speaks the truth. How could this one forget such an important matter? Bian Lingqing's face was slightly pale as he glanced in Wang Chong's direction, a fearful expression on his face. This time he was truly a little afraid. Nearby, Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, Cheng Qianli, and the other Anqi generals finally breathed a long sigh of relief at this sight. They had long ago noticed the imperial edict on Bian Lingqing's back, but Bien Lingqing had used it as a threat and refused to speak of the imperial edict, leaving Gao Xianji and the others helpless. In addition, although Bien Lingqing was greedy and loved money, he was still a benefactor to the Anqi Protectorate Army. Moreover, Bien Lingqing had a special status. Since ancient times, how many eunuchs had been conferred the title of Inspector General by the Emperor? They were truly afraid that Wang Chong would not let this matter rest and shed all pretense of cordiality with Bien Lingqing. "Lord Bien, let me help you." On the side, Feng Changqing saw the opportunity and shot forward, his hands reaching out to help Bien Lingqing remove the imperial edict from his back. Such a small action immediately eased the atmosphere in the hall by a lot. Bien Lingqing chuckled, instantly feeling much more natural. "Everyone heed my command." Bien Lingqing didn't dare to look at Wang Chong as he unfurled the golden imperial edict in his hand. The 5-clawed golden dragon on the imperial edict was faintly discernible, exuding a dignified and divine aura. Upon seeing this imperial edict, Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, Chang Qianli, and the other Anqi generals bowed. "By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Anqi Protector General Gao Xianji has persisted at Talas for several months, defeated more than 400,000 Arab soldiers, killed Aibak, Huishu Wuzong, and Dalo Ruozhen, and commanded the army to break into Khorasan, achieving great feats for the Tang dynasty. Gao Xianji is specially promoted to Left Great General of the Golden Army and made the Duke of Qi. He will enjoy an annual salary of 6,000 dan, be bestowed with the amethyst dragon armor, 5,000 bushels of pearls, countless agate ornaments, and be given a duke's residence. Announce this to the world for all to admire and revere, so as to inspire the people of my Tang dynasty." Chang Qianli is appointed deputy minister of the imperial censor with an annual salary of 4,000 dan, a golden scale armor, and 10,000 taels of gold. Feng Changqing is appointed minister of the Left Guanglu with an annual salary of 4,000 dan and 10,000 bushels of pearls. End of imperial decree. Bien Lingqing's expression was solemn, his somewhat shrill voice echoing through the hall. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Anqi generals in the reception hall began to grow excited. "Duke of Qi, His Divine Majesty has bestowed the title of Duke of Qi upon Lord Protector General and Left Great General of the Golden Army. This is a glory that has never happened before." In a flash, everyone in the hall was in an uproar. "Duke, what sort of honor was this?" Before the Battle of Talas, Gao Xianji had been made the prefectural Duke of Miyun. Chapter 1229. "Lord Gao, congratulations. His Majesty is truly satisfied with you this time. Of all the great generals of the Tang dynasty in the last 10-some years, you are probably the only one who can be made a duke." Bien Lingqing put away the imperial decree, a smile on his face as he strode over to congratulate Gao Xianji. In addition, generals, the successive victories in these battles have greatly boosted the prestige of our Tang dynasty. The Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Personnel have already decided on your rewards. I trust that it won't be long before the Bureau of Military Personnel sends over your rewards. The imperial court had its own rules. The rewards for Gao Xianji, Chang Qianli, and Feng Changqing were decided by the Holy Emperor and announced to the world through imperial decrees. As for the other generals, the Bureau of Military Personnel could decide on them. "Many thanks, my lord." Gao Xianji lowered his head and respectfully bowed. At the same time, he spread out his hands and took the imperial decree from Bien Lingqing's hands. Gao Xianji had never imagined that he would be made a duke after several major battles. But Gao Xianji quickly calmed down. "Lord Bien, forgive Xianji for being so bold. But why is it that Protector General Wang Chang's reward still hasn't arrived?" Gao Xianji raised his head and asked. "Buzz." The reception hall fell silent as Gao Xianji spoke, everyone turning to Bien Lingqing and Wang Chong. In terms of merit, Wang Chong was the true hero. If not for him, Gao Xianji and the Anshi Protectorate Army would have already died at Talas. Moreover, in the successive battles, whether at Talas or Karasin, Wang Chong had been the true commander. In terms of merit, Wang Chong was probably far more meritorious than Gao Xinji. Ha ha ha! Look at how nervous all of you are. The young Marquis is the new young war god of the Tang dynasty, and His Majesty deeply favors and trusts Marquis. How could His Majesty and the imperial court not know of his great achievements? But the young Marquis had rendered far too great a service this time. He had killed Arab war god Qutayba and wiped out 1 million Arab elites. This was a service that could not be surpassed. The ministers in the court, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, the Prime Minister, and His Majesty are all having a headache over how to reward Marquis. Right now, the debate in the court is quite intense. Marquis's reward won't be announced so soon, but it should be ready in a month or so. Bian Lingqing said with a smile on his face. This time, it was sincere, without the slightest bit of falsehood. He was truly afraid of Wang Chong. Wang Chong not only had an illustrious background and was favored and trusted by the Holy Emperor, but he also had a close relationship with Bian Lingqing's superior, Eunuch Gao. He could order around Gao Xinji and hold onto his weakness, but he did not dare to do the same in front of Wang Chong. Hearing Bian Lingqing's words, the surrounding people immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Marquis, congratulations. Feng Changqing suddenly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Wang Chong. Marquis has rendered great service in this war, and even my lord was made Duke of Qi. Marquis is the true hero of this war. I am confident that the imperial court and His Majesty will reward Marquis even more handsomely. The Anshi generals in the hall all nodded in agreement. Feng Changqing was correct. If even Gao Xinji Anshi Protector General was made Duke of Qi, the imperial court and His Majesty would reward Wang Chong even more handsomely. Congratulations, my lord. Lord Feng is correct. The imperial court will definitely reward my lord handsomely. The generals sincerely congratulated him. All of them were sincerely happy for Wang Chong. After all his efforts and sacrifices, he had finally been rewarded, and this was what Wang Chong deserved. Wang Chong only faintly smiled. He had never cared about being conferred a noble title. What he truly cared about was defeating Arabia and obtaining victory in Talas and Karasin. Lord Bian, you must be tired from your long journey. Why don't you go and rest? Yuan Qing, take Lord Bian and take good care of him. Gao Xinji waved his hand and ordered. Yes, my lord. Shi Yuanqing hurriedly replied. Then I'll have to trouble my lord. Bian Lingqing hurriedly said. Wang Chong did not speak, and Bian Lingqing could not grasp what he was thinking. Bian Lingqing could see Wang Chong's calm smile, and his heart immediately began to tremble in fear. He did not dare to remain here any longer. Qianli, you should go as well. Gao Xinji stared at Cheng Qianli and the other Anshi Protectorate Army generals. A few moments later, only Gao Xinji, Feng Changqing, and Wang Chong were left in the hall. Only then did Gao Xinji turn to Wang Chong said, Wang Chong, now that only the three of us are left, do you have anything you want to say? From the very start, Gao Xinji had noticed that Wang Chong seemed to want to say something to him, which was why he had sent the others away. After a pause, Gao Xinji continued, Wang Chong, you might not know, but Eunuch Bian, how much money did he want from you? Before Gao Xinji could finish speaking, Wang Chong interrupted him. Gao Xinji and Feng Changqing raised their heads in shock, only to see Wang Chong's profound gaze staring at them as if seeing through all their secrets and thoughts. The hall immediately fell into an extremely strange silence. Neither of them had expected Wang Chong to say these words. The matter between Gao Xinji and Bian Lingqing had always been a secret, and very few people knew about it. How did you know? Gao Xinji sternly said. There's no wall in the world that doesn't have a crack. As long as one is willing to investigate, one can always find some clues. Milord's path to promotion is inextricably linked to that Bien Lingqing. Wang Chong flatly said. The two were silent for a very long time. After a long while, Gao Xinji raised his head and gave a long sigh. Since Lord Wang already knows, I won't hide it. When I was young, I let my emotions affect my decisions and made this mistake. For the next 10-some years, I've been restrained by it, and I've never been able to shake it off. As they recalled the past, Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. No one could avoid making mistakes when they were young. And Gao Xinji had also been young, and he had also been impulsive at times. Gao Xinji had prided himself on his martial arts and the art of war. But even though he had served under Tian Renwan and Fomin Linta for so long, even though he had made great contributions, he had never been given any important responsibilities. Left with no choice, the young Gao Xinji had used that move. But though he had become Anqi Protector General, it had also left behind countless consequences. How much money did Bien Lingqing ask for in the Battle of the Sure Kingdom? Wang Chong put his hands behind his back and got straight to the point. 6 million taels of gold. Feng Chongqing's voice rang out at his ear. Buzz. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes at this number. For the Battle of Talas, he had requested reinforcements from the imperial court, but the Bureau of Revenue had only given him 10 million taels of gold, and they had even hesitated for a very long time. But for the Battle of the Sure Kingdom, Bien Lingqing had asked for 6 million taels of gold, almost as much as what Wang Chong had spent on the Battle of Talas. And it had to be realized that Wang Chong had used this money to hire an army of nearly 100,000. Then what about this time? Wang Chong asked. Gao Xinji was quiet for a long time. It was Feng Chongqing who answered once more. 80 million taels of gold. Bastard. Even though Wang Chong had prepared himself, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and pale at this number. 80 million taels of gold. Wang Chong and Gao Xinji had extorted 9 billion taels of gold from the Arabian Empire, and Bien Lingqing had clearly learned of this, so he had immediately asked for 80 million taels of gold. From 6 million to 80 million, Bien Lingqing's appetite had increased tenfold. If this continued, let alone Gao Xinji, not even Wang Chong would be able to satisfy this demand. His appetite was getting bigger and bigger, and if this continued, even giving Bien Lingqing all 9 billion taels of gold wouldn't be enough, and if Bien Lingqing's appetite wasn't satisfied, he would immediately turn on him. This bastard, how dare he? Does he really think that the money we extorted from Arabia is his private property? Wang Chong was rarely enraged, but he couldn't help but fly into a rage at Bien Lingqing's appetite. If I knew that he was so greedy, I would have killed him a moment ago. Wang Chong, you can't. Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing paled at these words. Bien Lingqing is the palace supervisor general, and he's also an emissary sent by His Divine Majesty. Killing him is equivalent to looking down on the Holy Emperor. 80 million taels of gold is just his words. There's no concrete evidence. If we recklessly kill an imperial clan chief steward, it will be extremely disadvantageous to Protector General and the entire Wang clan. With a powerful foe at our side, we can't lose our composure because of a lowly person like him. The two hurriedly advised. Wang Chong said nothing, but the rage in his eyes burned even brighter. He finally understood why Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing had invited him over. But not even the two of them had expected that Wang Chong knew more about their relationship with Bien Lingqing than they had imagined. Leave this matter to me. A eunuch dares to make use of the emperor's order. How dare he? Wang Chong's eyes spat fire. Wang Chong, you absolutely can't do this. Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing were so anxious that their faces paled. My lords, be at ease. I won't kill him. I have my own ways of dealing with eunuchs, like him, Wang Chong calmly said as he glanced at the two. Although his heart was burning with rage, Wang Chong had not lost his mind. There was no need to use brute force to deal with a eunuch like Bian Lingqing, a greedy person like Bian Lingqing, especially one who had been the palace supervisor general for so many years, would definitely demand more than just Gao Xinji. There were bound to be other victims before and after Gao Xinji. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. As long as Wang Chong could find an opening, no matter how capable Bian Lingqing was, he wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing looked at Wang Chong. Seeing that he didn't seem like he was going to act rashly and immediately kill Bian Lingqing, they sighed in relief. After leaving the conference hall, Wang Chong quickly summoned Zhang Ke and sent a letter to Yang Hongchang of the Yang clan in the distant western regions. The Yang clan had been in the western regions for many years and had flourished with branches and leaves. If Bian Lingqing had any information, then the Yang clan was the most suitable candidate. Chapter 1230. The king of Song was a member of the imperial family and possessed enormous influence in the capital, and behind Yang Zhao stood Consort Taizhen. With Consort Taizhen's influence and favor in the palace, it was far too easy for her to investigate a eunuch. Even though Bian Lingqing was a general of the palace gates appointed by the Holy Emperor, he was still insignificant in front of the Empress Consort Taizhen. Wang Chong was confident that, whether in the court or on the border, someone as greedy as Bian Lingqing would definitely leave behind many clues. Yang Hongchang's news came much faster than he had imagined. 3 days later, Wang Chong obtained the information he wanted. 10 days later, Wang Chong also received news from the King of Song and Yang Zhao. The King of Song did not ask a single question and delivered a detailed pile of information to Wang Chong. As Yang Zhao delivered the information, he also asked a few questions out of curiosity. As for why Wang Chong would investigate a eunuch, Yang Zhao was rather curious. But even so, the information he provided was more detailed than anyone else. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." When Wang Chong slammed the pile of information in front of Bian Lingqing, the third most treacherous eunuch in the history of the Tang dynasty immediately turned ashen and kneeled on the ground, banging his head on the ground. According to the rules of the imperial court, he should have left Khorasan long ago after announcing the imperial decree. But because of his greed, Bian Lingqing had been unable to obtain the 80 million taels of gold he wanted, so he had delayed his departure by 10 some days. He had originally believed that when he received the news, Gao Xinji had figured something out. He had never imagined that this would be the result. Looking at the pile of documents on the ground, Bian Lingqing was terrified. He was on the verge of breaking down. Cold sweat immediately dripped from his forehead like rainwater. The information on it was all about his corruption and bribery, as well as his buying and selling of official positions. Some of the information was even clearer than Bian Lingqing himself. It was only when he saw the information that he was jolted awake and began to memorize it. "Bian Lingqing, you're a trifling eunuch, but you're relying on the token His Majesty gave you to commit crimes in the army, wantonly amassing wealth, and even daring to threaten an important official of the empire like the Anqi, Protector General. Do you know that this alone is enough to cut you into 1,000 pieces? His death is not to be regretted." Wang Chong looked down from above with his hands behind his back. He looked coldly at Bian Lingqing, who was kneeling in front of him. "Spare my life, lord! Spare my life!" Bian Lingqing was sweating profusely. He banged his head against the ground so hard that he didn't even realize that his forehead was bleeding. At this moment, he felt a terrible fear. The evidence that Wang Chong had gathered was far too complete. Bian Lingqing couldn't even find the words to refute or defend himself. Given Wang Chong's status, if he handed over this information, he would be doomed. "Humph. On account of the fact that you once secretly assisted Lord Gao, I'll spare your dog life for now. If I find out that you're still using that matter to threaten Lord Gao, still extorting and extorting, buying and selling official positions, the only thing left for you is death. Given my abilities, You should know that no matter where you run, I will know where you are." Wang Chong coldly said, "This lowly one understands. This lowly one understands. My lord, be at ease. Even if this lowly one had 100,000 guts, this lowly one would never dare to threaten Lord Gao." Bian Lingqing's face was covered in fear and cold sweat. "Very good. Take these things." Wang Chong pointed at a wooden box at the side. Bian Lingqing raised his head in shock. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one wouldn't dare. How could Bian Lingqing dare to take Wang Chong's things at this time? "If I tell you to take them, then take them." Wang Chong coldly said, a faint chill in his eyes. Bian Lingqing's heart trembled. How could he dare to say anything else? He walked to the side, lowered his head, and took the wooden box from the table. "Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Wang Chong indifferently said, staring at Bian Lingqing. "Yes, yes, yes." Bian Lingqing opened the wooden box with a clap. When he saw what was inside, he was struck dumb. The wooden box contained nothing but a thick stack of gold yuan certificates. Each gold yuan certificate had an extremely large denomination. A rough estimate was that there were at least 5 or 6 million taels of gold yuan certificates inside. Bian Lingqing raised his head and looked at Wang Chong dumbfounded. "This is 6 million taels of gold. Take it. I saw that you once helped Lord Gao and performed a meritorious service for the country. This money will be enough for you to eat for a very long time. If you dare to stretch out your hand and ask for more, you will definitely be beheaded." Wang Chong coldly said. Bian Lingqing broke out in a cold sweat. What else would he dare to say? "Many thanks, my lord. Go." Wang Chong waved his hand. Bian Lingqing had believed that he would die, but not only had he not died, he had even obtained such a great benefit. He instantly felt like he had escaped from death and did not dare to linger. But after taking a few steps, Bian Lingqing hesitated for a moment and suddenly stopped. "What, is there something else?" Wang Chong coldly said. "This lowly one would not dare." Bian Lingqing trembled, fear in his eyes. "But this lowly one has remembered something else that I do not know if I should say. It has to do with Marquis." Bian Lingqing emphasized the last sentence. "Speak." Wang Chong waved his hand, unconcerned. "When this lowly one was in the capital, I heard a few things. Although Marquis has rendered great service in the western regions, and the entire imperial court is discussing how to reward Marquis, the Confucians have some complaints about Marquis." Bian Lingqing said. "Oh." Wang Chong's eyebrows rose, but he quickly relaxed. In the Battle of Talas, the civil officials and generals had fought fiercely, and the Confucian civil officials, led by the Grand Preceptor, had fiercely opposed the war. Moreover, for Wang Chong's sake, his grandfather had even personally stepped forward to clash with the Grand Preceptor in the court. Now that the imperial court was going to wantonly reward the Wang clan, it was normal for the Confucians to object. "I understand. You were kind enough to tell me about this matter. You may leave." Wang Chong waved his hand. Whether or not the information provided by a treacherous official like Bian Lingqing was useful, the fact that he was willing to tell him about this matter showed that he had not spent 6 million taels of gold in vain. "Yes." Bian Lingqing bowed and quickly withdrew, leaving only Wang Chong in the hall. "Lord Protector General, why did you still give him 6 million taels of gold when you clearly had something to use against him?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind, followed by a series of footsteps. Feng Changqing and Go Xianji walked out from behind a curtain at the back of the hall. The two of them looked in the direction that Bian Lingqing had left in, their eyes flashing with light. The two of them had clearly seen the entire conversation between Wang Chong and Bian Lingqing, and they had originally believed that given Wang Chong's personality, Bian Lingqing was doomed. They hadn't expected that Wang Chong would not only overturn Bian Lingqing, but also give him a sum of money. This was completely different from the impression they had of Wang Chong. Treacherous officials have their uses. Although Bien Lingqing is greedy beyond measure, there's no need to doubt his abilities. As long as we can intimidate his ambitions, we can make use of him. Who knows when he might be of use? Besides, I have a plan that requires his use. Wang Chong indifferently said. No matter how greedy Bien Lingqing was, he had still created Gao Xinji. If not for him, the empire would have lost an Anqi war god. From this point of view, Bien Lingqing was still somewhat useful. At the very least, he had been able to recognize Gao Xinji among so many people, and even resist the threat of Fomin Linta to recommend him to the Holy Emperor. This was also one of the reasons Wang Chong had spared his life. Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing were silent. Wang Chong had not said what the plan was, and Gao Xinji and Feng Chongqing had tacitly agreed not to ask. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Bien Lingqing left with the 6 million taels of gold yuan certificates. All of Karasin returned to normal, and Feng Chongqing and Wang Chong's plans were carried out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Reporting. In the early morning, a heaven-shaking roar came from outside Karasin. In the distance, a cloud of dust could be seen as a horseman rode over a bridge over the Tigris River and into Karasin. Reporting to Milord. An Arab army has been discovered 30 li from the city. There are more than 500,000 of them, and they are currently approaching Karasin. The messenger entered the hall and immediately kneeled on the ground, panting. What? The Arabs are coming again. When they heard the news, the rebel army leaders in the great hall all stood up, all of them extremely excited. From the Battle of Talas to the Battle of Karasin, the Arabian Empire had lost more than 1 million soldiers. No one had expected that once the ice and snow had melted, the Arabs would return so quickly. Milord, I will immediately gather the men. Let's give them another vicious lesson. Milord, I request to attack and deal with the Arabs. The rebel leaders turned to Wang Chong, the leader of the coalition army, who was seated on the throne. There's no need. Wang Chong faintly smiled and slightly waved his hand under the flabbergasted gazes of the crowd. It's just a few 100,000 Arab soldiers. I've already taken care of everything. Bahram, is it ready? Milord, everything has been prepared. All soldiers can enter combat readiness at any time to annihilate the invading enemy. A deep voice resounded through the hall. Bahram stood nearby like a statue of a god, his body exuding a powerful aura. Very good. Then let's begin. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with an intimidating light as he placed his hands on the armrests of his throne and slowly stood up. At that moment, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed as a majestic energy erupted from his body. War could break out at any moment. All was quiet outside Karasin, the only sounds being the gurgling of the Tigris River and the whispering of the wind. After some time, rumbling could be heard in the distance. It was barely noticeable at the start, but it only took a few moments for it to reach an astonishing level. Look over there. A voice suddenly came from the walls of Talas, shattering the silence. A moment later, a black tide surged toward the city from the horizon. Chapter 1231. Boom! The army came closer and closer like a tide. In just a moment, they had completely entered everyone's field of vision. An army numbering in the hundreds of thousands was like a tiger, and even though they had clashed with the Arabs many times, this aura was still frightening. And from the powerful energy seeping out of the army, Wang Chong could tell that the Arab army had gathered even more powerful governors than before. Attack! At the front of the army, an Arab governor with an aura as vast as the sea unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the majestic city of Talas. Kill! With this order, the 2 carriages of Arab cavalry transformed into a flood of steel that swept past the Arab governor and into the distance. At that moment, the earth was silent, and the entire world lost its color. After a long period of preparation, the Arabs finally gathered another army and launched an attack on the Karasin coalition army. Boom, boom, boom. 30,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Just as they reached the banks of the Tigris River, a massive black metal bridge rose up from the Arab camp, crossing several dozen feet before landing on the other side of the Tigris River. Following a series of earth-shattering battle cries, one war horse after another quickly stepped onto the iron bridge and charged towards the opposite shore. The neighing of horses, the clattering of armors, and the shouts of battle rang out. In an instant, the atmosphere became somber. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the sturdy black iron bridges landed on the opposite bank, a wide path quickly appeared on the Tigris River. Tens of thousands of war horses neighed and surged forward. 500 paces, 400 paces, 300 paces, the quaking of the earth intensified, but the walls of Talas remained motionless. 150 steps, 130 steps, 100 steps. The distance was getting shorter and shorter, and just when the Arab soldiers were preparing to fire their chains up the walls, the situation suddenly changed. Get ready. A resounding roar cut through the air like a sharp sword, shattering the silence of Khorasan. With this roar, the silent walls of Khorasan suddenly began to clatter and clatter. This clatter was like a tide, one after another. This unique sound made all the Arab generals uneasy. A moment later, under everyone's shocked gazes, the walls of Khorasan began to open up, revealing tens of thousands of massive metal machines. At the very front of these machines were sharp crossbows that shone with a dazzling cold light in the morning light. Ballisti! Suddenly, a panicked voice resounded through the air. Some soldier who had participated in the Battle of Talas immediately recognized the gap. These were the ballisti of the Tang dynasty that had struck fear into the hearts of the Arab cavalry. In the Battle of Talas, just 5,000 Tang ballisti had been enough to give the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers nightmarish memories, and now more than 10,000 Tang ballisti had emerged from the gap in the walls of Khorasan. Even the high walls of Khorasan were covered in the seemingly invincible Tang dynasty ballisti. Tens of thousands of Tang dynasty ballisti had transformed Khorasan into a fortress armed to the teeth. This was an existence that could make even the most resolute of Arab cavalry crumble. Retreat! The Arab horsemen who had participated in the Battle of Talas immediately began to flee the battlefield. Their reaction was very fast, but it was still too slow. Before these soldiers could get very far, boom, 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 long ballista bolts were fired from the walls of Khorasan like a swarm of locusts. Boom, 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 boom. Ah! Screams and booms filled the air as tens of thousands of soldiers outside Khorasan, caught off guard, were nailed to the ground by ballista bolts along with their horses. Release! 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 On the high walls, Suhan's Han stood like a god, his sword rising and falling again and again. At this moment, Suhan Shan's eyes were cold and his expression aloof. He was like the god of death of the underworld, proclaiming the fate of the Arabs below the walls. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of ballista bolts rained down on the Arab army on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, dealing them a destructive blow. In just 5 waves, the vast expanse of the battlefield from the Tigris River to the walls of Khorasan was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. An army of 50 to 60,000 men was instantly annihilated and annihilated. Cold, fear, trembling. This hellish scene that had taken place in less than a second made all the Arab cavalry on the western bank of the Tigris River feel like they had been plunged into an ice house, the tens of thousands of Tang dynasty ballisti forming a dreadful nightmare. Everyone felt like they were going to stop breathing. But what was even more chilling was yet to come. Whoosh! Like a fierce gale, countless banners suddenly appeared on the walls of Khorasan like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Beneath the war banners were countless figures that occupied every corner of Khorasan's field of vision. The tightly shut gates of Khorasan were suddenly flung open, and countless soldiers of the coalition army surged out. 100,000, 200,000, countless soldiers, poured out of the city. At a glance, the number of coalition soldiers in the city was on par with the Arab cavalry outside. Not only that, as the coalition soldiers poured out, many Tang dynasty ballistae were also transported out of the city. "Let's go! Let's go!" All the Arabs were dumbstruck by this sight. They had originally believed that the Arabs had the advantage in numbers, but the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. In a flash, the courage they had felt when they had set out vanished. Before the battle had even begun, the morale of the hundreds of thousands of Arab cavalry had already plummeted to rock bottom. Honglong, the army was defeated like a landslide, the first to lose their morale and run away with the cavalry at the back of the army. Then, all of the cavalry looked terrified and retreated even faster than when they had come. Clang, clang, clang. The Arab generals, fearing that Khorasan would pursue them, unsheathed their swords and swiftly cut down the cavalry on the western bank of the Tigris River before fleeing with the rest of the army. Bang! All the soldiers on the eastern bank of the Tigris River roared with laughter at this sight. Not so long ago, the Arabian Empire, which had been unparalleled in siege strategy, had finally had such a day. Before they could even get close, they had been utterly routed, the entire line crumbling before the morale of the coalition army. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let them go. With this lesson, I'm confident that they won't dare to attack us for a very long time. On the high walls, Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression composed and composed. He exuded the aura of a strategist who could determine victory from 1,000 li away. It was like there was nothing in the world that he could not predict. Preparedness leads to success, and unpreparedness leads to failure. I very much like my lord's words. The Arabs believed that their comeback would allow them to wash away their shame, but alas, they had no idea that their actions were all within my lord's calculations. Alas, the Tigris River is outside the city. Otherwise, I would have never let go of this chance and would have pursued them all the way. Bahram, standing next to Wang Chong, couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the Arabs retreat. Boom! With Wang Chong and Bahram's orders, a horn blared through the city, and all the pursuing soldiers immediately sounded the horn to retreat. At the same time, they began to clean up the battlefield and retrieve the precious ballista bolts. After several months of managing Khorasan, Wang Chong had transported tens of thousands of ballistae and nearly 1 million ballista bolts to this strategic fortress. This was the most important part of Wang Chong's management of Khorasan, and now everything was finally being used. Bang! As the army withdrew, Khorasan erupted in heaven-shaking cheers. All the residents knew the result of this battle and were in high spirits. A bunch of useless things. At the same time, in the distant Baghdad, the Caliph of Arabia received the news from the front lines. Bang! A majestic storm of energy erupted from the body of the supreme ruler of Arabia, causing the entire Arab imperial palace to tremble. In the imperial palace, all the maids, guards, and even the ministers, generals, and nobles were sent flying like broken kites in the face of this unstoppable force, crashing into the ground and walls around them. Some of the weaker maids and guards even fainted on the spot. Your Majesty, looking at the furious caliph in the hall, everyone was filled with fear. They didn't even dare to wipe the blood off their faces as they knelt on the ground. We have the world's largest empire, the largest elite army, the largest number of governors and great generals and countless generals. Do you think we can't even deal with a puny young marquis of the Eastern world? Mutasim III was on the verge of exploding from rage. From the moment he had ascended to the throne, Arabia had always been successful in every endeavor. Conquer as soon as you see was a true example of Mutasim III. Countless powerful empires had been reduced to ashes by the Arab armies and hooves, forced to kneel and submit. But when they ran into the armies of the Tang dynasty, everything came to a screeching halt. In just half a year, 3 large-scale battles had all ended in defeat. And this was only one of the armies of the Tang dynasty in the east. If the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains mobilized all its forces, Would he be able to escape from Baghdad? Your Majesty, it is not that we are too weak, but that our opponents are too strong. Khorasan has prepared tens of thousands of Tang dynasty ballistae and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Chapter 1232. Scram! 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 The Caliph had said the word scram 3 times, his face twisted and ashen, his entire being seething with rage. No matter what the reason was, it was absolutely unacceptable to him. When they saw that Mutasim III's eyes were bloodshot and that he was like a ferocious beast that chose its prey, everyone was horrified. How could they dare to say anything? All of them had faces full of terror as they hurriedly retreated out of the hall. In just a short while, the entire hall was empty. Apart from Mutasim III, there was no one else. Bastard! 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 Mutasim III stood in front of the table, his eyes fixed on the outside of the palace gate. His fists were clenched, his chest heaving like bellows. Although the Arabs had only lost 60,000 soldiers in the first battle of the spring, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had actually fled. This was even more unacceptable to him than the defeat of the 700,000 soldiers in the Battle of Khorasan and the deaths of 500,000. This also meant that the Arabian Empire was powerless to deal with the newly established Sassanid dynasty and its allied army. To Mutasim III, retreating without putting up a fight was an unprecedented humiliation in his life. High Priest, am I supposed to just swallow this insult? Does such a huge empire really have no way to deal with these Easterners? The Caliph clenched his teeth as he finally couldn't help but shout. It was quiet behind him. Apart from the Khalifa's voice, there was no other sound. It was as if only a moment had passed, but also as if countless centuries had passed. Finally, an old voice came from behind the Khalifa. It was just a single defeat. Why does your Majesty need to take it to heart? Light and shadow flickered behind the Caliph, and an elderly figure wearing a black robe and wielding a scepter of supreme divine might slowly walked out of the shadows of the hall. As he walked, his black robe swayed slightly, producing a rustling sound that sounded like the wails of countless sandworms dying tragically. However, there was no sound coming from this figure. It was as if he was a ghost that had walked out of the darkness. At this moment, the only person in the entire empire who could appear so close to the Caliph in his fury was that mysterious high priest. We cannot endure this. What a great humiliation! I must gather the entire army of the empire and fight to the death with the Tang dynasty, completely destroy Khorasan and all the infidels of the East. Khalifa's eyes were bloodshot as he let out an agitated roar. His robes also began to flutter intensely under the strong wind, emitting a sharp whistling sound like blades cutting through the air. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's just a small group of Tang people. There's no need to get angry over them. Moreover, the problem that Your Majesty is worried about will be solved soon. Unlike the enraged Caliph, the high priest's expression was calm, and he appeared to be extremely calm. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through all the secrets in the world. Upon hearing the high priest's words, the Caliph's body trembled violently. As if realizing something, he turned his head abruptly. High priest, what is the meaning of this? There was a hidden meaning in the high priest's words. Those words did not seem to have been spoken casually. Ha! Your Majesty, the weather has changed. What Your Majesty hopes for will happen soon. The high priest faintly smiled, but he did not explain. The Caliph stood there in a daze, many thoughts flitting through his mind. He had no idea what he was thinking about, but in a flash, the rage in his chest greatly dissipated. The Arab assault had been pushed back once more, causing the people of Khorasan to rejoice. Unlike in the last few battles, the Khorasanians had relied on their own strength to force the Arabs into retreat. This meant that Khorasan and the newly established Sassanid dynasty now had the ability to protect themselves in front of the Arabs. Countless Khorasani took to the streets, cheering and jumping in joy. Time slowly passed, and soon night had fallen. In his room, Wang Chong was in the middle of reading through official documents. The battle during the day was completely within Wang Chong's expectations. The 10,000 ballistae and 1,000,000 ballista bolts from the Chishi armory were enough to deal with any enemy. Even if an enemy army of 1,000,000 came from outside the city, each ballista bolt would only need to hit one person to completely wipe them out. This was also why the Tang dynasty had not been stingy with these precious ballista bolts in the previous battles. Each of these ballista bolts was extremely expensive, costing 100 taels of gold. Now, 1,000,000 ballista bolts would cost 100 million taels of gold. Not even Wang Chong would dare to recklessly use them. But after extorting more than 1 billion taels of gold from the Arab caliph, this was insignificant. Even if the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Revenue questioned him, Wang Chong could take out several 100 million taels of gold to shut the mouths of the officials. With so much wealth, no matter how expensive the ballista bolts were, it was nothing to Wang Chong. This was also why he dared to use so many ballistae and ballista bolts in Khorasan. As time passed, Wang Chong's mind was completely immersed in these documents. The larger the allied army was, the more trivial matters would be involved, and Feng Chongqing alone would not be able to take care of all of them. But gradually, Wang Chong began to sense that something was wrong. Unbeknownst to him, the noise outside the window had gradually become rowdy, and as time passed, not only did the noise not weaken, it became louder and louder. In the end, there were even firecrackers, and the cheers of the crowd that only existed in the Central Plains. What's going on here? Wang Chong put down his brush and slightly frowned. He had been in Khorasan for several months now, but he had never encountered such a situation. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a series of rapid footsteps approached, followed by a series of hurried knocks on the door. "My lord, General Bahram invites sir to participate in the Fire God Festival." Fire God Festival. In the room, Wang Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The great general said that sir will know once you go," the guard outside the door said. Wang Chong was getting more and more suspicious, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this guard. So he stood up, pushed open the door, and left. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he opened the door, 10-some massive fireworks soared into the sky, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Wang Chong had already sensed that something was different from inside the room, but only after walking out the door did he realize just how lively Khorasan was. Wang Chong stood in the doorway of his room and looked around. All over Khorasan, bonfires were blazing everywhere, the intense light of which soared into the sky and illuminated the night sky. In the past, Khorasan would have been deathly still, all the people asleep, but now it was a sea of joy. Khorasan was so crowded that not even Wang Chong knew how many people were on the streets, cheering and celebrating. What's going on here? Wang Chong's eyes widened. In all his time in Khorasan, he had never encountered such a situation. Not even Wang Chong knew what was going on. "General Wang, over here!" Just as he was feeling confused, a familiar voice entered his ears. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that Bahram, dressed in a fiery red robe, was standing in the firelight with several rebel leaders. Their faces were ruddy and brimming with smiles. It seemed like they were in a very good mood. "Great General, what's going on in the city? And what is the Fire God Festival?" Wang Chong strode over and asked. "Ha ha ha, the Fire God Festival is the festival of light. We Khorasani worship the Fire God, the God of Light. This is our most important festival of the year. But ever since the Sassanid royal capital was conquered and all the Khorasani were enslaved and put under the control of the Arabs, we have never held another Fire God Festival. But this time the Sassanid dynasty has been restored and has defeated Arabia twice in a row. All the people have been greatly encouraged and decided to resume the Fire God Festival. We thought for a very long time and finally decided to go along with everyone's wishes. General Wang, you are the benefactor of our Sassanid dynasty and all the people of Khorasani. Without you, the Sassanid dynasty would have never seen the light of day again, and all the people of Khorasan would have to live under the terror of the Arabs. Thus, no matter what, you must participate in this fire god festival with us. Bahram faintly smiled as he issued an invitation. This, as Wang Chong was hesitating, he heard the urging of the rebel leaders. "My lord, let's go. Even Lord Gao and the others are participating. You're the only one left." "That's right, my lord. Everyone is waiting for you." After a few moments of hesitation, Wang Chong finally nodded. Okay. He followed Bahram and the others into the streets, where countless bonfires dotted the streets. Tens of thousands of figures surged out like a river, dancing and singing around the bonfires as they cheered. There were men and women, young and old, in this cheering crowd, all of them brimming with joy and excitement from the depths of their hearts. Even Wang Chong was unwittingly infected by this crowd. At this moment, the crowd noticed Bahram and Wang Chong and let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Boom! A voluptuous and sexy Khorasani girl parted the crowd, gave Wang Chong a charming smile, and then placed a fire-red garland of flowers around Wang Chong's neck. Deafening cheers and whistles rang out, and even the spectating Bahram couldn't help but laugh. Ha! This is a tradition of our Sassanid dynasty. If an unfamiliar guest comes to participate in the fire god festival with us, we will offer them fire-red garlands as a sign of welcome and respect. But if an unmarried girl offers it, it means that she's expressing her love. Bahram's words made Wang Chong's cheeks feel like they were on fire, and all the other rebel leaders around him also began to laugh. The Sassanid girl who had offered the garland of flowers to Wang Chong danced around Wang Chong while boldly throwing flirtatious glances at him. That's right, I forgot to tell you. The girls of our Sassanid dynasty are completely different from those of the Central Plains. Once they fall in love with someone, they will take the initiative to attack. My lord's martial arts are unparalleled, and you're also unmarried. Many girls of our Sassanid dynasty admire you. Chapter 1234. Wang Chong scanned the crowd and saw that countless charming girls were looking at him, the fiery rings of flame in their hands and their eyes scorching. Wang Chong quickly looked away, an embarrassed expression on his face. If not for the fact that Bahram and the rebel army were at his side, Wang Chong suspected that they would all rush forward and, like the Sassanid girls at the start, offer up their rings of flowers and dance around him. Bahram could also see Wang Chong's embarrassment. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and whispered into the ear of the first voluptuous Sassanid girl. Okay, go. Bahram waved his hand, and the Sassanid girl glanced meaningfully at Wang Chong. Then, like a gust of wind, she spun and leaped back into the crowd. Wang Chong didn't know what she said to the other girls, but the other girls who had been prepared to offer their halo of flame glanced at Wang Chong with some reluctance before turning around and blending back into the laughing crowd. Great General, what did you say to them? Wang Chong couldn't help but be curious at this sight. He turned to Bahram. Haha, you'll know in a little while. Bahram faintly smiled, an unfathomable look on his face. No matter what, without the passionate entanglement of these girls, Wang Chong breathed a long sigh of relief. Let's go. Lord Gao and the others are still waiting for us. Bahram whispered into Wang Chong's ear. Oh. Wang Chong was very curious, but he didn't ask any questions and followed Bahram. On this night, Khorasan was destined to be a city that never sleeps. Bonfires and cheering crowds could be seen everywhere. But gradually, Wang Chong began to notice something different. Although all the people of Khorasan were celebrating, they were all gathering in a certain direction according to a certain pattern. The further they went, the larger the bonfires and the more people there were. We're here. After a long time, passing by countless people, Wang Chong finally saw the center of tonight's celebration. It was a huge temple that had just been built a few months ago. Looking from afar, it was brightly lit. The huge flames reached the heavens and the earth, far surpassing all the other bonfires. A sea of people had gathered around the flames, numbering in the tens of thousands. Wang Chong could also see many Khorasani warriors, rebels, and Tang Dynasty warriors. This is our newly built Fire Divine Palace, and it is also the center of tonight's celebration. Without waiting for Wang Chong to speak, Bahram pointed forward and explained. Wang Chong slightly nodded and followed Bahram's finger. Sure enough, he saw an enormous statue of a god several dozen feet tall, its entire body covered in flames. That must be the fire god that Bahram spoke of. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He looked down and saw several familiar figures at the foot of the fire god statue, Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, and the others. Wang Chong faintly smiled and quickly walked over. Lord Wang, you've finally come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, and the others also saw Wang Chong. Feng Changqing turned his head and smiled. His face was ruddy, and it was clear that he was particularly happy in this festive atmosphere. The Fire God Festival here is truly not bad. Even in the Central Plains, it's rare to see hundreds of thousands of people celebrating together. To be able to participate in this celebration with them makes our trip to Khorasan not in vain. Gao Xianji also faintly smiled. His eyes were focused forward, and he appeared to be completely entranced. Wang Chong ascended the steps and followed Gao Xianji's gaze. In the center of the holy temple, around the burning statue of the fire god, a group of enchanting and sexy Sassanid maidens were dancing and singing. All these maidens were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a graceful maiden with a golden bracelet on her arm and a veil of beads on her face. Unlike the other maidens, this veiled maiden exuded a dense and noble aura, as dazzling as the bright moon in the sky. Her skin was as white as jade, even brighter than the moon. Anyone who glanced at her couldn't help but feel their heart waver, deeply enchanted by her beauty. Adia! Wang Chong only needed a glance to be flabbergasted. The dazzling maiden in the center of the holy temple was Princess Adia of the Sassanid dynasty. As Wang Chong looked over, he saw that Adia was wearing several strange metal devices on her body, all of them blazing with flames. As Adia danced and spun, the flames on her arms and body also began to spin, making Adia seem like a fairy. This is a tradition of our imperial household. Each year, the Fire God Festival must be personally presided over by the imperial household. Bahram's voice came from behind him as he ascended the steps and walked up from behind Wang Chong. Oh! Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he gave a slight nod to the fairy-like Adia. This was his first time participating in the Fire God Festival, and also his first time experiencing such exotic dances and celebrations. Everything gave him a novel feeling, completely different from the festivals of the Central Plains. Bang! As he was thinking, the celebratory crowd around the Fire God temple exploded with heaven-shaking cheers. Wang Chong raised his head. At the center of the divine temple, Adia had stopped at some point, and a Sassanid general in splendid attire suddenly walked up to the altar. Under everyone's gaze, he respectfully handed over an exquisite silver mask inlaid with red gems and placed it on Adia's face. At this moment, Sassanid Princess Adia's beauty had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, it had added a noble and mysterious aura. The cheers had stopped at some point. Adia stood there, her mesmerizing eyes slowly sweeping across the crowd, as if she was looking for something. While Wang Chong was flabbergasted, Adia's body trembled as her enchanting eyes locked onto him, a hint of joy in them. A moment later, in a gust of wind, Adia moved, walking straight toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong had not expected this. But before Wang Chong could react, Adia stood in front of Wang Chong, a tender look in her eyes as she extended a slender, snow-white hand. "General, can you dance with me?" Adia's voice was gentle and pleasant, suffused with a heart-tugging charm that made it impossible to refuse. Wang Chong was stunned. He had never imagined that Adia would invite him to dance. All was quiet as everyone stared at Wang Chong, awaiting his answer. Wang Chong instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he raised his head and was about to speak, he saw Adia's passionate gaze and the expectant gazes of the countless Khorasani, rebels, and even the Tang dynasty soldiers, and he couldn't help but hesitate. Haha, General Wang, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Dancing on the Fire God Festival is extremely common in our Khorasan. There's no need to be so reserved, Bahram said with a smile as he stepped forward and lightly nudged Wang Chong. Fine. Wang Chong's gaze swept over the Khorasani, rebels, and even the Tang dynasty soldiers. Seeing their expectant gazes, he finally relaxed and agreed. Bang! With Wang Chong's voice, the crowd exploded with thunderous cheers. Fireworks once more soared into the sky, and various Khorasani musical instruments once more began to play. Someone quickly stepped forward and placed 2 blazing metal ornaments on Wang Chong's shoulders. The dancing flames revolved around Wang Chong like stars. Princess, in truth, I don't know how to dance. Wang Chong awkwardly walked off the stage. It's fine. It's very simple. Adia sweetly smiled as she took Wang Chong's hand and dragged him to the center of the temple, where he began to dance beneath the blazing statue of the fire god. Adia's dance was graceful and noble, like that of a fire spirit, bold and unrestrained, and also imbued with the purity of a young girl. Bang! Inspired by Adia's dance, the crowd erupted in cheers. Even the flames in the room burned brightly. Wang Chong slowly followed Adia's dance. At the start he was rather clumsy, but he was still a top-class martial artist. Gradually, Wang Chong grasped the rhythm and began to match Adia's dance. You're a very fast learner. Adia's eyes shone. Princess praises me too much. Wang Chong faintly smiled, maintaining a certain distance from Adia. The festive mood continued to soar. Boom! With the beating of a golden drum, the mood of the evening party reached its peak. In a flash, everyone began to enter the divine temple, dancing to the fervent music of the Fire God Festival. All the Khorasani, rebels, and Tang dynasty soldiers, including Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, Chang Qianli, and Shi Yuanqing, began to participate in this grand festival. Countless people cheered and danced, joy appearing on their faces. My lord, may I dance with you? As he was dancing in the center of the temple, Wang Chong suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice at his ear. Wang Chong turned his head and saw an unfamiliar Khorasani standing in front of him and extending an invitation. As it turned out, Adia was only the lead dancer. After the lead dancer was the second stage, in which everyone would participate in the evening party and switch partners. Okay. Wang Chong faintly smiled and nodded. 1, 2, 3. The evening party entered its climax, with everyone immersed in the festivities and constantly switching partners. Wang Chong looked at the pure and kind faces around him, completely immersed in the festive mood. Everyone was simply enjoying the festivities and the joy of victory. Chapter 1235. From the Battle of Nanjiao to the Battle of Talas to the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong's mind had always been tense. But at this moment, as the music played, Wang Chong completely relaxed, immediately feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Politics, military affairs, and logistics were thrown to the back of Wang Chong's mind. For the first time, Wang Chong was completely immersed in the grand festival, simply enjoying the joy of the festival. Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, and Cheng Qianli were all the same. After repeated victories, this was the reward that they all deserved. Time slowly passed, and after some time, a clear and melodious cry rang out, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Wang Chong opened his eyes, and everyone else stopped and looked in a certain direction. At the center of the crowd was Adia, dressed in a silver-white robe, standing like a fairy from a dream. Unbeknownst to her, a priest of the divine temple had handed her a long torch made of metal. This torch was more than 4 feet long, and its surface was engraved with countless complicated carvings. Most unique of all was the flame burning on it. It was not the usual scarlet flame, but a milky white color that Wang Chong had never seen before. This flame was extremely quiet, gentle, and exuded a holy and pure aura. "What is this?" Wang Chong glanced at the Khorasani next to him and asked. Wang Chong could be considered quite experienced, but this was the first time he had seen this milky white flame. All of this gave him a very novel feeling. This is the sacred flame of our Sassanid dynasty. It has been passed down for more than 2,000 years, and each fire god festival ends with the lighting of the altar with the sacred flame. At this time, the princess can choose a guest that she deems most revered to light the sacred flame with her. This is also a form of etiquette of the highest order. The Khorasani said, an enthusiastic look on his face. "It's been a long time since such a festival has been held. I wonder who the princess will choose this time." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes flickered slightly. Soon, Wang Chong's gaze followed the crowd to Sassanid Princess Adia. The next moment, there was a burst of cheers. Under everyone's gaze, Adia raised the milky white holy flame and walked toward Wang Chong. "General, you are the most honored guest of our Sassanid dynasty. Without you, our Sassanid dynasty would not have been able to escape the rule of the Arabs. Thus, at the final moment, allow me to invite you to light the sacred flame." Adia's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Chong, a sincere expression on her face. "Your Highness, many thanks for your invitation. This time, I accept your invitation, but not as an individual, but as a representative of the entire Tang dynasty. The victory over Arabia and the restoration of the Sassanid dynasty was not the work of a single person or faction, but the result of the combined efforts of the Tang dynasty, the Sassanids, and all the rebel armies. Thus, allow me and your Highness to represent the Tang dynasty and Khorasan in lighting the sacred flame." Wang Chong stared at Adia and sincerely said, "Good." Hearing this, the surrounding people couldn't help but cheer one after another. All the rebel leaders, including the Sassanids, were moved by Wang Chong's words. Even Sassanid Princess Adia couldn't help but look at him with admiration. As the crowd cheered, Wang Chong and Sassanid Princess Adia gripped the pure white sacred flame and walked toward the altar beneath the fire god statue. At this moment, everyone's eyes were brimming with passion and anticipation. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and before everyone's eyes, the sacred flame ignited the altar. The milky white holy fire passed through the bottom of the sacrificial altar, and the tongue of fire followed a secret path, spreading all the way to the interior of the fire god statue. In the next instant, there was a flash of light, and the huge holy fire altar in the right hand of the fire god statue suddenly lit up, spewing out a milky white holy fire. The milky white sacred flame instantly transformed into a dazzling light that illuminated all of Khorasan. Bang! As this dazzling light lit up, all the people in Khorasan, including the people in the Divine Temple, let out a tsunami of cheers, and the festive mood in Khorasan reached its peak. The sacred flame was lit, signifying that the supreme god of fire and god of light that the Sassanid dynasty worshipped would protect the Sassanid Empire for eternity. It also signified eternal peace and tranquility. As they gazed at the milky white sacred flame above their heads, all of them beamed with joy and smiles. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smile. At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. All his efforts had been rewarded. The joyous crowd and the sacred flame above their heads were the best reward for him and all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Gallop! The east gradually brightened, and at this moment, the sound of hurried hooves came from the night, breaking the silence. Moreover, it sounded like the galloping of hooves was approaching the Divine Temple, and it sounded extremely urgent. Hearing the hurried galloping of the horses, the crowd quickly turned their heads to look. Reporting. Before the horseman had even gotten close, he immediately shouted, "The emissary of the imperial court has arrived!" "The envoy from the imperial court has arrived," Sirs, please go and welcome him. Ha ha ha, it's one of us. In the center of the divine temple, Feng Changqing suddenly laughed. This is truly joy on top of joy. Good things come in pairs. It must be the people the imperial court has bestowed upon Marquis. After waiting for so long, they finally come. These words drew everyone's attention to Wang Chong. Wang Chong, congratulations. Gao Xianji turned his head and smiled at Wang Chong. The imperial court's reward had finally arrived, and Gao Xianji was sincerely happy for him. On the side, Bahram, Adia, and the other rebel leaders were also looking at Wang Chong with joy on their faces. Only Wang Chong remained indifferent. To Wang Chong, he didn't care whether he was bestowed a reward or not. "My lord, congratulations. Congratulations, my lord." The surrounding people began to offer their congratulations. Although they didn't know the specifics, there was no doubt that the emperor of the Tang dynasty was bestowing upon this young commander who excelled in both the pen and the sword. All of them were sincerely happy. "Let's go and welcome him." Outside the Lord of Karasan's estate, Wang Chong's group met with the emissaries sent by the imperial court. This group of 20 to 30 people had solemn and respectful expressions, but they did not enter the estate. Many of them were even seated on horseback, standing motionless. Around them were Wang Chong's father Wang Yan, his big brother Wang Fu, his master the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. The one who has come is the young Marquis, Wang Chong. Before Wang Chong's group could arrive, an official on horseback with an old-fashioned expression spoke. Everyone couldn't help but frown at this voice. This was completely different from the celebratory mood they had anticipated. But no one had time to think too deeply about this matter. "I am." Wang Chong dismounted from his horse and replied, "Mm." The official firmly nodded, and then he exchanged glances with the lavishly dressed officials at his side, apparently confirming Wang Chong's identity. Wang Chong glanced at this person and saw that he was around 30 to 40 years old and dressed in the robes of a civil official. But in all his time in the capital, Wang Chong had never seen this person, nor had he heard his big uncle mention him. As for the officials at his side, they were dressed in red robes, clearly officials from the Bureau of Rights. The sight of these officials from the Bureau of Rights made Wang Chong's heart thump. But at this moment, Wang Chong heard the inflexible and unperturbed voice of that civil official. "Eunuch, it's enough. Read the imperial decree." "Yes, Lord Wen." The shrill voice of a drake rang out in everyone's ears. Lord Wen caused the hearts of Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing to thump. The eunuchs of the imperial court had a special status, especially when reading imperial decrees. They represented the Holy Emperor and the imperial court. The two of them had guarded the border for so long that they had seen many things, but they had never seen a eunuch so respectful to a civil official. At this moment, the two of them glanced at each other and frowned. But before they could speak, an embroidered eunuch of some status rode out of the ranks, a horsetail whisk in one hand and an imperial decree in the other. Wang Chong, Wang Yan, and Wang Fu stepped forward to hear the decree. Under everyone's gazes, the embroidered, robed eunuch suddenly spoke with a solemn expression and bright eyes. "This lowly subject hears the decree." Wang Chong, Wang Yan, and Wang Fu immediately stepped forward to hear the decree. "Li Sai, Kong Zian, Su Han's Han hears the decree." This lowly subject hears the decree. Li Sai, Kong Zian, and Su Han's Han also stepped forward. Su Qi, Chun Bin, Shui Qianjun, Su Shixian stepped forward to hear the decree. Su Qi, Chun Bin, Shui Qianjun, and Su Shixian all stepped forward. Banahan, King Gonka stepped forward to hear the decree. Banahan and the King Gonka also stepped forward, their heads deeply bowed, their eyes shining with deep reverence. Even to these tribal leaders of the western regions, the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty, he was in existence as high as the sun and moon. No one dared to have the slightest blasphemy towards this supreme ruler of the Central Plains, who had conquered countless surrounding empires, who had single-handedly created the most prosperous era in the Central Plains, and who was also the strongest martial artist. They only felt respect and reverence from the depths of their hearts. In a flash, all the surrounding people knelt. Whoosh! In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the embroidered eunuch, who seemed to have quite a high status, shook the imperial edict in his hands, spread his hands, raised it high, and began to read it. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, the young Marquis Wang Chong drove away the Uzin and the Western Turks, stabilized Chishi, and protected the country. In addition, in the Battle of Talas, the young Marquis galloped over a great distance to reinforce the Tang Empire. Brave and astute, loyal and righteous, he led the soldiers of my Tang dynasty in defeating the invading Abu Muslim and Arab armies, killing more than 400,000 enemy soldiers, protecting the country and raising the prestige of the country. In the Battle of Khorasan, the young Marquis used the blizzard to kill more than 500,000 Arab soldiers. In these two major battles, he killed more than 1 million enemy soldiers, setting an unprecedented record. The imperial court must reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes. The young Marquis, a 17-year-old youth, has established an unrivaled record on the battlefield. It is appropriate to greatly reward him and proclaim him to the world as a role model. The world must know that loyalty and righteousness are righteous, and that rewards and punishments are fair. Thus, our Central Plains will be filled with an endless stream of talented individuals. Thus, at the behest of the Holy Emperor, the 6 ministries have conferred upon the young Marquis, Wang Chong, the King of Foreign Lands, a noble title, and 20,000 dawn of food, 30,000 bushels of pearls, countless corals and agates, and a royal residence in the capital, and proclaim it to the world. Bang! The words of the imperial court's reward for Wang Chong instantly caused the crowd to seethe with excitement. Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing were already mentally prepared. However, when they heard this, they couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 1236. The King of Foreign Lands. No one had expected the Holy Emperor to favor Wang Chong so much. He was not made a duke or a noble, but King of Foreign Lands. Such a reward had never been bestowed before, even surpassing everyone's expectations. The King of Foreign Lands. It's actually the King of Foreign Lands. The imperial court has actually made Marquis a king. Ha ha ha, wonderful. In the future, our Lord will be a true king. The subordinates at Wang Chong's side raised their heads, their eyes bright and their expressions excited. Made a king! Made a king! Even higher than a duke. No one had even dared to imagine such a thing. From now on, Wang Chong was a true member of the imperial family, an existence on equal footing with the King of Song and King Qi. In the 200-some years since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, there had never been a precedent of making a king of a different surname. Wang Chong's peerless achievements had finally broken this rule and allowed him to become the first king of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, even Bahram, the Sassanid princess, the rebel leaders, Banahan, the King Gonka, and even the surrounding Anshi protectorate army soldiers blushed in joy for Wang Chong. Effort would eventually be rewarded. Wang Chong was a friend of the Sassanid dynasty and the leader of the coalition army. For him to be valued by the Tang dynasty, all of them were sincerely happy for him. But at this moment, the only person who remained calm was Wang Chong. His gaze swept past the eunuch in embroidered robes who seemed to have quite a high status, the civil officials who were waiting with their eyes closed, and the envoys of the imperial court with stiff and solemn expressions behind him. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. To be rewarded by the imperial court's king of foreign lands truly was something to be happy about. But from the looks of it, these people did not seem to be celebrating. Moreover, the imperial decree in the silver-robed eunuch's hand was clearly not finished. As expected, the eunuch's shrill voice came from beside his ear. In addition, After the discussion of the 6 ministries, the young Marquis has been conferred the title of advisor-in-waiting, allowing him to participate in the politics of the court and immediately return to the capital to report. As for his military authority and all affairs in Khorasan, he handed them over to Wen Chongqing, Tang Qingyu, and Li Fanming. In addition, Wang Yan will be conferred the title of General Pacifying Barbarians, and Wang Fu will be conferred the title of General Tiger Roar and will be transferred to the northeast. Boom! Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, Shi Yuanqing, the kneeling Banahan, the King Gonka, Baram, and the rebel leader all revealed expressions of extreme shock. What's going on? Is your Majesty planning to transfer the young Marquis away? Transfer military power? Why did he want to transfer the military power? All of us trust the young Marquis, and it is only with him that we can resist the Arabs. If the young Marquis is transferred away, who will deal with the Arabs? No. Why was he only an advisor-in-waiting? Wasn't he supposed to be the king of foreign lands? Why is it such a low rank? The crowd was in an uproar. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have believed that there was something wrong with their ears. Nearby, Feng Chongqing stared at Wang Chong's back, his mind in turmoil. Wang Chong's title of king of foreign lands placed him far above all the dukes and prefectural dukes. He was truly an exalted noble, but no matter how high a king was, if he had no real authority, it was just an empty title. The Tang dynasty had many kings, but only the king of Song and king of Qi had any real authority. The imperial court had taken away Wang Chong's military authority and stripped him of his position as Qishi, protector general, leaving him with only the title of advisor-in-waiting and the right to participate in court affairs. This was a classic case of an apparent promotion, but an actual demotion. How could this be? Just what happened? Feng Chongqing's eyes were wide open, his lips trembling, his mind in chaos. After handling so many matters, Feng Chongqing believed that he was very familiar with the changes and decisions of the imperial court. But Feng Chongqing had never imagined that he would encounter something like this in his life. Extreme nobility and extreme humility were actually gathered on the same person. On the side, Gao Xinji's face was also covered in shock, his gaze slowly shifting from the silver-robed eunuch to Wang Chong at his side. After so many major victories, this was not the scene that everyone had been hoping for, one that would be rewarded handsomely. Almost instinctively, Gao Xinji sensed that something had gone wrong in the imperial court. That shrill voice was still ringing in everyone's ears. Once Su Han's Han, Banahan, and the king of Gonka had been rewarded, Wang Chong finally raised his head and stepped forward to receive the decree. This subject receives the decree. Silence. The lord of Khorasani residence was deathly still without any hint of joy. Even those ordinary Khorasani soldiers who knew nothing about the politics of the Tang dynasty felt that something was strange. Gong, forgive Gao Xinji for speaking out of turn, but just what has happened? Since His Divine Majesty has already made Wang Chong king of foreign lands and transferred him to the capital, why has he only been given the title of advisor-in-waiting? And why has Wang Chong been stripped of his post as Qishi, protector general, and handed over his military authority? When the announcement of the imperial edict ended, Gao Xinji strode forward and asked. Of everyone present, Gao Xinji had the highest seniority, and as one of the empire's supreme great generals, Gao Xinji had the right to ask questions. The Anqi Protectorate Army was indebted to Wang Chong. Whether as an ally, a friend, a guide, or a senior, Gao Xinji hoped that Wang Chong would be truly valued by the imperial court and not be casually demoted and stripped of his military authority. Lord Gao, this is the decision of His Divine Majesty and the 6 bureaus. Is my lord's concern whether to reward him or not? The eunuch in embroidered robes, whose face was pale, glanced at Gao Xinji indifferently. In an instant, Gao Xinji frowned. In the surroundings, everyone's expressions turned ugly. As an important minister of the empire and the Anqi war god, other than Bian Lingqing, No eunuch had ever dared to speak to Gao Xianji in such a tone. Lord Gao, there is no need to ask any more questions. The imperial court will naturally let my lord know what you should know. As for what you shouldn't know, even if you ask us, we will know nothing. On the side, Lord Win, who had not spoken much during the reading of the imperial edict, suddenly spoke. His expression was rigid, and when he spoke, his entire body did not move except for his lips. But this statement alone caused Gao Xianji, Feng Changqing, Wang Yan, and Chang Qianli to widen their eyes. To be able to interrupt this embroidered, clothed eunuch, it could be seen that this official surnamed Wen's status was even higher than everyone had imagined. I only want to ask one question. At this moment, a young voice rang out in everyone's ears. Wang Chong, who had been standing in front of the emissaries this entire time, suddenly spoke. May I ask which of you are Lord Wen, Lord Tang, and Lord Li? Wang Chong's words were flat and unperturbed, but in an instant the surroundings fell silent. All eyes, including the covetous gaze of the leading official surnamed Wen, fell silent and turned to Wang Chong. These are them. Finally, the official surnamed Wen turned his head and pointed at several figures behind him. Wang Chong followed the man's finger and immediately saw 3 figures exuding powerful auras. These people were riding war horses and dressed in Confucian attire. Their expressions were solemn, and their essence energy was restrained. However, the power contained in their bodies was actually stronger than Chang Qianli's supreme desolation and Korean God state. Wang Chong was also an important official of the military, and his reputation was so illustrious that there was practically no one in the world who did not know of him. These 3 were so powerful that someone of Wang Chong's status should have known them, but Wang Chong had no impression of them at all. In the entire military, Wang Chong had never seen any information about them. If not for the imperial decree mentioning them, Wang Chong would not even know their names. With Wang Chong's status, this was simply inconceivable. These people seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. But a moment later, Wang Chong's eyes inadvertently flitted over the wrist of one of these people. Wang Chong's eyes widened. Wang Chong could clearly see a black mark on this person's wrist. At almost the same time, that person seemed to sense Wang Chong's gaze. With a shake of his wrist, the sleeve of his robe slid down, concealing the black mark on his wrist. Lord Wang, the imperial court has decreed that upon receiving the imperial decree, you must immediately hand over your military authority and return to the capital. This is the rule of the imperial court when conferring titles, as well as His Majesty's decree. Lord Wang, please cooperate. At this moment, the official surnamed Wen spurred his horse forward and spoke to Wang Chong. His expression was inflexible, and his words were devoid of emotion. He seemed to be doing everything by the book. Wait a moment. You're being unreasonable. My lord has only just received the imperial decree. So why are you telling him to leave now? Just who are you people? I don't think that you've come to announce an imperial decree. You've come to seize military authority. All of Wang Chong's subordinates were agitated, and even the Khorasani soldiers sensed that something was wrong. They began to feel agitated on behalf of Wang Chong. Lord Wang, don't leave. Khorasan needs you. The surrounding generals of the Revolutionary Army also panicked. Although these battles appeared to be the result of the combined efforts of the Khorasani, the rebel armies, and the Tang dynasty, everyone knew that the reason they had the confidence to resist all of Arabia was because of the young Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Although he was only 17, he was the true pillar of the Khorasan people. Chapter 1237. This emissary, could you request His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty to slightly alter the order and allow the young Marquis to remain in Khorasan? Bahram also took a few steps forward and used a few words that he had just learned, mixed with the Khorasani language, to plead with the official surnamed when on his horse. Bahram was not the sort to lose his composure, but everything had happened too suddenly. Wang Chong's appointment and transfer had thrown even an old official like Bahram into a panic. So much so that he had come up with the idea of negotiating with the celestial ambassador. The official surnamed Win looked down from his high vantage point, and upon hearing Bahram's words, he slightly creased his brow. Although I don't know what you're saying, the decree of the imperial court cannot be changed. The words of the sovereign cannot be taken lightly. Lord Wang, you should understand this principle. The first part of his words was directed at Bahram, but the second part was directed at Wang Chong, his expression harsh and harsh. It was clear that he was placing all the blame on Wang Chong. Enough! Wang Chong suddenly said, "This is the decree of the imperial court, the order of the Holy Emperor. A military decree is like a mountain and cannot be changed. Great General, I know that you have good intentions, but the words of the sovereign cannot be taken lightly. The Tang dynasty is different from the Sassanid dynasty. Once a decree is made, it must be followed. As for Khorasan, we have already made ample preparations, with the coalition army and Lord Gao and Lord Feng presiding over the situation. Even without me, it is still impregnable. Even if the Arabs attack again, there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, with 50,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, even if the Arabs wanted to, they wouldn't be able to break through. From the first day they broke through Khorasan, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and Feng Changqing had been thinking about how to establish a firm foothold in Khorasan, so that even if they were not present, Khorasan would still be able to steadily develop and prevent it from falling into the hands of the Arabs. It would become the strongest fortress of the Tang dynasty against the Arabian Empire. After saying these words, Wang Chong turned around, parted the crowd, and headed toward the 3 Confucian ministers who had been appointed by the imperial edict to take over his military authority. Milords, Khorasan is the bridgehead of the Tang dynasty. As long as we properly utilize the strength of the coalition army and work together with the Sassanid rebel army, the Arabs are nothing to worry about. After I leave, I hope that the few of you will manage well. Do not let the merits that all the soldiers have exchanged their lives for go to waste." Wang Chong said in a deep voice. "My lord," behind him, Xue Qianjun looked at Wang Chong's back, his heart trembling. Wang Chong had maintained an extremely calm demeanor since the announcement of the imperial edict. All of his actions and words were in accordance with the rules and were extremely appropriate. However, Xue Qianjun, who had followed Wang Chong for so long, clearly noticed that Wang Chong's hands, hidden in his sleeves, were trembling ever so slightly. Xue Qianjun was well aware that Wang Chong was feeling far more complicated than anyone else at this moment. "Lord Wang, there's no need for you to worry about these things. We know what to do." The 3 of them looked down from their horses, their expressions devoid of emotion. "Bastard!" The surrounding officers clenched their fists, their minds seething with hatred. Wang Chong was the young marquis that the Holy Emperor had personally conferred upon him. Chishi, Protector General. Even though he had been removed, he was still the new king of foreign lands, a true king of the Tang dynasty with a different surname. His status was above all the other nobles. But these 3 people, including the official surnamed Win, spoke to Wang Chong without the slightest respect, infuriating all the officers present. "Lord Wang, please. The decree of the imperial court cannot be defied. Lord Wang, please hand over the jade seal as soon as possible and come with us." At this moment, several horsemen emerged from the crowd and galloped toward Wang Chong. The officials from the Bureau of Rights looked at Wang Chong and gestured for him to follow. "Impudent! Do you think that Marquis is a criminal? You dare to treat Marquis like this?" With a harsh shout and the clanging of sabers, Li Sai and the others behind Wang Chong angrily glared at the officials from the Bureau of Rights. Everyone in the capital of the Tang dynasty knew that the officials from the Bureau of Rights were King Qi's men. The fact that the officials from the Bureau of Rights had accompanied Wang Chong to reward him clearly showed that they had ill intentions. The red-robed officials from the Bureau of Rights paled at the sight of Li Sai and the others drawing their sabers. "Marquis, we are only following orders. We hope that Marquis can understand our difficulties and not make things difficult for us. Wang Chong said nothing, only coldly glared at the trio. Wang Chong had no idea what the King of Song had said to these officials from the Bureau of Rights, nor did he know why they were in such a rush to have him leave, but there was no doubt that they had ill intentions. Whether or not to leave and when to leave, I have my own plans. Wang Chong stared at the officials from the Bureau of Rights and suddenly said, "But, Marquis," the officials from the Bureau of Rights tried to argue. "Let me ask you, did the imperial decree say that I should leave right now? Or is this a decree from His Divine Majesty?" Wang Chong stared at them, his eyes intimidating. The officials from the Bureau of Rights instantly grimaced at Wang Chong's words. The imperial decree had naturally not specified a time to leave, and the Holy Emperor would never issue a decree for such a minor matter. Falsifying an imperial decree was no trifling matter. Not even someone as bold as the heavens would dare to do such a thing. Wang Chong ignored them, turning around and walking toward Gao Xianji and Baram. "Lord Gao, it seems like I must leave. I can only leave the matter of Karasin to you." "Understood. Be at ease. I will do my best to protect this place," Gao Xianji gloomily said to Wang Chong. But while no one was paying attention, a tiny voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. "Wang Chong, something that we don't know about must have happened in the imperial court, or else it would have never been like this. You will have to investigate this matter on your own. In addition, if something happens and you need my help, please inform me." Wang Chong froze, a hint of shock in his eyes, and then he nodded. "Many thanks, my lord." Gao Xianji gazed at Wang Chong's determined and calm face and inwardly sighed. A trifling advisor-in-waiting was of little importance in the imperial court, and there was no precedent for this title of King of Foreign Lands. This was clearly an empty title. He truly had no idea what sort of major change had happened in the imperial court for Wang Chong to be given this sort of apparent promotion while secretly dismantling his military authority. If it was any other person, they would have long lost their composure out of anger. But Wang Chong had managed to restrain himself, maintaining his composure. This was not something a normal person could do. Wang Chong had no idea what Gao Xianji was thinking, and he turned to Baram. This mobilization had been far too sudden. Not only him, but even his father and big brother soldiers had been mobilized. The ones who needed to be appeased the most were Baram and the other rebel soldiers. "Great General, this is an order from the Holy Emperor, and I cannot defy it. But please believe me, since the Empire has garrisoned troops here, it will definitely defend this place to the death. Also, I'm only leaving temporarily. It's not like I'm never coming back. Once I'm done with the matters at hand, I will naturally return to Karasin." Wang Chong sincerely said, "My lord, there's no need to explain." Baram gave a long sigh. "I can completely understand, and this is not something my lord can resolve. I only wish to make one point clear. No matter the time or situation, my lord will always be a friend and ally of our Sassanid Empire. Although my lord is not present, as long as my lord's successor remains loyal to the alliance with our Sassanid dynasty, the Sassanid dynasty will remain loyal to the Tang dynasty. We will become the staunchest ally of the Tang dynasty in the West." "Thank you." Wang Chong nodded. He had been waiting for these words. With these words, it didn't matter if he remained in Karasin or not. "Lord Wang, is this enough?" The leading official surnamed when held the reins of his horse with both hands. He had been staring at Wang Chong this entire time, watching as he exchanged orders with Gao Xianji and Baram. Only when it was about time did he finally speak. "Chonger, the decree of the sovereign cannot be defied. After all, this is an order from the imperial court." A mellow voice came from behind him. Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, walked over and lightly patted Wang Chong's back in consolation. "We've already won the war. That's the most important thing." Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu, also walked over. Wang Yan and Wang Fu both felt extremely gratified as they gazed at Wang Chong's youthful figure. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and for generations it had been their duty to serve the country with absolute loyalty. As a scion of the Wang clan, Wang Chong had perfectly fulfilled this duty. As for the rest, it was no longer important. "Father, your child understands." Wang Chong nodded. He took out the seal representing the authority of the Qishi, Protector General, and handed it to the 3 middle-aged Confucian experts. This small jade seal attracted the attention of countless people. All of them knew that this seal not only represented the authority of the Qishi, Protector General, but also the position of the leader of the coalition army. The seal in Wang Chong's hand possessed supreme authority and status. "Lord Wang, there is no need to worry. We will properly manage it." The leading Confucian expert extended a hand and took the jade seal from Wang Chong's hand. "Lord Wang, it's already daybreak. It's about time to move out. Please come with us." An official from the Bureau of Rights stepped forward and spoke. As they spoke, they gestured to the back. Clop, 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 clop. A cloud of dust rose, and before everyone's eyes, a group of 20 chamberlains of insignia dressed in golden armor surrounded Wang Chong and the officials from the Bureau of Rights. The Golden Guards. These were the most revered guards of the imperial palace. As the protectors of the Son of Heaven, they represented the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty. These officials from the Bureau of Rights had brought the Golden Guards with them to Khorasan, clearly indicating that they had made ample preparations. Clang clang.